Who's afraid of the Black Blocs? Anarchy in Action Around the World. By Francis Dupuis Déri. Contents. Preface. Introduction. Chapter 1, Where do the Black Blocs come from? Chapter 2, Political Violence. Chapter 3, The Roots of Rage Against the System. Chapter 4, Criticism of the Black Bloc, Friendly Fire. Conclusion, Police Repression and Political Profiling. Appendix. Notes. Further readings. Index. Introduction. Never seen except when feared. Don't forget, they hit the streets. Leo Fair, Les Anarchists. The Black Blocs are today's best political philosophers. Nicholas Tavalian. One day, history will vindicate us. Black Bloc participant, Toronto, June 2010. Amid clouds of tear gas, police officers in full riot gear face off with silhouetted figures bustling in the street. Masked and dressed in black, those figures are the Black Bloc. The black flag of anarchism waves above the commotion as bottles, rocks, and even the occasional Molotov cocktail fly overhead. The police fire volleys of tear gas and rubber bullets. Sometimes the bullets are real. The action unfolds against a backdrop of banks and multinational retail shops smeared with anarchist and anti-capitalist graffiti, their windows shattered. Since the epic Battle of Seattle, fought on November 30, 1999, during the meeting of the World Trade Organization, the media have enthusiastically captured such scenes. According to a widespread myth, there is only one Black Bloc, which is thought to be a single permanent organization with numerous branches throughout the world. In fact, the term Black Bloc represents a shifting, ephemeral reality. Black Blocs are composed of ad hoc assemblages of individuals or affinity groups that last for the duration of a march or rally. The expression designates a specific type of collective action, a tactic that consists in forming a mobile bloc in which all individuals retain their anonymity thanks in part to their masks and head-to-toe black clothing. Black Blocs may occasionally use force to express their outlook in a demonstration, but more often than not they are content to march peacefully. The primary objective of a Black Bloc is to embody within the demonstration a radical critique of the economic and political system. Metaphorically speaking, it is a huge black flag made up of living bodies, flying in the heart of a demonstration. As one activist put it, the Black Bloc is our banner one. To make their message more explicit, Black Blocs generally display a number of anarchist flags and banners bearing anti-capitalist and anti-authoritarian slogans. The Black Bloc tactic allows individuals to retain their anonymity by wearing masks and head-to-toe black clothing. May 1, 2013, Berlin. There is no social body organized on a permanent basis that answers or lays claim to the name Black Bloc, although on occasion people involved in a Black Bloc have released an anonymous communiqué after a protest to explain and justify their deeds. More recently, in 2013, Facebook pages associated with the Black Blocs in Egypt and in Brazil offered explanations about civil disobedience, justifications for resorting to force in street protests, and criticisms of the structural violence of capitalism and the state system. Voices decrying the theoretical confusion and theoretical poverty of Black Blocs and their allies can be heard even on the far left point too, but this sort of criticism is specious, because it assesses the theoretical value of direct actions using criteria that are foreign to such gestures, comparing them, for instance, to treatises of social or political philosophy. For many of its participants, the Black Bloc tactic enables them to express a worldview and a radical rebuke of the political and economic system, yet they are certainly not so credulous as to believe that doing so can frame a general theory of liberal society and globalization. The Black Bloc is not a treatise in political philosophy, let alone a strategy, it is a tactic. A tactic is not about global power relations, or about how to take power, or even better, how to get rid of power and domination. A tactic is not about global revolution. Does this imply renouncing political thinking and action? No. A tactic such as the Black Bloc is a way of behaving in street protests. It may help empower the people protesting in the street, by giving them the opportunity to express a radical critique of the system, or by strengthening their ability to resist the police's assaults on the people. By and large, the men and women who take part in black blocs assign a clear political meaning to their direct actions. Their tactic, when it involves the use of force, enables them to show the public that neither private property nor the state, as represented by the police, is sacred, and to indicate that some are prepared to put themselves in harm's way to express their anger against capitalism or the state, or their solidarity with those most disadvantaged by the system. A woman who had participated in many black blocs told me their actions against businesses and media vehicles are designed to show we don't want companies and media with unbelievable profit rates and that benefit from free trade at the expense of the population. 3. The black bloc type of action falls largely within the bounds of the media spectacle, inasmuch as it strives to introduce a counter-spectacle, albeit one somehow dependent on the official spectacle and public and private media. 4. A participant in a black bloc in Toronto in 2010 put it this way: the black bloc will not make the revolution. It would be naive to think that, in itself, the selective targeting of private property can change things. It remains propaganda of the deed. 5. A black bloc can vary in size from a few individuals to hundreds. During the Quebec student strike of 2012, it was not uncommon for people to refer to a lone individual wearing the appropriate outfit as a black bloc. In some cases, several black blocs are at work simultaneously during a single event. This happened, for example, at the marches protesting the Quebec City Summit of the Americas in April 2001. The largest black blocs are still found in Germany, where the participants number from a few hundred to several thousand. In principle, anyone dressed in black can join the black contingent. At the anti-cuts marches held in London on March 31, 2011, one member of the black bloc explained, "We had no idea of the numbers before the event on Saturday, and no idea it would be so radical in its actions." The black bloc idea spread like a ripple through the march. As people saw others in black, they changed into black themselves. Some marchers even left the protest to buy black clothing. 6. That said, calls to form a black bloc are sometimes sent out into cyberspace as part of a major mobilization, as was the case ahead of the 2001 Summit of the Americas, or by means of wall posters, as in Berlin before May Day of 2013. For very important events, affinity groups may meet hours or days before a demonstration to plan and coordinate their actions, and coordination meetings held weeks or even months in advance are not unheard of. It is far more common, however, for black blocs to emerge spontaneously. A black bloc at the anti-cut protest in Trafalgar Square, London, UK, March 26, 2011. Wearing black allows you to strike and then fall back into the black bloc, where you're always just one among many. 7. A veteran of various black blocs explains, noting that anonymity makes it possible to partly thwart surveillance by the police, who film all demonstrations and who requisition images from the media to identify, arrest, and subpoena vandals. 8. Depending on the situation, the same activist adds, people involved in direct actions may also choose to disperse, change clothes, and vanish amid the crowd. This tactic, which proved effective in the follow-ups to the Battle of Seattle, has today lost some of its surprise effect, making it easier for the police to repress or manipulate demonstrators who employ it. Nevertheless, it can still be effective at times, because, for one thing, the police and security services are not all-powerful and all-controlling. By 2002, after a number of spectacular events in Washington, Prague, Göteborg, Quebec City, and Genoa, activists like Severino, a member of the Bostonian Barricada Collective of the Northeastern Federation of Anarcho-Communists, were wondering whether the black bloc tactic reached the end of its usefulness. 9. In response to the intense repression following the 9/11 attacks on the United States in 2001, to the relocation of the major international summits to inaccessible venues, and to the outlawing of rallies, others bluntly declared, the black bloc is dead. 10. Notwithstanding these announcements of its demise, the Black Bloc has revived itself a number of times over the past few years. In September 2003, about 100 Turkish anarchists organized into Black Blocs marched against the system and war on the streets of Ankara. At the end of the event they burned their flags before dispersing. 11 In 2005, a Black Bloc was active in the protest against the G8 in Scotland. In 2007 a Black Bloc of several thousand individuals marched against the G8 in Heiligendamm/Rostock, Germany. Bank windows were broken, a police car vandalized, a Caterpillar office torched, no doubt because Caterpillar equipment was employed to forcibly displace Palestinian communities in Israeli-occupied territories. 12 and 400 police were injured. 13 In the fall of 2008, a Black Bloc went into action in Vichy, France, during the European Union Summit on Immigration. Then on December 6, 2008, in Greece, following the death of a 15-year-old anarchist named Alexandros Grigoropoulos at the hands of the Athenian police in the Exarchia district, countrywide demonstrations, in which many Black Bloc contingents took part, often turned into riots. Solidarity marches were held in the Kreuzberg district of Berlin and in Hamburg, where a Black Bloc of several dozen people chanted, "Greece it was murder." Resistance everywhere. Similar scenarios played out in Barcelona, where bank windows were shattered, in Madrid, where a police station was attacked, and in Rome, where stones rained down on the Greek embassy. 14 The next year, the Black Bloc tactic was deployed in Strasbourg, during the NATO summit, in Poitiers, where a prison and some storefronts belonging to Bouygues Telecom were hit, in London, at the G20, and in Pittsburgh, again at the G20. A few months later, in February 2010, a Black Bloc was formed in Vancouver during a rally as part of the No Olympic Games on Stolen Native Land campaign. Windows of the Bay department store, a sponsor of the Games, were shattered. The same year, a Black Bloc fought the police during the May Day March in Zurich. Yet in 2010, during the meetings held to prepare for mobilizations against the G20 summit in Toronto, anti-capitalist militants in Montreal suggested that the Black Bloc belonged to history and that it was time to move on. Nevertheless, in Toronto, despite nearly $1 billion spent on security, months of police infiltration efforts, and numerous preventive detentions, a Black Bloc of between 200 and 300 individuals, accompanied by about 1,000 demonstrators, managed to outmaneuver the police and smash dozens of display windows along the city's commercial arteries. 15 Within barely an hour, the Black Bloc struck banks and financial services outlets, multinational telecommunications conglomerates, fast food chains, clothing companies, and an entertainment corporation. 16 Not to mention media vehicles and police property. Many Torontonians criticized these actions because some small businesses, such as the Horseshoe Tavern and Urbane Cyclist, also sustained damage, apparently for no political reason. By way of a feminist critique, the Zanzibar strip bar was also targeted. 18 A sign over the front entrance had read, 175 sexy dancers forget G8 try G-strings, G20 leaders solve world peace in our VIP rooms. 19. Speaking to a journalist, a protester explained, "This is all part of the sexist, male-dominated war machine we live in." 20. For activists, the political significance of these actions was unmistakable. "This isn't violence," said one. "This is vandalism against violent corporations. We did not hurt anybody. They are the ones hurting people." 21. Heart attack protest against the 2010 Olympics, West Hastings Street, Vancouver, Canada, February 13, 2010. In the wake of the Toronto G20 summit, Black Blocs arose during the anti-austerity mobilizations in London. A small Black Bloc was mobilized against the G8 in Deauville, France, and a much larger one was formed as part of the No TOF movement opposing the construction of a high-speed rail line in the Val di Susa, Italy. In September 2011, a Black Bloc took part in the annual Human Rights March in Tel Aviv. The Occupy movement, which had put up tents in a number of western cities in the fall of 2011, called for demonstrations in October of that year. Black blocs appeared during Occupy rallies in Oakland, where actions were carried out against the Chase Bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Whole Foods Market, and the office of the President of the University of California. Meanwhile, in Rome, black blocs targeted several banks and dozens of police officers were injured. In 2012, black blocs were seen during the largest and longest student strike in the history of Quebec. There was also a black bloc on March 29, 2012, at a general strike against labor law reforms on Plaza Catalunya in Barcelona, and another at a mass rally in Mexico City protesting the inauguration of the new president. Black blocs were active as well in Greece during the wave of protests against austerity policies. In January 2013, a group calling itself Black Bloc appeared among the demonstrators in Egypt. According to the BBC, Black Bloc activists marched during the annual Human Rights March in Tel Aviv, December 9, 2011. Members of the group appeared in Tahrir Square on January 25, banging drums and saying they would continue the revolution and defend protesters. The Black Bloc describes itself as a group that is striving to liberate people, end corruption, and bring down tyrants. Filmed at night, short video shows men wearing black clothes and black masks. Some hold the Egyptian flag while others carry black flags with an A sign, an international symbol of anarchism. 22. In addition, black blocs were present at May Day marches in Montreal and Seattle, and a small-scale black bloc had confronted the police at the demonstrations against the Chicago NATO summit in May 2012. Finally, in Brazil during the summer of 2013, black blocs were involved in street protests in Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, and Belo Horizonte, during the social unrest against the high cost of living. The black-clad activists known as black blocs are not the only masked protesters to be found taking part in contemporary political riots and confrontational demonstrations. Palestinian youths, their faces wrapped in the traditional keffiyeh, and armed with no more than stones, have been confronting Israeli soldiers for many years. In Latin America, young incapacitos have long battled with police, for example, during the student mobilizations in Chile. 23 That said, the Black Bloc has drawn special attention and constituted itself as a distinct political subject, in part thanks to its unique aesthetic, but also because it has been associated somewhat indiscriminately with anarchy and destructive irrationality. For instance, a Toronto Star report on the mass rally against the G20 identified anarchists from the notorious Black Blocs, specifying that there were about 100 Black Bloc anarchists in head-to-foot black clothing, leading an angry mob of about 300, destroying storefronts and generally creating the kind of havoc they're known for at G8 and G20 summits worldwide. 24. The fascination with the Black Bloc is such that it has become a newsworthy topic. On the day after the major anti-G20 demonstration in Toronto, the Toronto Star ran the headline, "Behind the Black Bloc, G20 Violence." A day later, the same newspaper ran a piece titled "Who is the Black Bloc?" When the Black Bloc first appeared in Egypt, in January 2013, the news was covered by the Canadian, French, German, British, Japanese, Israeli, Spanish, Swiss, Tunisian, and US media. In Brazil, there was such a fuss about the Black Bloc that in August 2013 the progressive magazine Carta Capital polled its readers with this question: the Black Bloc, an anti-establishment form of protest, resorts to destruction against banks and stores. What do you think about that? I am against all vandalism at all times. I am in favor of it in the case of stores, if nobody is hurt. The result: 11,835 people answered, 7,793 in favor of the Black Bloc's actions. 25. Very often, the English words Black Bloc are borrowed by other languages. For instance, in Brazil in 2013, the media ran headlines such as "Con a estratégia Black Bloc, que influencia protestos no Brasil," and para especialistas, I diritto Black Bloc permanecere attivo. 26 in Italy on July 4, 2011, following the mobilization of the No TOF movement, newspapers carried front-page headlines such as these: TOF, Guerriglia dei Black Bloc, I Black Bloc contro il cantiere, and I Black Bloc armati venuti da lontano. 27 Yet some newspapers prefer to translate the English designation into the local language, as when the phrase Bloc Negro appeared in an El País report on the protest rallies held in December 2012 at the Presidential Palace in Mexico City. 28 In Greece, the media and the state coined the term Kaukaulophori. In the weeks and days preceding international summits and other important events, articles in the media focus on the Black Blocs, depicting them, for instance, as the anarchists who could be the biggest security threat. 29. When a Black Bloc goes into action, the media's response often follows a recognizable pattern. The same evening or the next morning, editorialists, columnists, and reporters rail against the Black Bloc troublemakers, branding them thugs. The following day, however, the tone generally becomes more neutral. Readers are informed that anarchists are behind the tactics involving weapons such as rocks, clubs, slingshots, and Molotov cocktails, as well as the use of shields and helmets for defensive purposes. Such articles sometimes allude to major Black Blocs of the past. Then some academics are quoted, as well as representatives of the police and spokespersons for institutionalized social movements, who dissociate themselves from the vandals. At best, the journalist quotes some participants in the Black Bloc, who then have a chance to speak for themselves and to explain why they do what they do. Media references to the Black Bloc are sometimes freely adapted for a variety of situations. During the 2012 student strike in Quebec, allusions to the Black Bloc became so commonplace that the term popped up in a column on environmental issues. Deriding the spread of camouflage designs in outdoor apparel, the columnist claimed this makes rabbits, raccoons, foxes, partridges, and deer scatter like Black Bloc members catching sight of the paddy wagon 30. In a more serious vein, the disturbances provoked by the Black Bloc at the 2007 G8 were compared by some German media to the positions of certain participants in the official summit. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, for example, reported that the Black Bloc isn't the only group to use this monstrously big annual event as an opportunity to make an impression on the public. Two participants, the American and Russian presidents, already tried to do this by arriving in an unusual way. 31. The Black Bloc has even become a cultural icon. It has been represented, for instance, in various films. Predictably, the Black Bloc shows up in the 2007 fictional film Battle in Seattle, directed by Stuart Townsend. In one sequence, a demonstrator shatters the display window of a large store, behind which two female shoppers are talking. Having gotten over her initial surprise, one of the women challenges him, "What are you doing?" This woman is pregnant. He snaps back, "Oh, yeah, you're going to have a kid. And you want your kid to work to death in a sweatshop making baby clothes?" "Of course not," the pregnant woman answers. "So don't fucking shop here," the man yells, before scurrying away. In the next scene, a member of the Black Bloc is taken to task by a man and woman who support nonviolent civil disobedience. The ensuing heated debate on violence and the media ends in a scuffle, with the Black Bloc member finally running off to join his comrades. Another instance is the 6th episode of the 2012 season of Continuum, a second-rate sci-fi television series, which opens with a scene of pillaging set in the distant future. The pillagers seem to be part of a Black Bloc. A female member of the anti-riot squad laments, "What a waste. They call themselves revolutionaries, but all I see is vandalism, with no respect for private property." Her partner sighs, "If there is a message, I'm not getting it." Later in the episode, the action, now back in the present, has a Black Bloc intruding on a protest rally at the headquarters of a corporation. An individual reviewing the video recording of the subsequent riot claims to recognize a guy who I think may be leading the anarchists amongst the legitimate protesters. The opening episode of the second season of the series 13 also includes a demonstration featuring a black bloc. In Cosmopolis, David Cronenberg's film adaptation of Don DeLillo's novel, an anti-capitalist rally has all the trappings of a black bloc. A documentary directed by Carlo A. Bachschmidt and released in 2011 under the unadorned title Black Bloc. Even though the subject is barely mentioned in the film, deals with the events at the 2001 G8 in Genoa. The Black Bloc has also become the subject of comic books 32 and novels 33, such as Black Bloc, a French detective novel by Elsa Marpeau, published by Gallimard in 2012. In Brian Henney's ABCs of Anarchy, a book for kids, the letter B is for Black Bloc. A black bloc is a group of people dressed in black to represent either mass solidarity for a cause, or mass resistance to oppression. In a more upscale mode, Black Bloc was the name of the gift shop in the Contemporary Art Museum at the Palais de Tokyo in Paris. On sale there were I Love Black Bloc badges and a fashion line including a pair of jeans priced at €240. As indicated on the shop's website, Black Bloc offers clothes in a shop that invites regularly personalities from the world of art, fashion, or music to use the space of Black Bloc to create their universe 34. Certain artists, rather than co-opting the Black Bloc image for commercial or entertainment purposes, use it to make a cogent social statement. This is what the visual artist Francesco De Santis did in the United States, when he produced a series of portraits of Black Bloc activists. 35 Another example is Packer Jennings, an American West Coast artist, who in 2007 created an anarchist action figure, a 40-centimeter high figurine representing a young man dressed entirely in black and wearing a black hood. As part of the obvious reference to the Black Bloc, the action figure was boxed like a toy together with a few accessories, a gas mask, a jerry can, a paint bomb, and a Molotov cocktail. In addition to the title of the work, the box carried the slogan, "Arm Your Dissent." Having deposited the package on the shelf of a toy store, the artist filmed the moment when a customer took it and went to pay for it at the cash register. The artist's aim was to denounce the co-opting of images of radical protest for commercial purposes. 36. Who says what about the Black Blocs? The public image of the Black Blocs has been skewed by the hatred and contempt harbored by their many critics, politicians, police officials, right-wing intellectuals, journalists, academics, the spokespersons for many institutionalized progressive organizations, and other protesters, who feel that they endanger people who are neither able nor prepared to deal with police violence. 37 These detractors are united in denigrating the Black Blocs or indeed any demonstrators who resort to physical force, portraying them as individuals bereft of political convictions and whose only purpose in joining a demonstration is to satisfy their craving for destruction. Quite often, they are also depicted as coming from afar, for example, from Eugene, Oregon, to protest against the WTO in Seattle, in 1999, from Germany to protest against the G8 in Genoa, in 2001, from Quebec to protest against the G20 in Toronto, in 2010, or from all around Europe, to protest against the TOF in Italy, in 2011. This derogatory discourse is no surprise, coming from the police. In July 2011, following the disruptive demonstrations of the No TOF movement, police officials stated that there were about 300 Black Blocs who had come from Spain, France, Germany, and Austria with the goal of generating maximum violence against the authorities. These activists were nothing but delinquents and cowards who were well known to the police and nothing to do with the Val de Sousa issue. 38. In London, a few months earlier, Metropolitan Police Commander Bob Broadhurst, commenting on the Black Bloc contingent in the Anti-Cuts March, had declared, "I wouldn't call them protesters. They are engaging in criminal activities for their own ends." 39. Such statements are nothing new. Here, for example, is what Jean-Claude Sauterelle, police spokesman in the Vaud district of France, told Le Figaro in June 2003, when the G8 leaders were meeting in Evian, these people have come for the sole purpose of wreaking havoc. 40. His words seem to echo the statement made ahead of the Summit of the Americas in April 2001 by Florent Gagny, director of the THIRD du Québec, who said he was concerned about the so-called direct action groups. These are violent groups with no real ideology. They are vandals, anarchists. 41. That same year, a report by the Office Fédéral Suisse de la Police titled "The Potential for Violence Residing in the Anti-Globalization Movement" was similarly dismissive. It is difficult, moreover, to grasp the potential for violence currently displayed by certain youths. Such violence often comes in the shape of a destructive frenzy, apparently unprovoked, or of extreme aggressiveness toward others. Consequently, public events, whatever they may be, are increasingly marred by acts of vandalism devoid of any political or ideological justification. 42. Explicitly denied here is the political nature of such direct actions, which are thereby cast out beyond the pale of political rationality. Like the police, politicians attempt to divest the vandals of all political reasoning. During the G20 meeting in Toronto, a comment on the website of Canada's left-of-centre political party, the New Democratic Party, called on progressives to denounce the Black Bloc thugs. They are not fighting for social justice, they are criminals looking for an excuse to be criminals. A thug is a thug, regardless of their rhetoric. 43. Such criticism sometimes emanates from the upper echelons of the state. In March 2011, following the anti-cuts demonstrations in London, British Home Secretary Theresa May said, "I want to condemn in the strongest terms the mindless behaviour of the thugs responsible for the violence." 44. London's Deputy Mayor Kit Malthouse compared the Black Bloc to fascist agitators, adding that they were a nasty bunch of black-shirt thugs and it was pretty obvious they were intent on rampaging around and would be difficult to control. 45. In 2010, in the wake of the Toronto G20 summit, Dimitri Souttas, then head of communications for the Prime Minister of Canada, appealed to patriotic sentiments, declaring that the thugs that prompted violence earlier today represent in no way, shape, or form the Canadian way of life. 46. Already in the early 2000s, politicians were depicting Black Bloc actions as completely lacking in political significance. "I exclude the vandals," said Guy Verhofstadt, the Prime Minister of Belgium and President of the EU, with reference to the G8 summit in Genoa in July 2001. "They do not express an opinion. They seek violence and that has nothing to do with the G8." 47. German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, speaking on the same occasion, declared, "It is futile to dialogue with those who have no political beliefs." 48. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Canada, Jean Chrétien, stated bluntly that if the anarchists want to destroy democracy, we won't let them. 49. Apparently convinced that the Black Blocs have nothing to do with politics, both police officials and politicians have claimed either that they are composed of hooligans, sports fans who surge out of the stadiums and instigate riots, or that, on the contrary, sports riots are triggered by anarchists whose only goal is to destroy everything, whatever the occasion. Thus, in 2011, commenting on the riot that had erupted after a defeat of Vancouver's professional hockey team, the Canucks, Police Chief Jim Chu declared that the rioters were criminals, anarchists, and thugs who came to town bent on destruction and mayhem, terms that would be echoed by the city's mayor, Gregor Robertson, when he pinned the blame for the riot on anarchists and thugs. 51. Later, however, Chu was obliged to admit he had erred and that anarchists had in no way been involved in the hockey riot. 52. Journalists are no exception to the rule whereby the actions of vandals must be denied any political dimension. Indeed, they sometimes indulge in sneering, categorical value judgments about the Black Blocs and their allies. After the May Day protest of 2012, the Berlin Courier, under the headline "The Hour of the Idiot Rioters," ran an article that stated, "These hateful fans of chaos for rioting and wreckage. They wanted at all cost to do battle in the street." 53. In 2010, the Toronto Sun published a commentary about the G20 demonstrations. This columnist enlisted an expert to help readers distinguish between rioters and real protesters, with a real cause, and real concerns. In a perfect world, the protests would go on peacefully, people would make their point, whatever the heck that might be, and all would be fine. As security expert John Thompson of the Mackenzie Institute 54 told me before the summit, there's 2% of the crowd who are there for the criminal free-for-all, with no cause at all. 55. In an interview with another newspaper, the same John Thompson described people participating in a black bloc as adrenaline junkies. What the black bloc protesters do is basically an extreme sport at public expense. In the same article, concerning the black bloc, Peter St. John, a University of Manitoba professor who specializes in security issues, opined that when you start using violence, you're really coming under the rubric of a terrorist organization. 56. Regarding the black bloc in Egypt, an Al Jazeera article in Arabic reported, on the basis of information from an anonymous source, that this group had been trained in a military zone of the Negev Desert and was believed to be operating under the supervision of active or retired Israeli Secret Service officers assisted by Israeli military experts in security and psychology. According to Ibrahim al-Brawi, the director of the Palestinian Studies Center in Cairo, the Egyptian Black Bloc was linked to a global network of human rights organizations and Western security companies and was dedicated to overthrowing the regime. 57. These assertions sound like the figments of highly paranoid imaginations, nevertheless, they have helped construct the public perception of the Black Bloc as a shadowy menace. The mainstream media consistently describe most demonstrators who resort to force as very young. 58. Frequent variations include young extremists, 59, young hotheads, 60, and young vandals. 61. This line of vilification has been a staple among media professionals since the early 2000s, as illustrated by an Agence France-Presse article asserting that the aim of the vandals at Genoa in 2001 was to destroy everything, and, moreover, that they constituted, as the left-wing intellectual Chris Hedges would echo a few years later, a veritable cancer within the movement. 62. Regarding the demonstrations in Genoa, French TV news viewers were informed that the sole objective, the notorious Black Blocs, composed of ultraviolent anarchists and other extremists, was to globalize their hate and violence. 63. 5 journalists of the French magazine L'Express managed to condense into a few lines all the clichés concerning the Black Blocs. Their discourse, at any rate, is that of anarchism. They advocate the use of violence against anything representing a form of state organization. Rehearsing the stereotypes one by one, the Express team observed that more and more young, somewhat confused Americans were getting sucked into the Black Bloc phenomenon and eventually involved in demonstrations, not so much to protest and oppose as to smash and burn. 64. Journalists also relay the opinions of ordinary citizens and nonviolent demonstrators who disapprove of the use of force. After the 2001 G8, for example, an anonymous resident of Genoa remarked that the vandals and radicals had no specific target in view but simply wanted to destroy things. 65. In another instance, a sympathizer of the movement was quoted, "Those people have no political ideas. They represent no one and can be compared to hooligans." 66. Similarly, a reporter covering the demonstrations against the G8 held in France in June 2003 quoted an activist and passed judgment on the Black Bloc at the same time, summing up the situation. A sincere alter-globalization activist dismayed by the disturbances at the marches observed, "They are motivated only by destruction and vandalism." The same individual added angrily, "They are just some little idiots who came to smash windows for the fun of it." 67. Although some spokespersons for mainstream social democratic institutions, such as socialist parties and trade unions 68 have censured both police violence and the brutality of capitalism, their attacks against the Black Blocs are not unlike those launched by police officials and centrist or rightist politicians. Yvette Cooper, a British Labour MP, when remarking on the above-mentioned events in London, denounced the few hundred mindless idiots' thuggish behavior of the worst kind. 69. Chris Hedges, a progressive anti-war intellectual and writer well known in the United States, had this to say about the Occupy movement's call for demonstrations in November 2011, the Black Bloc anarchists, who have been active in the streets in Oakland and other cities, are the cancer of the Occupy movement. They confuse acts of petty vandalism and repellent cynicism with revolution. There is a word for this. Criminals 70 during the Toronto G20 summit in 2010, Jack Layton, the leader of Canada's left-leaning New Democratic Party, stated that vandalism is criminal and totally unacceptable and expressed the hope that order would be quickly restored for the sake of peaceful and respectful dialogue. 71 Once again, this is nothing new. Susan George, Vice President of ADOC, the Association pour la taxation de transactions financières ETL8 auxiliary citoyennes, commenting on the demonstrations against the EU in Göteborg in 2001, said that the violence of the anarchists or vandals is more anti-democratic than the institutions they are supposedly fighting against. 72. Voices on the far left have taken up the same refrain. The Communist Party of Canada and the Communist Party of Quebec have denounced the Black Bloc and anarchists for their infantile foolishness at the 2010 G20 summit in Toronto, deriding the childish Black Bloc tactic. 73. In France, Rouge, the official organ of the Ligue Communiste Révolutionnaire, published unequivocal criticisms of the use of force during demonstrations in an article titled Black Bloc, Violence et Intoxication. The author, Léon Séguier, later associated with the Alter Globalization Social Forum, began by declaring that he wished to avoid the trap of the nice demonstrators on one side and the nasty vandals on the other. Yet he then immediately launched a bald attack against the Black Blocs, arguing for an uncompromising critique of the fantasy of a possible military confrontation between a tiny minority and the state apparatus. 74. As a sidelight to all of this, it is worth quoting the Toronto priest who, addressing his Sunday congregation the day after the massive anti-G20 demonstration, condemned the cowardice of those who hide behind masks, whether they be white hoods or black ones. 75. So we have come full circle, from the police officer and the politician to the communist commentator, with, along the way, the capitalist ideologue, the good protester, the spokesperson for progressive forces, the editorialist, the reporter, and the priest. All share the same sentiments and arrive at the same conclusions. Cancer, idiots, mindless thugs, anarchists, young bums, devoid of political beliefs, thirsting for violence, vandalism, cowardice. Mere epithets under the guise of explanations. Perhaps. But words like these have very real political effects, because they rob a collective action of all credibility by reducing it to a vehicle for the supposedly brutal, irrational violence of young people. Only one thing is missing from this unanimous chorus, the voices of those who have taken part in a Black Bloc. 76 When we listen to them, the reality becomes more complex and more interesting, and the phenomenon, its origins, dynamics, and objectives easier to understand. I do not claim to speak on behalf of the Black Blocs. Anyone acquainted with the subject knows that such a claim would be absurd. My goal, rather, is to go back to the roots of the phenomenon and examine it on the basis of Black Bloc actions, many of which I have observed firsthand. 77 Communiqué 78 And interviews with participants who have been willing to share their experiences, be it with me or with professional journalists. All told, several dozen Black Blockers active in a number of countries have spoken out in these communiques and interviews over some 15 years, often expressing themselves in very similar terms. After retracing the history of the Black Bloc, describing how it functions, and analyzing its political motivations, we will be able to soberly assess the shortcomings of this type of collective action and its effects on social and political mobilizations and struggles. Furthermore, we will be able to grasp more fully the political consequences of the intense criticism to which the Black Blocs have been subjected, especially the ways in which that criticism has enhanced the legitimacy of the political and social elites at the expense of anti-capitalist and anti-authoritarian protesters, thereby encouraging police repression. Chapter 1. W. Here do the Black Blocs come from? In today's liberal countries, social mobilizations feature a wide range of actions, from petitions and open letters to vigils, hunger strikes, rallies, sit-ins, blockades, sabotage, riots, and Molotov cocktail or bomb attacks. The mainstream media portray Black Bloc actions as exceptionally violent. Yet when compared to the extreme and often lethal violence prevalent in social conflicts throughout history and around the world, their actions appear restrained. Even historical movements commonly associated with fundamental liberal rights, such as the women's suffrage movement in Britain, offer some surprises to anyone willing to give them a closer look. At the beginning of the 20th century, Great Britain was the dominant political, military, economic, and colonial power, yet its elites were quite content to see women excluded from the electoral process. In 1903, 6 radical women broke with the suffragists to form the Women's Social and Political Union. Not content to simply lobby for the vote like the suffragists, the WSPU, later dubbed the suffragettes, undertook direct action with deeds, not words, as their slogan. Within a few years, their highly effective disruptions of political party meetings would lead to women being barred from such assemblies. Undaunted, the suffragettes hid in buildings adjacent to the meeting halls and flung projectiles through the windows. They obstructed proceedings in the House of Commons and arrived unannounced at the Prime Minister's official residence, breaking several windows. Numerous marches to the Houses of Parliament turned into clashes with the police, which made headlines at home and abroad. 1. The suffragettes would waylay the Prime Minister or members of his cabinet at churches, train stations, golf courses, and so on, insulting and even pushing and slapping them. On November 21, 1911, women marched through the centre of London with hammers and stones concealed in their handbags. Along the way, they smashed the windows of the Home Office, the local government board, the Exchequer, the Scottish Educational Office, Somerset House, the National Liberal Federation, the Guards Club, 2 hotels, the offices of the anti-suffragist Daily Mail and Daily News, and shops including Swan and Edgar's, Lyons and Dunn's. More than 200 women were arrested, along with 3 men. A few weeks later, Emmeline Pankhurst, a suffragette leader, declared that the argument of the broken pane of glass is the most valuable argument in modern politics too. Shortly afterwards, the display windows of Berbera's, Liberty's, Marshall and Snell Grove, and Kodak were shattered during a demonstration, along with the windows of some foreign companies, including Canadian Pacific. In all, 124 women were apprehended by the police. Telegraph wires between London and Glasgow were cut. Mailboxes were torched, as were post offices, train stations, warehouses, churches, private clubs, and the homes, yachts, and gardens of politicians opposed to enfranchising women. Pankhurst asserted, "We are not destroying Orchid House, breaking windows, cutting telegraph wires, injuring golf greens, in order to win the approval of the people who were attacked. If the general public were pleased with what we are doing, that would be a proof that our warfare is ineffective. We don't intend that you should be pleased." 3. More than 1,000 women were jailed. Many of them undertook a hunger strike. They were force-fed and then released under the Liberal government's Cat and Mouse Act when they grew dangerously weak, only to be arrested again as soon as they regained their health. Once back in prison, the suffragettes resumed their hunger strike. Solidarity vigils were organized in front of the prisons, sometimes with a brass band playing. The doctor in charge of the force-feeding was jeered at and jostled in the street. Meanwhile, other suffragettes disrupted court proceedings by yelling and throwing eggs or footwear. The king was publicly heckled at formal events. In 1913, 232 arson and bomb attacks were carried out by suffragettes, and 105 more between January and August 1914, just as the First World War broke out. 4. After the war, women finally won the right to vote, but historians are still debating whether this campaign of disruption had helped or hindered their cause. Virginia Woolf, perceptive and acerbic as ever, wrote that English women were much criticized for using force in the battle for the franchise. These remarks did not apply apparently to the force in the European war. The vote indeed was given to English women largely because of the help they gave to Englishmen in using force in that war. 5. True, the politicians claimed they were enfranchising women out of gratitude for their contributions to the war effort. Some, however, believed this decision was motivated largely by fears of a resumption of the suffragette campaign. 6. More recently, social movements have been known to include shock units, more or less formally organized and acknowledged as such, that are prepared to battle the police. Throughout the events of May 1968 in Paris, a number of demonstrators wore helmets and carried clubs. When the Sorbonne was occupied, the so-called Katagas could be seen circulating with weapons, including firearms. Around the same time in the United States, the Weathermen, an outgrowth of the student movement, formed units of helmeted, club-wielding protesters. In 1969, during the Days of Rage in Chicago, some 500 anti-racist, anti-war protesters organized in small affinity groups and equipped with motorcycle helmets, clubs, and bricks clashed head-on with the police. 7. At some of the rallies there were shock units composed entirely of women. 8. In France in the 1980s, the anti-fascist movement, in particular the network known as Scalp, was known for confronting neo-Nazis. 9. So the distinguishing feature of the Black Bloc tactic is not the recourse to force, nor is it the use of defensive and offensive gear at marches and rallies, especially since many Black Blocs have demonstrated peacefully without any such paraphernalia. Rather, what sets this tactic apart from those of other shock units is mainly its aesthetic statement, the all-black clothing in the anarcho-punk tradition, and its historical and political roots in the Autonomen, the autonomous movement of West Berlin, where the Black Bloc tactic was first deployed in the early 1980s. A poster made in the former Sprengel chocolate factory in a working-class neighborhood in Hanover, Germany. The neighborhood was squatted at the time and later legalized. It remains a place for the discussion of politics and art. A play on words in German, the caption at the top of the poster "I want Sprengel" means both "I want Sprengel chocolates" and "I want to blast." The autonomous movement 10 emerged in Germany and then spread to Denmark and the Netherlands. 11 The Autonomans' ideological sources were diverse: Marxism, radical feminism, environmentalism, anarchism, and this ideological diversity was generally held up as a warranty of freedom. In West Germany, radical feminists had a profound effect on the Autonomen, injecting the movement with a more anarchist spirit than was the case elsewhere in Western Europe, where the Marxist-Leninist influence was more prevalent. The feminists sought to redefine politics by fostering autonomy on several levels: individual autonomy through the rejection of delegation, so that individuals spoke on their own behalf and not in the name of the movement or of all women; gender autonomy through the creation of women-only feminist collectives; decisional autonomy through the adoption of consensual decision-making; and political autonomy through independence from official bodies, no matter how progressive. The Autonomen practiced egalitarian and participatory politics here and now, with neither leaders nor representatives. Individual autonomy and collective autonomy were, in principle, complementary and equally important. 12. The German autonomous groups expressed themselves politically through rent strikes and by reappropriating hundreds of buildings, which were turned into squats that served both as homes and as spaces for political activities. Many squats provided free food and clothing and housed bookstores, cafes, meeting halls, and information centers known as info shops, as well as concert venues and art galleries where socially committed musicians and artists could present their work. 13 The same movement occupied universities and battled with neo-Nazis who persecuted immigrants as well as with the police who protected nuclear power plants. On such occasions, the Autonomen would use helmets, homemade shields, clubs, and projectiles. 14. It is not altogether clear when the term Black Bloc was first used. Some say it was in 1980, when a call out for an anarchist May Day mobilization in Frankfurt asked people to come out to the Black Bloc. 15. An alternative story dates the coinage to June 1980, after police moved to dismantle the Free Republic of Wendland, a protest camp opposing the opening of a radioactive waste disposal site in Gorbelen, Lower Saxony. In the days that followed, solidarity rallies were organized, most notably the Black Friday demonstration, where it seemed as if every single person was dressed in a black leather jacket and a motorcycle helmet, face masked with a black bandana. Subsequent German media reports referred to the Schwarzer Block. 16 Still others maintain that the term was coined in December 1980 by the West Berlin police. Having decided to put an end to the squats, city authorities had permitted the police to carry out a series of extremely forceful evictions. Faced with the imminent threat of a brutal police action, a number of autonomen wearing black masks and clothes went into the street to defend their squats. Against this backdrop, a trial was held that focused on a criminal organization known as the Black Bloc. But the prosecution's case collapsed, with the authorities admitting that the organization never existed. 17 Then in 1981 a pamphlet titled Schwarzer Block appeared, with the following explanation: there are no programs, no statutes, and no members of the Black Bloc. There are, however, political ideas and utopias, which determine our lives and our resistance. This resistance has many names, and one of them is the Black Bloc. 18. Berlin Squatters Demonstration, 1982. A block action at a 1982 squatting demo in Berlin. The German autonomen movement was strongest during the era of squatting houses in Berlin, when a lot of people came to demonstrations dressed in black and masked up. In later years, covering one's face was forbidden by law. In 1990 all of Mainzerstrasse was squatted in Friedrichshain. In November 1990, 4,000 police arrived to attempt eviction. For 3 days thousands of people answered with barricades and militant actions. A massive black bloc was formed in Hamburg in 1986 to defend the Hafenstrasse squat. Some 1,500 black blockers, supported by 10,000 other demonstrators, confronted the police and saved the squat. It was a great victory, said an activist in the autonomous movement, proving it was possible to prevent evictions. 19. The street mobilization took place in tandem with clandestine actions against the threats of eviction and assaults by the police. Small groups torched a dozen shops, the homes of certain politicians, and some municipal buildings. Black blocs also appeared at rallies organized against U.S. President Ronald Reagan's visit to West Berlin in June 1987. And when the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund met in September 1988, again in West Berlin, a black bloc took part in the protests. 20 In some protests, some autonomen wearing black hoods walked naked in the streets, offering the paradoxical spectacle of a highly vulnerable black bloc. Today, Germany has the largest black blocs. The country's security service, the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, estimates no doubt a little too accurately that Germany's black blockers number around 5,800. 21 At the yearly May Day anti-capitalist rallies in Berlin, black blocs bring together between 2,000 and 4,000 people dressed entirely in black, encircled by banners and wearing black hoodies and dark glasses. These demonstrations have become so popular among European militant networks that many autonomen complain about the activist tourists who seek out riots as opportunities to carouse, are indifferent to local realities, and, worst of all, leave town as abruptly as they had come. Indeed, it is not uncommon for such individuals to buy beer along the demonstration route and fling the empties at the police, only to be berated or even manhandled by straight-edge autonomen, who may smash their bottles and impress on them that politics is serious business. Even so, in 2013 in the Kreuzberg district of Berlin, posters in English hence, aimed at activist tourists invited people to join an anarchist/autonomous bloc. Thousands demonstrated when U.S. President Ronald Reagan visited Berlin in 1982. At Nollendorfplatz in Berlin-Schöneberg, police encircled the protesters with razor wire. The demonstrators tried to escape, answering with stones and other militant actions. Various other occasions arise in Germany for forming black blocs. For example, on February 11, to confront neo-Nazis gathering in Dresden to commemorate the carpet bombing of the city during the Second World War. Because of the size and dynamism of the German autonomous movement, a variety of networks can simultaneously send out calls for the formation of several autonomous blocs. The blocs stemming from the Anti-Fascist Action Network are composed largely of men, and their attitude is more macho. Women form the majority in anti-racist networks, where issues of diversity and inclusion are of greater concern. In recent years there have been calls for multicolor blocs, on the grounds that it may be culturally insensitive to associate black with anonymity and the use of force. One such call was sent out on April 1, 2012, for a rally in Eisenach against a meeting of nationalist fraternities. The poster showed two characters clothed in the black bloc style, except that one wore purple and the other pink. Despite this, most of the participants came wearing black, and a few of the anti-fascists even made homophobic and sexist remarks about their more flamboyantly dressed comrades. At the No Border camp, held in Stockholm in June 2012 primarily to denounce the homophobic and sexist elements of European immigration policy, a call was sent out once again for a multicolor bloc but was heeded by only a handful of Swedish and German activists. It is also worth noting the emergence in the 2000s of extreme-right autonomous nationalist or anti-fascist action groups, which appropriate the black bloc style when marching in neo-Nazi demonstrations, dark glasses, hoods, banners all around, electro music. Autonomous nationalist blocs like these have assembled as many as 1,000 fascists at major rallies. 22. How did the black bloc tactic migrate from West Berlin in the 1980s to Seattle in 1999? The sociologists Charles Tilly, Doug McAdam, and Dieter Rucht, who specialize in social movements, have shown that for different periods and places there exist repertoires of collective actions deemed effective and legitimate for the defense and promotion of a cause. 23 These repertoires are transformed and disseminated over time and across borders from one social movement to another, in accordance with the experiences of militants and changes in the political sphere. The black bloc tactic was disseminated in the 1990s mainly through the punk and far-left or ultra-left counterculture via fanzines, touring punk music groups, and the personal contacts of traveling activists. In North America, the black bloc tactic is believed to have emerged for the first time in January 1991 during a rally in Washington denouncing the First Iraq War. The World Bank building was targeted, and windows were smashed. A black bloc was organized later the same year in San Francisco at a Columbus Day rally denouncing 500 years of genocide perpetrated against First Nations, and another appeared at the march in Washington for the right of women to control their own bodies. Anarchist journals such as Love and Rage then helped make the black bloc tactic known throughout the American anarchist community. 24. A poster calling in English for an anarchist/autonomous bloc at the 2013 May Day demonstration in Berlin. The tactic was also taken up in the early 1990s by members of Anti-Racist Action, an anti-authoritarian, anti-racist movement in the United States and Canada that focused on direct confrontation with neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Activists from the Toronto section of the era traveled to Montreal on September 22, 1993, where they assembled a small black bloc at a rally protesting a meeting eventually cancelled where two French mayors belonging to the National Front were to be the guest speakers. The upshot was a tense face-off with the police, a volley of paint bombs aimed at the restaurant that had welcomed the frontists, and a chase through the streets as demonstrators drove away some 30 neo-Nazi skinheads who had come to protect the venue. On April 24, 1999, a black bloc about 1,500 strong took part in a march in Philadelphia demanding the release of Mumia Abu-Jamal, a founder of the local Black Panther branch, who had been accused of killing a police officer in 1981 and sentenced to death. Göttingen protest poster made by Kook, the art division of Antifa M. At the time, this poster style was quite modern and highly influential. The main text reads, "Protest against fascism and police terrorism," with the slogan at the bottom, "Together, the future belongs to us." Göttingen, Germany c. 1989. Alter globalization. But it was on November 30, 1999, during the demonstrations against the WTO meeting in Seattle, that the media broadcast the image of the black bloc around the world. Police in the United States had used pepper spray and mass arrests during the 1990s against nonviolent demonstrators at a series of civil disobedience actions launched by radical West Coast environmentalists. On the assumption that they would take the same course of action again, the Black Blockers opted for a mobile tactic that would prevent large-scale arrests and pepper spray and tear gas injuries. 25 On the morning of November 30, 1999, the police thoroughly doused with pepper spray and tear gas groups of nonviolent activists who since 7 a.m. had been blocking the entrance to the convention center, and tear gas supplies were running low. At 11 a.m. the Black Bloc went into action in an area far from the convention center. The Black Bloc shattered the windows of some banks and international firms, then vanished before the police could react. There was extensive media coverage of the Black Bloc in Seattle, and this helped disseminate its distinctive features: black clothing, face masks, and strikes against symbolic economic and political targets. The mainstream media took a rather negative view of Black Blocs. The debate about their activities was more nuanced in the alternative media, especially on the independent online network Indie Media, where one could read Black Bloc communiques and view photos and videos of them in action. 26 Fascinated by such images, and won over by arguments defending the legitimacy and effectiveness of the Black Bloc tactic, some individuals came to identify with this type of action and decided to organize their own Black Blocs at the first opportunity. For example, when a major international summit was announced for their city. In fact, the Seattle protest was part of a vast transnational social movement variously referred to as the anti-globalization or alter-globalization movement, or the movement of movements that takes advantage of the summits held by the WTO, the IMF, the G8 and G20, the EU, and so on, to organize several days of conferences and actions in or near the host city. This broad and heterogeneous movement expresses itself through diverse street-level actions. The major social democratic organizations hold a unitary march supervised by a sturdy corps of marshals. Meanwhile, various militant groups carry out a number of disruptive actions. Black Blocs are organized on such occasions, often marching peacefully but ready to resort to physical force, depending on the context and their relative strength. Black Blocs have also been involved in mobilizations not directly connected with the alter-globalization movement. This was the case at the 2002 and 2009 NATO summits in Prague and Strasbourg respectively, and at the Republican Party convention in New York in August and September 2004. Black Blockers and Occupy activists at a demonstration during the Chicago NATO summit, May 20, 2012. The Black Bloc tactic can acquire a specific meaning, one that varies with the local cultural context. For instance, in Mexico in the 1990s, anarcho-punks were especially attracted to Black Bloc aesthetics, in particular, the wearing of masks, as this was also a feature of the Zapatista Army of National Liberation, even though the anarcho-punks' relationship with the Zapatistas was ambivalent. 27. Behind the masks. It is difficult to draw a precise sociological profile of the men and women who participate in Black Blocs, not just because they wear disguises, but also because no two Black Blocs are the same. While I am well aware that Black Blocs are neither homogeneous nor all alike, my own observations indicate that they are often composed mainly of young people and men. 28 Even in Western anti-fascist and anti-racist networks, Black Bloc members are overwhelmingly of European extraction, to the virtual exclusion of people of color. 29 While this can also be said of many political networks on the left, the direct actions specific to Black Blocs may give rise to an additional factor: immigrants and people of color are at greater risk when faced with repression. 30. The French sociologist Geoffrey Players has identified both thrill-seeking youths with low levels of political awareness and highly politicized activists among Black Bloc participants. 31 It is true that some individuals join a Black Bloc under the influence of their friends or out of conformism or a simple desire to vent repressed rage, but no one can force another to adopt this tactic, which is based on respecting the autonomy of all those taking part in it. Not all Black Bloc participants are self-declared anarchists. In Egypt, for instance, they may be political activists, or ultra fans or heavy metal fans. However, one commentator notes that THIRD itself remains in many ways the epitome of the ideas of horizontalism and self-organization that are at the core of modern anarchist theory and practice. 32. In their communiques, manifestos, and interviews, many Black Blocs have underscored the diversity of their membership. In Letter from Inside the Black Bloc, for example, published a few days after the demonstrations protesting the 2001 G8 summit in Genoa, Mary Black wrote, "Most folks I know who have used Black Bloc tactics have day jobs working for nonprofits. Some are school teachers, labor organizers, or students. Some don't have full-time jobs, but instead spend most of their time working for change in their communities. They start urban garden projects and bike libraries, they cook food for Food Not Bombs and other groups. These are thinking and caring folks who, if they did not have radical political and social agendas, would be compared with nuns, monks, and others who live their lives in service. There is a fair amount of diversity in who we are and what we believe. I've known folks in the Black Bloc who come from as far south as Mexico City and as far north as Montreal. I think that the stereotype is correct that we are mostly young and mostly white, although I wouldn't agree that we are mostly men. When I'm dressed from head to toe in baggy black clothes, and my face is covered up, most people think I'm a man too. The behavior of Black Bloc protesters is not associated with women, so reporters often assume we are all guys. 33. Accounts like this are apparently motivated by a wish to accurately portray Black Bloc members and in so doing to counter accusations that they are nothing but young delinquents with no political awareness. Self-representations like these give the lie to an all too frequent criticism of Black Blocs, that it is impossible for an activist to do two things at once or even one after the other, that is, take part in a riot and also organize within global or local movements that help exploited and marginalized people. 34. Statements like Mary Black's are also legitimizing moves, similar to one made in 2011 after an anti-cuts rally in London, when a Black Bloc participant identifying himself as a low-paid public sector worker told a Guardian reporter, "We saw plenty of nurses, education workers, tech workers, unemployed workers, students, campaigners and charity workers on the block." 35. Another stated, "You would be incredibly surprised by the demographic that uses Black Bloc tactics, in terms of age, gender, occupation. The media like to paint a picture of hooligans and thugs, mindless men on the rampage. It is simply not true. There are women and probably transgender people too. Some of the scariest looking anarchists work in jobs like social care and mental health. It doesn't come from a thuggish place." 36. Unexpectedly, the group portrait that emerges is one of responsible and reasonable citizens of both sexes. During the Quebec student strike of 2012, the mainstream media inveighed against the supposed infiltration of student demonstrations by Black Blocs. Here is how a group of anarchists among many responded to this claim in their Manifeste du Care Noir. "We are women and men. We are students. We are workers. We are unemployed. We are angry. We are not co-opting a strike. We have been part of the movement from the beginning, one of its facets, on a par with all the others. We do not infiltrate demonstrations, we help organize them, we bring them to life. We are not sabotaging the strike, we are an integral part of it, we help organize it, we make its heart beat." 37. Many of the people I interviewed were or had been social science students. In a number of cases, their research projects dealt with the political significance and consequences of demonstrations and direct actions, which suggests that their political involvement was grounded in serious political thinking. According to the communiqué put out by the Seattle Black Bloc in 1999, the majority of its members have been studying the effects of the global economy, genetic engineering, resource extraction, transportation, labor practices, elimination of indigenous autonomy, animal rights, and human rights, and we've done activism on these issues for many years. We are neither ill-informed nor unexperienced." 38. Most of the individuals I interviewed about the Black Blocs were seasoned activists or were active in various community or political organizations, or they helped produce political newspapers. 39 It bears repeating, however, that there is no uniform profile of the militants behind the black masks. A punk music fan does not necessarily participate in a black bloc. Conversely, a black blocker may dislike punk music or, for that matter, university. Many black blockers say that their use of force is the result of a political assessment based on their personal involvement in nonviolent actions that they came to see as inadequate at best. 41 Veteran militant who had joined various black blocs told me, the men and women I know who have taken part in a black bloc are all activists, some of them quite experienced. They are somehow disillusioned because they've concluded that peaceful methods are too limited and play into the hands of the powers that be. So to stop being victims, they decide to use violence. 41. Internal organization. It is possible that some black blocs are only gatherings of individuals who are content to march as a group in a demonstration or who take advantage of the relative anonymity afforded by their attire to carry out certain direct actions more or less randomly. In other words, a black bloc is not necessarily endowed with real, collective decision-making power. Like all anarchist groups, a black bloc attempts to function on an egalitarian and libertarian basis, without a hierarchy or any positions of authority. Whenever deliberation is possible, decisions are made collectively, each member can submit proposals and discuss those put forward by others. Consensus is considered preferable to voting, which is rare. The affinity group structure facilitates autonomous and prompt decision-making. The affinity group is a form of organization rooted in the Spanish anarchist tradition. 42 From the moment it was founded in 1927, the Federación Anarquista Ibérica operated through Grupos de Afinidad. Since then, this principle has been embraced by diverse political movements, including pacifists, feminists, and AIDS activists. An affinity group is generally composed of between a half dozen and several dozen individuals whose affinity results from ties that bind them, such as belonging to the same school, workplace, or political organization. Situated where friendship and political solidarity intersect, an affinity group can be thought of as a circle of militants who respect and trust one another. The coinage militant is used here to signify both the importance of friendship and the negation of the traditional image of the militant, that is, one whose actions and identity are largely determined by organizational allegiance. The concept of a militancy is in tune with the political mindset of the many contemporary anti-authoritarian activists who are unfamiliar with or opposed to traditional militancy, with its heavy emphasis on loyalty to the organization, party, union, and such, and its penchant for authoritarian structures and hierarchies based on participation and political experience. The primacy of friendship in affinity groups is conducive to egalitarian, deliberative, and consensual decision-making. It also facilitates the voluntary division of all tasks within and among affinity groups. A female member of the Black Bloc in Toronto in 2010 noted that, given the confusion and high level of tension prevailing when an action or a riot is underway, coordination is easier within an affinity group than between such groups. 43 Before a demonstration, taking into account the political context and the experience and disposition of each individual, the militants agree on what exactly they will be doing in the Black Bloc. A woman who participated in several Black Blocs in Quebec said that this form of organization provides a place, a safe space where individuals can gather, where they feel safer because people help each other and other people are helping behind the front lines. Some are alive to the call of the brick, others prefer to protect the group, especially by watching out for police infiltrators, media representatives, and peace police. 44. Careful consideration is also given to the potential consequences of being arrested for someone with vulnerable immigration status, family responsibilities, health problems, or a record of previous arrests, or who faces other issues. Individuals deemed unarrestable may volunteer for low-risk tasks, which can involve staying away from the action. Those militants who prefer not to engage in street actions may form affinity groups in charge of legal support in the event of arrests, or responsible for transportation, lodging, water and food supplies, media contacts, psychological support, and so on. Some groups may choose to engage in offensive actions and accordingly arm themselves with clubs, slingshots, billiard balls, even Molotov cocktails. For defensive actions, the equipment includes shields, chest protectors, gloves, shin guards, helmets, and gas masks. Some will carry out reconnaissance and communications operations using bicycles and walkie-talkies or cell phones. Others will act as medics, bringing relief to tear gas or pepper spray victims and administering first aid to the injured. Still others will maintain group morale with music and songs. A number of activists may simply join the Black Bloc in the street, wearing black clothes and masks, with no specific equipment or task but ready to improvise according to how the demonstration unfolds. Finally, the affinity group structure and the small size of certain black blocs enables activists to hold deliberative meetings minutes before the demonstration, as they did in Calgary during the mobilization against the Kananaskis G8 summit in June 2002, or even in the middle of a demonstration, as was the case during the marches against the G8 summit in Evian in June 2003. One participant in the blocking actions in an MSA part of the mobilization against the 2003 G8 summit, who herself engaged only in nonviolent civil disobedience, offered this analysis of the political dynamics among the protesters. I found it extraordinary that we could hold delegates' meetings right in the middle of the blocking action. There were barricades, fires had been lit, the police were slinging a lot of tear gas. And still, a meeting was called, with someone yelling, "Meeting in 10 minutes" near the road sign. The meeting took place barely a few hundred meters from where the police stood, and it allowed us to decide on our course of action. Everyone had the chance to inform the others of what the needs were. We need reinforcements against the police, we need help building the barricades, we should send people out to scouting, etc. So we were able to act dynamically in the midst of the action without just one person shouting, "We must do this or that." The police officers see you as a crowd and assume you're going to act like a crowd. The affinity group model disrupts that dynamic. You don't act like a crowd anymore but like a rational being. Affinity groups help us realize our own power. The police are still surprised and baffled by affinity groups. They're thinking, we have water cannons, tear gas, but here are these people who are supposed to run away, holding a meeting to decide what they're going to do. 45. Molotov cocktails are made before a general strike in Athens, May 5, 2010. In sum, black blocs function according to principles associated with the anarchist political tradition, such as freedom and equality. These principles are embodied in procedures and practices such as general assemblies and horizontal, non-hierarchical structures. This approach answers not just political but also moral needs. It can also be highly effective on the ground, making it possible in principle to transform an apparently irrational throng into a rational political actor aware of its choices and of the significance of its acts. In practice, though, affinity groups do not preclude any more than formal hierarchical structures do informal power games based on the charisma, experience, and skills of individual members or on their symbolic, cultural, and economic assets. However, unlike the situation in hierarchical organizations, people in an affinity group or a black bloc cannot use their informal power to acquire positions of vested authority through which they might augment their informal power with the formal variety. Allowing that informal leaders arise in all human groups. 46 black blocs have no chiefs whose official position would enable them to impose their will on subordinates. In addition, since black blocs are ephemeral, there are limited opportunities for any person to develop self-interested influence within the group. Some black blocs or component groups involve little or no formal, coordinated organization. At some demonstrations, for instance, individuals come to the gathering place in masks and black clothes and spontaneously set up a black bloc, that is, a group marching together as a compact unit without any prior collective decision-making. At times of direct action, one or more individuals may decide to act alone to graffiti a wall or hurl projectiles at a window or the police without consulting other members of the black bloc. Tactical diversity. On November 30, 1999, in Seattle, the Black Bloc targeted symbols of capitalism, bank branches and the retail outlets of large multinationals in the city's shopping district, far from the activists blocking the entrance to the WDO meeting. A subsequent Black Bloc communiqué listed some of these targets along with their political significance. Fidelity Investment, Bank of America, U.S. Bancorp, Key Bank, and Washington Mutual Bank, Old Navy, Banana Republic and The Gap, Nike Town and Levi's, McDonald's, Starbucks, Warner Brothers, Planet Hollywood. 47. The Canadian sociologist and activist Leslie J. Wood and other observers of direct actions have explained that the target is the message. 48. In other words, what renders such an action intelligible is its target. Because Black Blocs are autonomous, each being composed of different people acting in different circumstances, they do not always choose the same targets, nor do they always resort to force in demonstrations. In April 2000, during the marches in Washington against the IMF and World Bank, the Black Bloc focused its efforts on protecting nonviolent protesters under attack from the police. When the IMF and World Bank held a joint meeting in Prague in September of that year, a Black Bloc attempted unsuccessfully to force its way to the convention center, confronting a police barricade head-on with clubs, stones, and Molotov cocktails. A month later in Montreal, in the wake of a rally against a G20 summit, a very small Black Bloc drew a barrage of criticism because its members had flung various objects at the police from a position behind other protesters, a number of whom were hit by the projectiles and in some cases had their clothes stained by paint bombs. A Black Blocker testified to the same problem in the protest against the NATO summit in Strasbourg in 2009.49. In 2001 in Buffalo, a Black Bloc entered a poor neighborhood and collected the garbage. When bewildered reporters asked what they were doing, they explained, "You wrote that we would trash the town. We decided to pick up the trash." 50. Also in 2001, during the Free Trade Area of the Americas negotiations in Quebec City, several small Black Blocs stormed the security perimeter and fought with the police protecting it, but they also shielded other demonstrators from charging riot police. Elsewhere, Black Blocs have demonstrated peacefully, as on April 22, 2001, at the rallies in Washington for women's rights. Paul, a veteran of demonstrations in Europe, summed up the thinking that goes on in a Black Bloc before a decision is made on whether or not to use force. First, the purpose of the rally, the political motivation behind it. Next, the general situation of the political or social movement, the size of the crowd, its composition, the people you see in it. It's a gut feeling. You know from experience when a demonstration is going to get out of hand or, in different circumstances, that it would be better for it not to. Referring to the July 19, 2001, rally in Genoa during the G8 summit, where the demand was for freedom of movement and regularized status for political asylum seekers, Paul remarked that the demonstration stayed peaceful even though 1,000 people with masks were bringing up the rear. Peace was maintained because everyone knew it was too dangerous for. You can afford to spend the night in jail, but they can't. 51. Another Black Bloc marched peacefully in a demonstration in Calgary in June 2002, during the G8 summit in Kananaskis. Once again, this behavior was the outcome of rational political choices. The previous day, a general meeting had determined that the first part of the march would be nonviolent and that only during the second part would the use of force be acceptable. Midway through the demonstration, the Black Blockers deliberated and, recognizing their unfavorable position vis-a-vis the police, decided to continue to march peacefully through the streets of Calgary. On November 21, 2002, 3,000 anarcho-communists demonstrated at the NATO summit in Prague, where the military presence was overwhelming. Using force would have placed the demonstrators in a very hazardous situation due to their relative weakness. At one point, a police car wended its way into the march, heightening tensions. Sensing a provocation, the Black Bloc moved in to protect the vehicle from attacks, which would have prompted a brutal police response. By contrast, during the G8 summit in Evian, when not the slightest demonstration was underway, a black bloc of 100 individuals swarmed into Geneva's central shopping district on the evening of Saturday, May 31, 2003, when all was quiet, smashing windows, lobbing Molotov cocktails, and vanishing after a few minutes. Over the following days, black blocs took part in blocking actions in coordination with other groups of demonstrators. Then in June 2003, during the protests in Thessaloniki against the EU summit, black blockers split into two groups, those advocating a concentrated attack against the police, and those in favor of striking at symbols of capitalism in the city center. In the end, the black bloc confronted the police on the first day of demonstrations and targeted symbols of capitalism on the second. In Miami in November 2003, during a protest against high-level discussions on the free trade area of the Americas, the black bloc tried in vain to protect some giant puppets from the police, who spent 30 minutes destroying them after the routed demonstrators had abandoned them on Seaside Plaza. 52 At the major unitary rally protesting the Republican Party convention in New York in August 2004, black blockers marched without masks until the demonstration reached the convention venue, at which point they donned their masks and burned a giant puppet representing a dragon. The ensuing battle with the police lasted an hour. In June 2005, during the G8 summit in Scotland, a black bloc undertook a suicide march, which got underway before dawn, leaving the protesters' temporary, self-managed camp to draw police away from the many affinity groups that were deploying throughout the countryside to obstruct the highways at sunrise. After confronting several police barricades with clubs and stones and damaging property belonging to multinational corporations, the suicide march reached a highway and blocked it. Those are only a few examples of black blocs in recent years. This historical sketch amply illustrates the diversity of black bloc tactical choices, which often include marching alongside other protesters without engaging in any unconventional actions. Other blocs. Large demonstrations and mobilizations can encompass a wide variety of practices, carrying banners, flags, and placards, playing musical instruments, wearing masks and costumes, and so on. Also, unions and other participating organizations encourage their members to march together behind their official banners, and supply them with placards, T-shirts, and the like so as to heighten their visibility and sense of collective identity. And for those who favor confrontation but do not feel in tune with the black blocs, there are other types of blocs. The red blocs are made up of communists from an assortment of groups. They typically carry red flags bearing the hammer and sickle, at times with the portrait of Che Guevara or Mao Zedong, and follow their leaders' orders. Unlike black blocs with their affinity groups, red blocs have an authoritarian and hierarchical structure. Socialisme Maintenant, a French-language periodical of the Revolutionary Communist Party of Canada, disseminated instructions on how to form a red fist, a sort of affinity group composed of 5 comrades entrusted with a specific task during a demonstration, holding a banner, distributing leaflets and newspapers, or carrying out attacks against the police or symbolic targets. The red fist, these instructions added, does not determine on its own the task to which it will devote itself. 53. The white bloc, also known as the THIRD-WORLDISm, originated in the Italian social centers, that is, political squats, and remain very close to communist youth organizations, unemployed workers' movements, and the Zapatistas of Chiapas. Their white uniforms provide anonymity, just as black clothing does for the black blocs. Being advocates of offensive nonviolence, the THIRD-WORLDISm wear makeshift armor and advance with their arms linked, using the collective mass of their bodies to crash through police lines, occasionally throwing inner tubes as well. One political goal of the THIRD-WORLDISm is to overturn the dynamic whereby the media systematically blame the protesters whenever a demonstration gets out of hand. They therefore take great pains to ensure that the media have a clear view of their obviously defensive equipment. A THIRD-WORLDISm militant explains it this way. We wanted people to understand on which side lay reason, and which had started the violence. People can see images on the TV news that can't be manipulated, a mountain of bodies that advances, seeking the least harm possible to itself, against the violent defenders of an order that produces wars and misery. And the results are visible. People understand this. The journalists can't invent lies that contradict the images. Last but not least, the batons bounce off the padding. Point 54. The THIRD-WORLDISM first went into action in Prague in September 2000, but their most important battle took place in Genoa during the G8 summit in July 2001. Representatives of the THIRD-WORLDISM invited reporters to attend their training session at the Karlini Stadium, where they mobilized between 15,000 and 20,000 people, who then marched on the security fence, massed behind protective plexiglass panels mounted on wheels. In short order, the contingent was viciously attacked by the police. Some demonstrators chose to disperse, while others preferred to stand and fight. Similar groups have been created in Australia, Spain, Finland, and Great Britain. Point 55. However, since the failed action of 2001 in Genoa, this tactic has seldom been deployed. In addition to the black blocs and the THIRD-WORLDISM, there is a third type of bloc, variously referred to as pink blocs, pink and silver blocs, or carnival blocs. These bring together activists whose goal is to meld politics, art, and pleasure in a single action. They don zany, carnivalesque costumes, and enjoy blurring the boundaries of sexual identity. Point 56. Various tasks are taken on by different affinity groups: street theater and giant puppet shows, samba band performances, first aid, and so on. The Pink Blocs originated in Reclaim the Streets, a British group known for its anti-capitalist carnivals, and Rhythms of Resistance, a militant percussion group whose mobile, offensive approach has brought them into direct contact with police lines. Point 57. The Pink Bloc first made itself conspicuous in Prague in September 2000, when it succeeded in outflanking the police and came close enough to the convention center to force its evacuation and thus curtail a meeting of the IMF and the World Bank. In the United States, at the 2000 Republican and Democratic conventions, members of the group Billionaires for Bush and Gore dressed up in formal attire and handed out phony banknotes to the police to thank them for cracking down on dissidents. The police, meanwhile, were left bewildered by members of the revolutionary anarchist Clowns Bloc, who from atop their high-wheeled bicycles gave the Billionaires for Bush and Gore a drubbing. 58. A participant in a pink and black bloc surveys her surroundings at the National Equality March in Washington, D.C., October 11, 2009. During the EU summit in Göteborg in June 2001, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair referred to the protest movement that was making itself heard in the streets as an anarchist travelling circus. 59. Activists in London appropriated Blair's jibe, reproducing it on a banner for their May Day rallies. Others have taken it more literally and formed clown armies. The oldest such army is that of the Christiana Squad in Copenhagen, while the one that has recently attracted the most attention is the clandestine insurgent rebel clown army of Great Britain, which first deployed during the 2005 G8 summit in Scotland. 60. To quote from the clown army's own statement, "We are clowns because what else can one be in such a stupid world? Because inside everyone is a lawless clown trying to escape. Because nothing undermines authority like holding it up to ridicule." The statement continues, "We are an army because we live on a planet in permanent war, a war of money against life, of profit against dignity, of progress against the future. Because only an army can declare absurd war on absurd war." 61. Though they practice disruptive direct action, the clowns are averse to using force, which nevertheless did not prevent them from joining in the highway blocking actions that were part of the mobilization against the G8 summit in Scotland. 62. Rebel clowns were also active at the NATO summit in Strasbourg in 2009. Black blockers attempt to lure the police with donuts strung as if on fishing rods during the Quebec student strike, Montreal, 2012. Although more rare, book blocks were formed during the 2010 student mobilizations in Italy and later by protesters in Great Britain and Oakland. This action involved establishing a line of defense during a demonstration using handmade shields in the shape of books, with the titles and sometimes the authors' names visible on the front. 63. In front-line confrontations with the police, book blockers have worn helmets as well. In some, the various militant tactics, though not always in harmony with one another, contribute to the idea of tactical diversity. The boundaries between the different blocks are porous, which allows for hybrid experiences. In 2005 in Scotland, the Black Bloc, as previously mentioned, took part in a suicide march to divert the police's attention from the battalions of clowns and their allies that had scattered into the woods, re-emerging later throughout the countryside to block the highways. Later, the clowns surrounded the police who had encircled the Black Bloc, ridiculing and distracting them. 64 During the 2003 G8 summit in Evian, a 1,500-strong Pink Bloc coordinated its blocking actions in Lausanne with a Black Bloc of 500 individuals. 65 In November 2001, during the joint meeting of the IMF and the World Bank in Ottawa, the environmentalist collective Living River, which practices pagan rituals in demonstrations and counts the feminist Starhawk among its members, formed a solidarity circle around a Black Bloc to protect it from the police. Waving scarves, the boisterous band stepped in between the police and the Black Bloc, allowing the latter to slip away. 66. The contours of the blocks are sometimes hazy. In Montreal on March 7, 2004, during a Unitary International Women's Day march, the Pink Panthers, a queer affinity group, organized a pink bloc whose participants, male and female alike, wore brightly colored clothes and pink masks. 67 Despite the marshals' attempts to intimidate them, they succeeded in staging a kiss-in front of the rostrum to attest to the queer element within the women's movement. The manifestations that took place during the 2012 Quebec student strike saw hundreds of women and men marching half-naked. Some of the women's faces were hidden behind black masks so that they could walk in the streets at once nude and incognito, in an improbable Black Bloc incarnating both force and vulnerability. Finally, Black Blocs are far from alone in sometimes resorting to force during demonstrations. Indeed, they often find themselves amid a welter of affinity groups and individuals that are attacking symbolic targets, or flinging tear gas canisters back at the police and showering them with projectiles. There are also individuals, alone or in affinity groups, who choose to make their political opinions known through the use of force, but without wearing black. For example, to protest against the December 2000 meeting of EU heads of state in Nice, demonstrators assailed businesses and banks and confronted the police without forming a Black Bloc. In Quebec City in April 2001, very few of the people who took down a section of the security fence were dressed in black. And during the 2012 student strike in Quebec, Black Blocs sometimes went into action simultaneously with other people who, though not identifiable as Black Blockers, also stood up to the police. With the other protesters, the Black Bloc formed a line of confrontation and hurled rocks at the police. That is what happened at the riot that erupted when the Quebec Liberal Party held its convention in Victoriaville. During the same student strike, small groups in Black Bloc attire demonstrated in Montreal waving the Quebec flag, denoting nationalist sentiments at variance with the anarchist ideology generally associated with the Black Blocs. Moreover, women and men who come to demonstrations with the firm intention of marching peacefully may decide to use force after witnessing police violence or experiencing it themselves. Sociologists studying the interaction between demonstrators and police officers have repeatedly observed and analyzed the provocative effect of police actions. 68 This effect appears to have been at work a number of times in recent years, the events in Genoa being the most dramatic case in point. There, a vast number of initially nonviolent demonstrators ended up responding to the indiscriminate violence of repressive forces. The Black Blocs and their allies adapt their actions to the immediate situation and keep their options open, based on the political sensibilities, reasoning, and experience of each individual regarding the appropriate means for expressing political convictions. 69. Chapter 2. Political violence. Violence means working for 40 years, getting miserable wages and wondering if you ever get to retire. Violence means state bonds, robbed pension funds and the stock market fraud. Violence means unemployment, temporary employment. Violence means work accidents. Violence means being driven sick because of hard work. Violence means consuming psych drugs and vitamins in order to cope with exhausting working hours. Violence means working for money to buy medicines in order to fix your labor power commodity. Violence means dying on ready-made beds in horrible hospitals, when you can't afford bribing. Proletarians from the occupied headquarters of the General Confederation of Greek Workers, Athens, December 2008. All ideologies and, for that matter, religions have found ways to justify and encourage the violence of their followers whenever it has been considered necessary, so it should not surprise us that anarchists and Black Bloc members have sometimes employed force to defend and further their ideas. Liberalism, nationalism, Marxism-Leninism, fascism, and Christianity, each in its own way, and far more frequently than anarchism, have all resorted to assassination, often of anarchists. Hence, the association of the terms anarchism and anarchist with chaos and bloody violence has always been questionable, especially because not every anarchist supports the use of force. Indeed, some adhere to nonviolence, at times dogmatically. 1. A case in point is the somewhat surrealistic debate on the distinction between violence and nonviolence that took place among Boston anarchists in 1978. The anti-nuclear organization Clamshell Alliance was planning a massive occupation of the Seabrook nuclear power plant construction site about 50 kilometers from Boston. After the initial occupation in April 1977, when 1,414 activists were arrested, a steel fence had been erected around the site, and the anarchist affinity group Hard Rain proposed bringing bolt cutters to open a breach in the barrier. A number of activists opposed the idea on the grounds that using a cutter would amount to culpable violence, which would alienate individuals, thus deterring them from joining in the action, and provide an excuse for police repression. As an alternative to cutting the fence, thus destroying private property, it was proposed that the protesters climb over it or dig a tunnel underneath. 2. However, the members of Hard Rain argued that overly symbolic actions risked distancing the anti-nuclear movement from working-class people, who were more prepared to confront the police than many members of the coalition. The anti-cutter faction won the day, but they did not succeed in organizing the occupation and ultimately settled for a rally outside the enclosure. A few months later it was decided to stage another occupation, and this time to bring bolt cutters. The fence was breached, but behind it stood a line of police officers, whom the activists chose not to confront. All of this illustrates the deeply ethical mindset prevailing in anarchist networks. Faced with the almost infinite power of a nuclear facility and the repressive power of the police assigned to protect it, these militants spent many hours debating whether the use of bolt cutters to open a fence would constitute an act of violence. The defenders of other ideologies often have had fewer qualms about using devices vastly more destructive than bolt cutters. The only people ever to have given the order for atomic bombs to be dropped on cities Hiroshima and Nagasaki were liberals. Actually, many anarchists consider nonviolence more legitimate than the use of force, which for them is justifiable only under exceptional circumstances. Among the most influential anarchist thinkers there is no consensus on the use of violence. Mikhail Bakunin and Errico Malatesta are the anarchist theorists most directly identified with the notion of armed revolution. Both took part in a number of insurrections throughout Europe. By contrast, William Godwin, the English philosopher and a forerunner of anarchism, believed in the virtues of education and that to change the world one must change mentalities. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon promoted education and advocated electoral and parliamentary action. In his later years, he proposed that workers organize themselves immediately on an egalitarian and libertarian basis rather than strive to overthrow the state. Emma Goldman and Peter Kropotkin changed their positions several times, though both consistently pointed out that anarchist violence is a great deal less deadly than that of the state. Voltairine de Cleyre noted that all ideologies find ways to justify the lethal violence of their supporters. Leo Tolstoy dogmatically repudiated all forms of violence and was a powerful influence on the strategic choices of Mahatma Gandhi, the preeminent nonviolent activist of the 20th century, who, though not an anarchist, had read Kropotkin's works and had respect for anarchism. 3. Notwithstanding the special connection that is widely believed to exist between political assassinations and anarchists, followers of every political ideology have been involved in such attacks. Dissenting Christians encouraged the assassination of corrupt monarchs and sometimes carried out those acts. Henry III of France was killed by Jacques Clement, a Dominican friar, on August 1, 1589. 10 years later, the Spanish Jesuit Mariana wrote in his De Regiti Regis Institutione, that everyone can kill and deprive him of life and power. In 1610, François Ravaillac, who dreamed of joining the Jesuits, stabbed Henry IV to death. Anti-monarchists, too, have assassinated heads of state. Charles I of England, in 1649, and Louis XVI of France, in 1793, were decapitated during moments of revolutionary ferment. Carlos I of Portugal was shot to death in 1908. No anarchists took part in the assassinations of Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, or in the failed attempts on the lives of Ronald Reagan, Charles de Gaulle, and John Paul II. Many heads of state have been assassinated in the wake of a coup d'état or a revolution, among them Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso, and Nikolai and Elena Ceausescu in Romania. No anarchists were involved in those killings. The Red Brigades, who assassinated the Italian Prime Minister Aldo Moro in 1978, were Marxist-Leninists. In India, Mahatma Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, and finally her son Rajiv Gandhi were killed without the slightest involvement of anarchists. Egyptian President Anwar Sadat was murdered by Islamist soldiers of his own army, and Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was killed by a Jewish nationalist. Nationalists of all stripes have assassinated far more heads of state than anarchists. The presidents of Rwanda and Burundi lost their lives on April 6, 1994, when their airplane was brought down by a missile. The Rwandan Prime Minister was killed the following day by soldiers of the regular armed forces. These actions plunged the region into genocide. Add to this list state-sponsored terrorism and as well as the attempts, successful or not, on the lives of heads of state directly or indirectly orchestrated by, for instance, the United States, Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, Salvador Allende, Muammar Gaddafi, and others. As part of their war on terrorism, the United States today practices targeted killings often by drones of the leaders of Islamist networks in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and elsewhere. And for years, the Israeli armed forces have been eliminating Palestinian leaders through targeted killings. The official history of modern liberal states is replete with violent direct actions carried out by individuals who today are hailed as heroes for having furthered the cause of freedom, equality, and justice. On December 16, 1773, when North America was still under Britain's imperial yoke, colonists in Boston donned disguises to avoid recognition, slipped into the harbor in canoes, boarded 3 ships, and dumped their cargoes of tea into the water. These vandals destroyed several tons of merchandise to denounce the taxes imposed by Great Britain on imported goods and the Crown's financial subsidies to the East India Company. This was, in a sense, direct action in support of free trade. At the time, the British colonial authorities and moderate American patriots like George Washington saw this as little more than vandalism and illegitimate violence. Today, however, the patriots who staged the Boston Tea Party are regarded as heroes of the movement that led to the independence of the United States of America. Similarly, the French Revolution involved a multitude of direct actions, the most renowned of course being the storming of the Bastille prison in Paris by a large crowd on July 14, 1789. Bastille Day was later proclaimed the French national holiday and to this day is celebrated with great pomp by the President of the Republic and the armed forces. All of this prompted a woman who took part in the Black Bloc in Toronto in 2010 to deplore the hypocrisy of bourgeois states call us terrorists, while celebrating, for instance, July 4 in the United States and July 14 in France, dates that marked the culmination of bloody revolutions for almost all of today's liberal regimes, which claim to embody values of freedom, equality, and justice, were founded through acts far more violent than the direct actions carried out by present-day activists. The United States, after winning its War of Independence, conquered the Native Americans through a series of wars. Modern France emerged as a result of several revolutions, not to mention colonialist wars. Liberalism was imposed on Germany through a military conquest, and on Japan with the help of atomic bombs. Once established, the liberal state strives to inculcate the population with the idea that it alone is entitled to employ political violence. Political authorities organize public events to underscore their claims to a monopoly on violence. The major international summits are examples of this. They serve as opportunities for these leaders to deploy thousands of heavily armed and highly visible police officers. Honor guards, shouldering arms in full dress uniform, greet foreign dignitaries as they step out of their airplanes to the sound of national anthems, many of which glorify martial values. Some examples: perilous fight and bombs bursting in air amid battle's confusion, followed by the rallying cry "Then conquer we must," in the Star-Spangled Banner, "Thy arm ready to wield the sword in O Canada," and, of course, the bloodthirsty refrain of La Marseillaise, which calls for the impure blood of the enemy to water our furrows. Briefly put, claims to a monopoly on violence underpin the state's political authority. This authority, however liberal the state may be, ultimately rests on the violence of its police and armed forces. Western governments and their supporters go so far as to back groups engaging in violent direct actions against enemy regimes. Two well-known examples, from the 1980s, were the armed militias of freedom fighters the Mujahideen of Afghanistan and the Contras of Nicaragua, funded and armed by the United States. The CIA produced and distributed a manual for freedom fighters that instructed Nicaraguans opposed to the socialist Sandinista regime on how to make Molotov cocktails and use them to attack police stations. 5 Liberal politicians and journalists have often shown sympathy and respect for rioters confronting police forces in foreign states. In 1989, for example, a crowd of youths battered the Berlin Wall with sledgehammers. 6 Not one Western journalist or observer tried to minimize the political import of these violent acts by depicting the men and women committing them as drunken, thrill-seeking young rioters or thugs. Conservatives, too, have resorted to direct action when political authorities make decisions contrary to their interests. On the night of April 24, 1849, in Montreal, then the capital of Canada, the Parliament building was set ablaze by an angry mob that also sabotaged the city's firefighting equipment and attacked the governor's entourage. The crowd was composed almost exclusively of members of the city's Anglo elite. Over the following days, the Prime Minister's residence was attacked twice. The Cyrus Hotel, where the inquiry into the torching of Parliament was underway, was also set on fire. The vandals in this case were reacting to Parliament's decision to compensate French-Canadian victims of repression in the aftermath of the Republican Patriots' failed uprising of 1837–38. It is worth noting, moreover, that Montreal's Anglo elite was all the more enraged because for a number of years the British government had been threatening to drive many of its members into bankruptcy with a free trade policy that would deprive Canadian exporters of preferential tariffs in British markets. 7 More recently, in France in the early months of 2013, hundreds of thousands marched in opposition to a new law allowing same-sex marriage. The demonstrations ended in riots, with groups of homophobes and neo-fascists attacking journalists and throwing stones and bottles at the police. Finally, turning to religious mythology, one finds, once again, heroes who are perfectly ready to destroy commercial property. According to legend, Jesus drove the Jerusalem merchants from the temple with a whip and cast their money and ritual offerings on the ground. This is the act that is reputed to have convinced the Jewish religious authorities that Jesus had gone too far and deserved the death penalty. 8. It is true that over a century ago, anarchists did assassinate several reigning monarchs and presidents. Their primary purpose was to avenge the deaths of comrades and workers at the hands of executioners, police officers, or strike breakers, by singling out the political figures deemed responsible for the bloody repression. Anarchists also expressed solidarity with far-left, vaguely Marxist and libertarian terrorist groups that in the 1960s and 1970s were active in Germany, Italy, and France and that were involved to varying degrees in the assassination of politicians, military officers, and the heads of major corporations. In every case, the terrorists' ultimate aspiration of seeing the masses rise up in a great revolutionary surge was never realized, and the ensuing repression inflicted on the protest movement as a whole was exceedingly harsh. Indeed, certain voices on the left and the far left have warned black blockers against the temptation of terrorism. 9. Regarding terrorist organizations, activists appear to have drawn some lessons from past experience. Safayan, who in recent years participated in political riots in Europe, declares his solidarity with the members of France's now defunct Action Directe, but adds that we don't agree with what they did. We're sufficiently aware of global political history over the past 50 years to avoid repeating the same mistakes. 10. But on May 5, 2010, during a massive demonstration in Athens against the government's austerity policies, a group of anarchists threw a Molotov cocktail at a bank despite efforts by other anarchists to dissuade them. 3 bank employees died of asphyxiation. In the wake of this event, anarchist collectives published many texts. Notwithstanding rumors that the assailants had actually been agents provocateurs belonging to the police, some anarchists made no effort to distance themselves from the attack, stating that Greek society was in the grip of a social war in which there was no neutral position and that bank employees were not altogether blameless. In many other texts, however, the authors sought to dissociate themselves from the lethal attack, using one of 2 lines of argument. The first position, representing a minority, was that anarchism had become too dogmatic and must be abandoned and replaced by post-anarchism, that is, an anarchism unfettered by dogmatic references to the historical workers' movement and the revolutionary myth. The second, endorsed by the majority of organizations associated with official anarchism, accepted a share of the responsibility for what had transpired, inasmuch as they viewed themselves as guardians of the anarchist tradition and regretted having let the activists who had torched the bank assume a militant posture that amounted to little more than rioting, the fetishizing of violence, and the adoption of what in effect was an anti-society attitude. A few of the texts rebuked the anarcho-patriarchs for taking up too much space in the movement, thereby alienating younger militants, who then chose to play at rioting. 11 Overall, the vast majority of Greek anarchists felt that the attack on the bank had not been intended to cause death, but neither was it a model of successful or indeed desirable action. 12. Still in Greece, some activists, such as the members of the Revolutionary Struggle Organization, claimed in 2011, in a communiqué from prison, that armed struggle is over time an integral part of the revolutionary movement of the struggle and social revolution. That armed struggle is more suitable and necessary than ever, especially under the current conditions of economic crisis. In their communiqué, Polarupa, Kostas Kourinas, and Nikos Mitsotakis explained that they come from the anarchist milieu and have many years of experience participating in mass events, demonstrations, squats, in clashes in the streets and assemblies, as well as, some of us, experience of participating in collectives and groups. 13. Although a few proposals made by Black Bloc supporters lean toward a clandestine, rather hierarchical organization moving in the direction of armed struggle, and even a military-style mass organization, 14 activists by and large seem critical of this sort of approach. In the words of a militant who acknowledges having confronted police and destroyed some symbols of capitalism, armed struggle is elitist activity conducted by a small group meeting in secret. This is bullshit, we will all do it for ourselves. 15. Even those who feel, for example, that capital is waging war against us, and that the deadly structural violence of the system is equivalent to a kind of social war, do not stockpile weapons or pursue training in how to use them, apart from a few Molotov cocktails. Today's anarchists may talk or dream about revolution, but they are not preparing for one. In reality, and despite a genuine renewal, anarchism remains a relatively weak social movement, one that gave up the armed struggle long ago and whose actions are incomparably less violent than those of the state. Still, Anarchist discourse in analytical texts, pamphlets, songs, and graffiti abounds with calls to revolt against the police, the state, and capitalism. The Anarchist Youth Network of Britain and Ireland declared in 2003, "We want to destroy government and rich people's privileges. Capitalism must be fought in the streets." 16. That is why there is also a tendency to associate the Black Bloc with insurrectionary anarchism, which valorizes sabotage and rioting, echoing the discourse of Alfredo M. Bonanno in Armjoy, or of the coming insurrection by the Commite Invisible. To quote the pamphlet, some notes on insurrectionary anarchism. As anarchists, the revolution is our constant point of reference. Precisely because it is a concrete event, it must be built daily through more modest attempts which do not have all the liberating characteristics of the social revolution in the true sense. These more modest attempts are insurrections. The passage from the various insurrections limited and circumscribed to revolution can never be guaranteed in advance by any method. What the system is afraid of is not these acts of sabotage in themselves, so much as their spreading socially. 17. In a more poetic vein, following the demonstrations against the G8 in Germany in 2007, a communiqué put out by two anarchists of the Callous Brigade under the title A. Anti-Capitalista declared. Similar to love, a riot can sometimes take us by surprise, when we think we are not prepared, but if we have an open disposition, a riot, like love, will allow us to seize opportunities and situations. It would be futile to say that we can prepare a riot, though we can at least prepare for riots, do what it takes to help ignite the fire. 18. Is political violence effective? Ideological and moral debates aside, history and sociology unfortunately provide no clear answer to the question of the political effectiveness of social movements, demonstrations, and tactics, whether violent or non-violent. Analyses of this issue are rare and their results inconsistent. 19. Stephen E. Barkin and Lynn L. Snowden conclude that with regard to collective actions, since we can't know for sure what the difference is between violence and non-violence, we can't determine the best strategies for achieving the changes that protest groups seek. 20. The debate over violent versus non-violent tactics is all the more inevitable because it is extremely difficult to agree on the criteria for judging the effectiveness of a social movement or even a demonstration. 21. What is the measure of a demonstration's success? The degree of attention received from political leaders, the general public, the media? The extent to which the political and economic life of the city or country is disrupted? The fact, however shocking, of being arrested or even beaten by the police, something that Gandhi and his supporters invited at times so as to expose the dark side of the rule of law. The increased personal prestige of the demonstration's organizers. Furthermore, beyond any single demonstration, how can the broader objectives of a social movement be defined? If one considers, for example, the movement against capitalist globalization, is the goal to bring down capitalism or to reform it? If the latter, will the actions of the Black Blocs and their allies hinder the nonviolent activists demanding reforms, or will such actions, because they are so high profile, exert pressure on the political authorities to the point of hastening reforms? Is it a matter, finally, of exchanging one political elite for another, more specifically, of replacing the current leaders with spokespersons for major organizations in the alter globalization movement or anti-austerity campaigns? With regard to anarchists' collective mobilization, Randall Emster says that one might also be concerned about the utility of disruptive tactics, cultural changes rather than only political or economic ones, the directionality of change rather than only just specific outcomes, the reclamation of space for movement activities, changing the salience of issues in the public debate, reframing the meanings of terms and interactions, focusing on the empowerment and identity constructions of movement actors, highlighting the worthiness and commitment of participants, the creation of a credible threat to established authorities, and the level of repression experienced by the movement, either overtly or covertly. 22. In any case, the effectiveness of a militant action or a social movement must always be examined. Was it able to mobilize people? Increase media exposure? Shift the balance of power vis-a-vis one's enemies. Win over allies and play a leading role among them. Provide an example for the populations one claims to represent. Obtain more resources through public funding. Affect the outcome of elections. In addition, the effectiveness of a social movement or a demonstration must be determined in relation to the heterogeneity of the participants, who will view that effectiveness differently depending on whether they are new to the movement, veterans of autonomous activism, volunteers in a militant organization, employees of a community association, militants dreaming of a career in a political party, individuals with official titles in their organizations, and so forth. Academics and militant leaders, however, tend to conceive of effectiveness in terms of systemic gains, that is, stronger representation in official institutions and a greater share of collective resources. Point 23. The tendency to reduce a movement's effectiveness to its potential for bringing its representatives into the decision-making process of the institutions overseeing economic globalization is precisely why organization leaders are inclined to condemn the Black Blocs. This dynamic is not unique to the alter globalization movement. Francis Pavin and Richard Cloward, as well as other sociologists, have described how the self-proclaimed leaders of a social movement are likely to keep its members disciplined so that the official political elite will acknowledge the leaders as the only responsible and respectable representatives of the movement. Point 24. Yet ironically, the direct actions of the Black Blocs and their allies may have positive effects for the reformists who are so ready to censure them. For the actions indeed, the very existence of the Black Blocs and their allies have the potential to send shockwaves through the entire political sphere, obliging officials and reformist office holders to reposition themselves, and engendering debates, struggles, and shifts in alliances, strategies, and orientations that can transform the economic and political status quo, give rise to negotiations, and ultimately generate reforms. Reforms brought about by radical actions a paradox? Not really. Indeed, the use of force by certain components of a broad social movement can benefit the very people who condemn this tactical choice. The classic examples of Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King are enlightening in this regard. Official history ascribes great political and moral wisdom to these two celebrated advocates of nonviolent direct action. They are often described as having triumphed solely through nonviolent practices. Yet each was part of a vast movement encompassing political actors who did resort to force and who carried out armed assaults against the police and the military. Would nonviolent activists have succeeded on their own, without the violence of their allies, in driving the British colonizers from India or checking racial segregation in the United States? 25 examples from the feminist and labor movements are equally illuminating. As discussed earlier, feminists of the early 20th century, despite their marked penchant for nonviolent action, sometimes resorted to force, setting fire to mailboxes and churches, breaking store windows, occupying polling stations, and destroying election ballot boxes and ballots. Around the same time, Union militants, in the face of often bloody police and military repression, engaged in violent actions that punctuated the labor movement's campaigns for political rights and decent working conditions. As Emmeline Pankhurst recalled about the 1880s, the very early days of the suffragist movement, not one woman took counsel with herself as to how and why the agricultural laborers had won their franchise. They had won it, as a matter of fact, by burning hayricks, rioting, and otherwise demonstrating their strength in the only way that English politicians can understand. The threat to march 100,000 men to the House of Commons unless the bill was passed played its part also in securing the agricultural laborer his political freedom. But no woman suffragist noticed that. Point 26. It is quite plausible that in all these cases the pressure generated by violent actions prompted the political authorities to seriously consider accepting a certain degree of emancipation with a view to isolating and neutralizing more easily those involved in such actions. In this way, the use of force may have contributed to India's independence, the end of racial segregation in the United States, and the relative emancipation of women and workers in the West. Seen in that light, the use of force in the political arena may well be an effective way to engender debate and change in situations that at first glance seem immutable. Be that as it may, since the beginning of the alter globalization movement it has not been at all clear what effect, if any, peaceful mobilizations and protests have had on neoliberalism and capitalism. Ward Churchill, in his study Pacifism as Pathology, warns against dogmatic advocates of nonviolence, who willingly labor under the pathological illusion that a candlelight vigil in front of, for example, the headquarters of the War Department, is an effective way to stop a war. The anarchist activist Tammy Kavish, who marched with the Black Bloc at the Toronto G20 summit, has stated, "The pacifist position is accepted without question, while advocates of more aggressive tactics are put on the defensive. We need to turn the debate on its head given the severity of the situation we face, in light of the pervasive nature of the systems of domination and oppression that we oppose, and acknowledging the pressing need for an intensification of our struggle, we need to begin asking ourselves if nonviolence can be justified." Point 27. In the current non-revolutionary context, radicals, instead of biding their time while they watch for the advent of a new world, fight in the existing world to open up and enlarge spaces of freedom, equality, and justice. Activists may find this frustrating inasmuch as it bespeaks their lack of control over the potentially reformist repercussions of their political actions. But so it goes for any political actor in a complex world. Point 28. Outside the debates in the alternative media, however, the message of this political violence remains generally misunderstood. Considering how they are vilified by the mainstream media, which, at the same time, massively promote consumerism, the Black Blocs and their allies will have to carry out many more direct actions for material goods to lose their sacred status and for Black Blockers to make a difference on the political scene. Yet the Black Blocs have garnered some sympathetic responses. Indeed, their actions have sometimes been praised by those nonviolent protesters who realize that force is sometimes necessary to boost the visibility and dynamism of progressive campaigns. Black Blocs are often accompanied by dozens or even hundreds of demonstrators whose presence testifies to their symbolic, moral, and political support. This was the case, for instance, when radical feminist blocs waved black and purple flags at the Toronto G20 summit in 2010 and during the May Day demonstration in Montreal in 2012. A journalist covering the no-TOF protests in Italy in 2011 quoted an elderly lady on the subject of the Black Blocs, "They may be anarchist, but we should thank them anyway because they are doing something for us." 29. The target is the message. Protest is never organized haphazardly, its targets are always chosen for their symbolic value. Clement Barrett interviewed participants in political riots in Europe and reported that all the subjects asserted that targets were chosen because of the symbolic weight attributed to them. Almost all stressed that certain ethical principles were applied to the destruction, with respect to the projected image of the riot as well as personal, political, and social morals. 30. On the subject of the Black Bloc presence at the Occupy Oakland rally, an anonymous commentator observed, "To the pleasure of a great majority of the several hundred demonstrators, an active minority within the march set about attacking a series of targets: Chase Bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Whole Foods, the UC office of the President. The choice of these targets seems intuitive to anyone attuned to the political climate of Oakland. The banks attacked are responsible for tens of thousands of foreclosures in Oakland alone. Despite any number of reasons to destroy these places, the remarkable point of these attacks was that no justification was necessary. As each pane of glass fell to the floor and each ATM was put out of service, cheers would consistently erupt." In 1999, at the height of neoliberal prosperity, participants in the Black Bloc at the Seattle WTO summit issued a communiqué detailing the crimes of their targets. A dozen years and a worldwide crisis later, such an indictment would seem silly. Everyone hates these places. 31. On principle, Black Blocs do not strike community centers, public libraries, the offices of women's committees, or even small independent businesses. Their attacks focus on the soulless premises of large corporations. Again, the target is the message. Critics of the Black Blocs have often pointed out that amid all the confusion, small independent businesses have been attacked. In his article The Cancer of Occupy, Chris Hedges asserts that groups of Black Bloc protesters, for example, smashed the windows of a locally owned coffee shop in November in Oakland and looted it. 32. Admittedly, the targets of Black Bloc actions are not always emblematic of the state or of corporate capitalism. On May Day 2013, in Seattle, the police broke up a demonstration and some protesters reacted by smashing windows, including those of a local bar named Bill's off Broadway. According to an observer, activists were saying, "I'd gladly smash a Bank of America window, but I'd never, and I don't know anyone who would ever want to break the window of a neighborhood bar or pizzeria." What the hell happened there? Then who did it? Was it random free agents with no political consciousness, or was it demonstrators who forgot the targeted part of targeted property damage? In any case, a group named the Anarchists of Puget Sound sent this message: "We support everything that happened last night but feel that it is our responsibility to support our neighborhood small businesses as well. We would like to throw a benefit for Bill's Off-Broadway and other small businesses to help them with the cost of replacing their windows." 33. My own observations are that it is quite exceptional for Black Blockers to smash the windows of small shops. In any case, it is prudent to investigate further before concluding that merely gratuitous violence was involved. In Montreal, for example, the glass door of a pizzeria was broken during a demonstration. What came to light a few days later was that several police officers had taken shelter in the restaurant after apprehending a protester and that the Black Bloc had been attempting to free their comrade. In Strasbourg in April 2009, a Black Bloc threw a Molotov cocktail at an Ibis hotel. Why, I asked myself, notwithstanding that Ibis is a major international hotel. Several years later, from a pamphlet about that specific mobilization, I learned why the activists had considered it a legitimate target. The hotel had housed journalists attending the official NATO meeting, police were hiding in it to spy on protesters, and it was regularly making a profit from refugees who were in the process of being expelled. 34 Concerning the incident in Oakland, the graphic journalist Susie Cagle explained, the local coffee shop vandalism Hedges contends was committed by Black Bloc was in fact one window of a corporate coffee chain smashed, and by someone not wearing a mask, not wearing black. 35. For 3 days in April 2009, thousands of protesters in Strasbourg, some peaceful, some militant, marked the 60th anniversary of NATO. Over the years, more and more witnesses have come forward to recount that Black Blocs have often protected other demonstrators against police assaults. During the debate in the United States about the presence of Black Blocs in Occupy movement demonstrations, a journalist activist declared, "I have seen Black Blocs arresting their comrades, without hurting anyone or anything. I have seen them returning tear gas canisters from whence they came in order to mitigate the suffering of children and elderly protesters in their midst." 36. During the Quebec student strike of 2012, a number of statements on the web thanked the Black Blocs for protecting or rescuing demonstrators from police brutality. A 67-year-old man posted this comment on the blog of Jean-François Lisée, a well-known Quebec journalist and politician. "Yesterday my wife and I went to join the young people in the streets. A police officer called my wife an old bag, so I went over to give him a piece of my mind and he pepper sprayed me. A Black Bloc member came to help me and splashed a liquid on my eyes that eased the pain. Before, I was afraid of the young masked Black Blockers. Not anymore. Now I'm afraid of the young masked officers of the SPVM." 37. Similarly, after seeing the Black Bloc lob tear gas canisters back at the police, erect barricades, and provide first aid to the injured, a female protester wrote on Facebook, "I didn't hear anyone thank the members of the Black Bloc and the other radicals who had the courage to put themselves between the police and the population. Thank you. I refuse to condemn you. I hope you won't have to intervene again. I would like for your presence to be unnecessary. But you are actually the last defensive wall for people trying to exercise their democratic rights." 38. A Black Blocker kicks a tear gas canister back at police during the Quebec Liberal Party Congress of May 4, 2012, Victoriaville, Quebec. Heart attack protest against the 2010 Olympics, Granville Street, Vancouver, Canada, February 13, 2010. Anarchist violence and respect for tactical diversity. The violence versus nonviolence debate is a perennial source of tension in progressive and radical circles, where the ethics of using force are of greater concern than they apparently are for the political elites, including liberals. In the early 1990s, the expression fluffy vs spiky was how English-speaking activists characterized the debate. 39 In those oversimplified terms, the black blocs are of course quintessentially spiky. In reality, however, such distinctions are moot. In 2000, during the anti-IMF/World Bank rally in Prague, the Black Bloc brought a beach ball 4 meters across to play with the water cannon, but it also threw Molotov cocktails at the police. 40 At the same event, a member of the Tactical Frivolity Collective, composed of women disguised as giant fairies and associated with the pink and silver bloc, expressed her weariness with the fluffy vs spiky debate. One might have expected her to categorically condemn all violence. Instead she wondered, what is violence anyway when the state is, like, killing people every day, man? And the people in the World Bank eat third world babies for breakfast, so if they get bricked then, hey, that's their fault. 41. Yet it is not unusual for debates, shouting matches, and even scuffles to break out among protesters, with violent activists being laid into by nonviolent activists, or the peace police as they were dubbed in a communique from one section of the Black Bloc of N30 in Seattle, sent out on the web after the demonstrations in 1999. To quote from that communique, on at least 6 separate occasions, so-called nonviolent activists physically attacked individuals who targeted corporate property. Some even went so far as to stand in front of the Nike Town Superstore and tackle and shove the Black Bloc away. 42. More than 10 years later, during the Occupy rally in Oakland, Black Blockers were jostled by nonviolent demonstrators, one of whom threatened them with martial arts moves. More recently, during the Quebec student strike of 2012, nonviolent protesters assaulted members of the Black Bloc, manhandling them or tackling them from behind and pinning them to the ground. 2 demonstrators were even proud to tell the media, with reference to broken windows, "We don't want that. Okay, so in the streets tonight we're taking the law into our own hands." 43. Those peace police activists were clearly authoritarian and repressive in their efforts to impose nonviolence by force. But does this mean that a group of a few dozen militants can legitimately use force against symbols of capitalism or the police during a demonstration at the risk of turning the thousands of other protesters into targets of police violence? For a few of the mobilizations that took place around 2000, it was proposed to identify certain areas of the city by colors so as to allow different types of demonstrations to be held simultaneously. This was done at the Reclaim the Street rally in London on June 18, 1999, at the first Global Day of Action called by People's Global Action, an anti-capitalist network founded in Geneva in 1998 and close to the Zapatista rebels, at the protest marches against the IMF and World Bank in Washington in April 2000, and in Prague on September 26, 2000, for the protest against the IMF and World Bank summit. Color coding made it possible to distinguish among 3 separate marches: blue for the Black Bloc, accompanied by the Infernal Noise Brigade marching band, yellow for the Toot-Bianc, pink for the Pink and Silver Bloc. 44 In Prague, it was necessary to establish a separation between permitted and non-permitted events by time and space to ensure safe space for internationals, high-risk folks or others who want to be assured of avoiding police repression in any form. It was also important to cultivate a sense of unity between all aspects of the action, whether permitted or non-permitted. 45. In Montreal, militants belonging to the Convergence de Luttes anti-capitalists believed that in order to facilitate tactical diversity, appropriate forms of mobilization, organization, and discourse would be needed. In 2001, CLAC, together with the Comité d'écueil du Sommet des Amériques, proposed a new concept: respect for diversity of tactics, a principle that valorized political autonomy while also stressing the legitimacy of multiple forms of protest within a single movement. 46 The expression was not altogether new. For instance, it had been used in the United States in 1990 during discussions on the anti-war movement as a whole, which, it was argued, should accept legal, peaceful demonstrations as well as acts of sabotage. 47. CLAC, founded in April 2000, specialized in organizing demonstrations, putting up mobilization posters, renting trucks and music equipment, distributing food and water, setting up teams to provide medical and legal assistance, and so on. But it did not participate directly in the actions of affinity groups and individual protesters. Respect for diversity of tactics and the deliberate absence of marshals meant that those taking part in CLAC rallies could carry out actions within a very broad spectrum ranging from street theater to attacks on symbolic targets. This meant that CLAC's media committees would not denounce the actions of the Black Blocs and their allies in their public statements. Furthermore, when organizing a demonstration, CLAC identified 3 zones: green, yellow, and red. The green zone was a sanctuary where demonstrators were, theoretically, in no danger of being arrested. The yellow zone was for those undertaking nonviolent civil disobedience and involved a minor risk of being arrested. The red zone was for protesters who were ready for more aggressive tactics, including skirmishing with the police. These spatial divisions were also meant to allow protesters who were unwilling to take part in such confrontations or risk being arrested to openly associate with radical organizations like CLAC. Note, however, that the police in Montreal and Quebec City have not always abided by these divisions. Indeed, they have attacked green zones on a number of occasions. For example, they arrested 240 people assembled in a green zone during rallies against the WDO in Montreal in July 2003. CLAC was able to articulate the concept of respect for diversity of tactics thanks not only to the valorization of the autonomy of collective action among its members but also to international circumstances and the particular context of activism in Montreal at the time. In the late 1990s, many CLAC members had worked in SAL-AMI, a group established to protest against the multilateral agreement on investment through nonviolent civil disobedience and voluntary mass arrests. Over time, SAL-AMI grew increasingly authoritarian, its leaders more and more inclined to moralize about nonviolence. On several occasions they even publicly admonished the vandals belonging to other militant groups. 48 At a rally held in Montreal on March 15, 2000, by the collective Oppose à la brutalité policière, demonstrators clashed with the police, a McDonald's and some banks were attacked, and over 100 people were arrested. Salami's leaders, along with those of the movement Action Justice, publicly condemned the vandals. At that point a number of militants abandoned SAL-AMI and joined CLAC or other militant groups promoting respect for tactical diversity. Finally, CLAC's declared position in favor of tactical diversity was intended to foster greater awareness among Western activists of the significance of violence. As a member of People's Global Action, CLAC thought it useful to recall that what in the West is perceived as violent taking down a fence, breaking a window, throwing a stone at a police officer may seem trivial from the standpoint of the protest and resistance movements of the South, where political and economic conflicts are far more polarized. Protesters often risk their lives when taking action, and the use of weapons such as machetes or even firearms is at times considered necessary to prevent massacres at the hands of police, military, or paramilitary forces. 49 CLAC embraced PGA principles proposing, among other things, the adoption of a confrontational attitude, since we do not think that lobbying can have a major impact in such biased and undemocratic organizations, and the employment of direct action and civil disobedience. 50. Respect for tactical diversity is also consistent with anarchism. Indeed, what sets anarchism plainly apart from other political ideologies is not its attitude toward violence, but its profound respect for equality and individual freedom. Clement Barrett has interviewed a number of French citizens who have taken part in demonstrations. He notes that they define themselves as anarchists, autonomous activists, communists, and libertarian communists. He adds that, beyond the welter of labels, autonomy in decision-making and action the main criterion, with regard to political activity or the recourse to violence. 51. However, among black blockers and their allies there are some who occasionally adopt a dogmatic and disdainful stance toward those who do not use force, an attitude expressed in their refusal to debate in good faith at meetings where preparations for a demonstration are being discussed. At such times, the notion of respect for tactical diversity may be used disingenuously as an excuse for not considering the viewpoints of those who are uncomfortable with rowdy demonstrations. 52 On the whole, however, black blockers have no problem respecting tactical diversity and the plurality of collective actions at demonstrations, marching peacefully with signs, flags, and slogans, staging sit-ins or die-ins and nonviolent blocking actions, performing street theater, music, and giant puppet shows, displaying large banners and writing graffiti, and, possibly, resorting to force. Indeed, black bloc activists are well aware that many anarchists and anarchist sympathizers, including close friends and relations, engage in nonviolent civil disobedience and peaceful demonstrations, and that their choices must be respected and their safety ensured. 53 An interviewee who participated in various affinity groups within black blocs said, "I never obliged anyone to throw anything. I'm for the diversity of tactics, and there are black bloc members who don't want to use force and who form affinity groups of volunteers, medics, for example." 54. A Boston resident who had participated in various demonstrations without ever having used force said in an interview that respect for the diversity of tactics is essential. Each person must do what she or he thinks is right. When it comes to violence, I know perfectly well that I don't have all the answers on the subject of violence/nonviolence, so I'm not going to prevent people from doing what they want to do. I don't want that sort of power. 55. Tactical diversity sometimes takes the form of parallel demonstrations, such as those organized recently for May Day in Berlin and Montreal. In the march held by labor unions, demonstrators were kept in line by a corps of marshals, while a separate anti-capitalist march was more tolerant of direct actions. During the protests against the Toronto G20 summit in 2010, the Black Bloc and its allies split off from the mass demonstration, dashing in the opposite direction to attack symbols of capitalism. Throughout the Quebec student strike of 2012 there were calls for autonomous disruptive actions. In other situations, after some windows were broken at large demonstrations, a number of people angrily accused the Black Blocs of endangering protesters who had decided to march peacefully. Notwithstanding their abundant references to equality and citizens' participation, very few progressive organizations respect tactical diversity and applaud pluralism among activists. In fact, most spokespersons for reformist groups find such an approach intolerable. Surprisingly, the same has been true of the Convergence de luttes anti-autoritaire et anti-capitaliste, an umbrella organization of French and European anarchists, including Alternative Libertaire, the Confédération Nationale du Travail, Fédération Anarchiste, Organisation Communiste Libertaire, Organisation Socialiste Libertaire, and the Réseau No Passerelle. CLAC 8 was founded during the run-up to the June 2003 G8 summit in Evian. Its aim was to enable those all too often rival groups to unite their forces and cooperate with social democratic organizations in the massive unitary march protesting the summit. One of its goals was institutional in nature, that is, to see its red and black contingent surpass in number those of other participating organizations, such as the LCR, the Greens, and ADOC, which had jointly negotiated the route and the march's security arrangements with the French and Swiss authorities. Mission accomplished, to the great delight of the anarchist organizers. 56. But this political choice had meant reining in the protesters to keep things from getting out of hand. While paying lip service to tactical diversity, CLAC 8 had put together its own corps of marshals and had made it known that the red and black contingent would not allow itself to serve as the aircraft carrier for those planning militant direct actions. The reason given for all this was that demonstrators unwilling to confront the police should not be put in harm's way. 57 As it turned out, the CLOAC 8 contingent did take part in the very peaceful unitary march, but by then, a series of disruptive actions had already taken place. Earlier that morning, far from the site of the mass demonstration, CLOAC 8's institutional approach was deplored by a number of autonomous groups and individuals, who were deeply disappointed to see anarchist groups surfing the alter globalization wave and measuring the success of their own mobilizations by comparing them to those of the Social Democrats and in terms of the mainstream media coverage. In response, a handful of anarchists from Strasbourg and elsewhere formed a contingent that identified itself as the CLOAC Refractaire, which marched directly behind the marshals of the official CLOAC 8 chanting slogans about the libertarian police. The Humus Bloc, for its part, put out a sarcastic statement concerning the security arrangements of the demonstration made in agreement with the police to prevent vandals from executing any terrorist actions, and asking if it was necessary to negotiate the self-management of demonstrations with the cops. 58. Performative symbolism. The Pink Bloc carnivalesque protest actions like the one just described can be problematic for elites precisely because they are carried out in a largely festive spirit. Similarly, the Black Blocs play at incarnating the character of the violent anarchist, at once adopting and shaping the image associated with anarchists in the Western imagination. According to the anarchist activist and anthropologist David Graeber, even the most aggressive actions taken by Black Blocs have more to do with spectacle than with actual violence. Many elements of the popular rebellions in medieval Western societies have endured and re-emerged in the large anti-capitalist rallies of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. In the Middle Ages 59 the people often took advantage of carnival days, when the streets belonged to them, to express sometimes festively, sometimes violently their dissatisfaction with the political, religious, or economic authorities. Anonymity was a concern even then, and scholars of popular protest movements have identified a tradition of anonymity, a tradition worth upholding today, given that as the powers that be have no misgivings about meting out punishment to those who defy them. 60 Behind their disguises and masks, the people who joined in the medieval celebrations felt less exposed to the brutality of the authorities. Centuries later, during the 2001 Summit of the Americas in Quebec City, members of the Black Bloc wore masks on which the following statement was printed in English and French: "We will remain faceless because we refuse the spectacle of celebrity, because we are everyone, because the carnival beckons, because the world is upside down, because we are everywhere." By wearing masks we show that who we are is not as important as what we want, and what we want is everything for everyone. 61. Medieval carnivals also made it less hazardous to express anger, whether through laughter and satire, symbolic violence, or physical violence. International summits themselves are in fact festivals, admittedly more ceremonial than festive, where the elites occupy center stage and put on a show for the whole world. A G20 summit attracts thousands of journalists, who are greeted and accommodated in keeping with the detailed plans of the summit organizers. The purpose of such events has much more to do with symbolism than decision-making. Most of the negotiations have already been conducted, and the major decisions have been made beforehand, at far less visible ministerial meetings. In the face of the official spectacle designed to legitimize and glorify power, the street party counter-spectacle strives to demonstrate the power of protest and to chip away at the aura of legitimacy of official power. It is in this light that one can interpret, for instance, the idea of the Deconstructionist Institute for Surreal Topology, a group that brought a full-size catapult to the 2001 Summit of the Americas in Quebec City. For the first time in recent history, the authorities had established a security perimeter several kilometers across, which the local population soon dubbed the Wall of Shame. 62. The catapult, whose ammunition consisted exclusively of teddy bears, served to highlight the image of power entrenched behind a wall. What ensued was nothing short of a farce. Jagai Singh, a well-known member of CLAC, was identified by the police as the leader of the Black Blocs, arrested, and detained for weeks on charges including possessing a weapon, to wit, the catapult seized by the police. This was a first in North American jurisprudence. Jagai Singh would eventually be acquitted of all charges. Serge Menard, Quebec's Minister of Public Security during the Summit of the Americas, formulated his personal theory about the catapult: "I know that in the long run this is part of a plan. Because at the next demonstration they organize, wherever in the world it may be, something will be hidden inside the teddy bear. It may be acid, a Molotov cocktail, Brick 63. 12 years after the Summit of the Americas, no other catapult has ever popped up in an alter-globalization mass demonstration. Some activists, such as the anarchists who issued the Manifeste du Caire Noir during the Quebec student strike of 2012, regard their attacks against public or private property not as violence but as a political and symbolic gesture. 64. The targeting of symbols can be understood as a form of propaganda of the deed. Destroying or pillaging merchandise enables one to openly express a radical critique of specific companies or of capitalism and consumer society in general. At the same time, it allows one to dent the sacrosanct aura surrounding consumer goods in our society. 65. A Quebecois woman who had been in several black blocs put it this way: breaking a window or attacking a media vehicle is an attempt to show that material goods are not all that important. 66. Indeed, a number of those who participate in direct actions are surprised that so many people are outraged by a few broken windows, given that property feels no pain, to borrow a phrase from graffiti written in Seattle during the events of November 30, 1999. In his research, the anthropologist and activist Jeffrey Juris focuses on the symbolic expressive aspects of what he calls performative violence. Having closely studied the black blocs in action at the 2001 G8 summit in Genoa, he observes that, beyond the low-intensity violence, the action's purpose is to produce concrete messages challenging global capitalism and the state and generate radical identities. 67. Greber contends that the low intensity of the violence is exactly what perturbs the elites, because governments simply do not know how to deal with an overtly revolutionary movement that refuses to fall into familiar patterns of armed resistance. 68. Indeed, who looks more violent? A heavily armed police officer, or an anarchist sporting a simple wool cap and a flimsy scarf for a mask? And of the two, who actually is more violent, at least potentially? Here is one activist's bemused response: but come on, a stone against a helicopter, a stick against an armored car, and they call us violent? Frankly, there is no comparison. They are the real butchers, they are the ones whose hands are soaked in blood. 69. The Canadian artist Mark James Ledger, arguing for an aesthetic approach to the issue, compares the black bloc's actions at the 2010 Toronto G20 summit to a work of art, and concludes that such actions are not premised on their immediate fulfillment but in the communication that the desire to smash capitalism can never be satisfied with such limited gestures. The desire is deeper and spreads from one symbol to another, reproducing itself toward infinity. Still, as the broken window affirms, the transgression of the symbolic law also brings on anxiety. What movement activists should do is look indirectly at the smashed window, aesthetically perhaps. 70. Yet some on the far left reprove the black blocs precisely for being content to strike the aesthetic pose of the rebel while their actions fail to significantly hinder capitalism. 71. For the Canadian anarchist Tammy Kavish, this criticism completely skirts the prefigurative characteristics of the bloc. It is absolutely true that smashing a window does not begin to approximate the acts required to create a new society. However, there is more to a black bloc than the smashing of windows. The bloc, as a pulsing body on the street, is organized horizontally. Decisions are made on the ground by all participants. The picture of the bloc from the outside is very different from the reality and experience on the inside. The ethos of the black bloc is one of solidarity and collective care. Crucial to the project of creating a new society is creating new ways of being, interacting, and organizing with each other. 72. Chapter 3. He roots of rage against the system. More than anything else, it is the black bloc's relationship with force, with violence, that informs discussions about them. Outsiders view the black blocs as expressions of blind rage. Demonstrating, carrying out direct actions, and rioting all bring into question their raison d'être. But instead of perceiving this as a competing rationality that defines justice, freedom, equality, and security according to criteria different from their own, states and those who support them are likely to claim that nothing but irrational emotion is at work in such acts. 1 can, of course, find anarchist ideology unattractive and have a preference for liberalism, or prefer nonviolence to violence in whatever form. One can also disagree with the analyses and political motivations of the participants in black blocs as articulated and disseminated on anarchist websites, in fanzines and journals, or encapsulated in graffiti such as "Capitalism cannot be reformed," "No justice, no peace," "Fuck the police," "Two peace, love and petrol bombs," "You make plans, we make history," "Smash false dreamland," "Squat the world," 3ACAB. But disagreement cannot serve as an excuse for refusing to examine seriously the ideas and logic of those taking part in black blocs. To say they are merely apolitical and irrational young people is at best intellectual laziness, at worst a political lie. Emotion. The black blocs can be denigrated through the suggestion that they represent nothing but pure emotion, an aggressive urge. When some shop windows were targeted in 2003 during a WDO meeting in Montreal, La Presse editorialist Mario Roy wrote, "Vandalism is the opposite of thought. The only thing at work here is a sensation, pleasure for." It is true that, just as many people experience strong emotions and elation during peaceful political actions and gatherings, some derive real joy from the political use of force. To quote a European protester, "The strongest sensations I have felt came amid riots." 5. Moreover, according to an affinity group that was part of the Black Bloc in Genoa in July 2001, the monotony of today's world is why destroying it ought to be fun. 6. But this emotional impulse does not mean that such actions lack economic or political rationality. During the mobilizations against the G8 in Germany in 2007, a network of affinity groups calling itself the International Brigades proposed a Plan B that involved demonstrating in Berlin rather than Rostock, near the site of the summit. Though this alternative project was not a great success, the rallying call included explicit references to the joy recently experienced at the demonstration in Rostock, "Join the battle of joy." Under every mask was a smile, in every stone thrown against the common enemy there was joy, in every body revolting against oppression there was desire. Individually we are nothing, together we are power. Together we are a commune, the commune of Rostock. 7. Joy is not the only emotion animating the black blocs, there is also rage. The anthropologist Gian Sullivan, an observer participant at demonstrations against the European Union in Thessaloniki in June 2003, ties the use of force and the destruction of property by the black blocs and their allies to rage against an iniquitous and exploitative system that subjects most of the population to structural violence. 8 According to Sullivan, the use of force in anti-capitalist protests effectively neutralizes three basic but ultimately dead-end responses to the current political and economic system. First, social apathy, pathological passivity, and voluntary isolation. 9 Next, the recourse to individual or group psychological therapy and to spiritual development programs. Finally, the a priori conclusion that nonviolence is rational and effective, while militant force is irrational and ineffective. 10. Besides citing studies showing that activism boosts a person's sense of well-being and lessens the effects of depression, Sullivan suggests that activists should demand the right to be angry. 11. In this regard, in interviews with anarchists, when I asked them if they had ever wept for political reasons, 23 out of 25 answered yes, revealing a strong emotional engagement with politics. 12 Several interviewees told me they had shed tears of rage in the face of injustice. Some activists, then, perceive militant action and indeed militant force as a legitimate way to express anger at an infuriating system. One black blocker said that the black bloc is about taking anger and directing it toward an enemy, a rational target. 13. Similarly, an activist who had taken part in protests in Lausanne against the G8 summit in Evian in 2003, said that capitalism kills. It is right to respond to overwhelming injustice with anger. 14. Anger is a gift, declared a slogan scribbled on a wall at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki during the EU summit in June 2003.15. Finally, in comparing their previous militant experiences in Canada with their participation in a black bloc in Germany in 2007, two components of the Callus Brigade asked, with regard to the relative moderation of North American activism, what will it take to get angry and fight? 16. Reason and emotion are not mutually exclusive, both can generate a political will that justifies political action. Political action, violent or not, is generated by a political will, which is itself the product of a rationale or an emotion, or a blend of emotion and rationale. The few sociologists and political scientists who have investigated the role of emotions in politics have observed that both emotion and reason construct political thought and will. 17. George Kachafikas uses the term emotional rationality. 18. The political scientist George E. Marcus contends that citizens can be responsible and reasonable political actors only if they are emotionally engaged with respect to a given issue. Without an emotional investment in politics, why give it any thought? Why get involved? 19. In the late 19th century, Voltairine de Cleyre offered this explanation for why she was an anarchist: mental activity alone, however, would not be sufficient. The second reason, therefore, why I am an anarchist, is because of the possession of a very large proportion of sentiment. Now my feelings have ever revolted against repression in all forms. 20. Emotions also come into play in the formation of a rebel community and in the sharing of both the joy of finally taking action and the fear of repression. One person who took part in the anti-cuts protests in London in 2011 attested to this. It can feel exhilarating running down a street and moving as a group. It is an atmosphere of resistance, not of chaos. You could get hurt or arrested, so you have a combination of fear and adrenaline and a sense that this is the moment to act because it could all end shortly. There's an intensity to the moment. It is not just about breaking things. It is manifesting your politics and personal feeling in the street. 21. Many black blockers regard the joy felt or the frustration vented in the heat of action as illegitimate emotions that, like an unmentionable disease, are best kept to oneself. Others, by contrast, openly own these feelings and explain them in political and social terms. Clement Barrett notes, for example, that the frustration that a number of our study's subjects spoke of seems to be a conscious feeling virtually owned and integrated in the process of politicization. As such, it is perceived as a driving force of collective action. 22. The emotions felt by these anarchists and their allies acquire meaning in very specific political, economic, and social circumstances, which in turn structure their political perceptions, conceptions, analyses, and arguments and affect their tactical and strategic choices. The feeling of frustration stems, in particular, from experiencing an economic and political system deemed unjust, violent, and lethal. The notion of a restorative violence that brings joy or enables the release of frustration is consistent with the political, cultural, and artistic references shared by individuals who have engaged in direct actions. In France and Quebec, for instance, anarchists watch films like Matthew Kassovitz' La Haine and Jean-François Richet's Ma 6 TVA Crocker. Both are about riots in the suburbs of France. They also listen to Berrurier Noir, a French anarcho-punk band of the 1980s, whose songs contain lyrics such as these, from Baston, from their 1983 album, Macadam Massacre. The cops arrest us for nothing. They shouldn't be surprised to get their heads bashed. When they pound us, it's natural for us to feel hatred. 23. In English, one might listen to One Dead Cop by Leftover Crack, the police kill and then they lie some more / in a conspiracy to cage the poor, and the cops are like another gang, / only like, maybe the biggest, you know. / we're all fucking helpless. / fuck the police. The Montreal punk band Jeunesse Apatride even titled its 2002 album Black Bloc and Roll. Black Bloc Revenge is the title of a song performed by the French group Brigade Flores Magan. In English, black blockers and rioters might listen to the songs Sleep Now in the Fire by Rage Against the Machine, or Resisting Tyrannical Government by Propaganda, among many others. In Germany, the Autonomen listened to songs expressing strong anti-nationalism and referring to anti-fascist actions, such as I Can't Love This Country by Across the Border, Raven gegen Deutschland by Egotronic, and Halt dein Mund by Johnny Mauser. The song Nazi Scums by Scarpritter is specifically about fighting the neo-Nazis in the streets. The anti-fascist black flag of anarchy / is not for their filthy hands / no passaran. / we've got an enemy to beat / we've got to meet them in the street / there's a time to fight and that time has come / we're coming for you, Nazi scum. Of course, there is no simple cause and effect relationship between artistic taste and direct action, such that if I listen to Berurier Noir I will then attack police officers and smash windows at a McDonald's. The relationship between action and culture is complex and manifold. Music can help decode reality, heighten one's sense of belonging to a community, foster solidarity, and confirm one's conviction that the world is unjust and violent. It can also legitimize violence against the police and the redeeming riot. Some musicians perform at benefits for collectives working in solidarity with protesters 24 and on occasion march in demonstrations themselves. What's more, the counterculture environment of punk and, for that matter, hip-hop, techno, and electro is permeated with violence. Punks are constantly harassed by the police, concerts are attacked by neo-Nazi skinheads, squatters who have taken over private property so that they can live in accordance with their own values are brutally evicted by the police, and so on. At times, protesters chanting song lyrics about riots have played on the ambiguity of calling for a riot while staging one only in words. This occurred at a demonstration held during the 2012 Quebec student strike. The crowd took up a slogan drawn from a song by the Dada punk group Mice and Demur, Violence Legitime, Mon Uriye. The song, which appears on the group's 2013 album Tout Plut de Paves, was written in the wake of a demonstration where police used concussion grenades, costing one protester the use of an eye. C'est pas les pacifiques qui vont changer l'histoire / on pitchy de paves, pies on brûle de chars. In La Commune, the same band expressed the idea that throwing stones at bank windows is a way to express political ideas, on a lance de belles idées and for me de rock sur de vitrines. On August 18, 1990, Let's Stop the Nazis from Marching in Wunsiedel. Poster for an anti-fascist action to prevent a Nazi march in Wunsiedel, August 18, 1990. Wunsiedel, the site of the grave of notorious Nazi war criminal Rudolf Hess, was a place of pilgrimage for Nazis until 2005, when all Rudolf Hess marches were banned. The festive aspect of rioting is underscored in the song Petit Agite, by Berurier Noir, from their 1985 album Concerts pour Détrux. Marked by hate. Youths on the rampage. Nothing to lose. Cars in flame. The projects burn. And madness prevails. Rebellious kids. Torch the trash cans. It's party time tonight. 25. Etienne, who took part in political riots in Europe, explains, the thing that strikes me at every riot is the jovial side of the vandalism. You get the impression people are celebrating. They jump around and dance. It's really exuberant, it's fun. 26. David Graeber, whose article The New Anarchists appeared in the New Left Review, states that help to take down the security fence was certainly one of the most exhilarating experiences of my life. 27. And words such as heady, blissful, orgasmic, and intoxicating are recurrent in Clement Barrett's interviews with French political rioters. Some websites today are entirely dedicated to images and videos of riots. Activists visit these sites regularly, recommend and exchange URLs, and even gather on certain evenings, sometimes with an ample supply of alcohol, to watch the best riots on websites such as the Ultimate Riot Collection and Worldwide Riots. 28. The term riot porn has been used to express the excitement these images generate. Just as pornography offers sexual scripts, that is, ways of engaging in sexual relations, riot porn allows viewers to fantasize about one day imitating the rioters' on-camera performances. However, that term is problematic since it is an explicit reference to women's sexual exploitation. Riot theater or riot choreography would be more appropriate. Mass exultation of the kind captured in depictions of the French Revolution, and in images of the fall of the Berlin Wall 200 years later, is rooted in a particular social and political context. An affinity group of the Black Bloc in Genoa specifically stated that their direct action was not merely an arena where violent individuals could blow off steam, since the targets were not chosen at random. 29 But another Black Blocker has said, "I think it's an expression of frustration, a way to let off steam for people who have understood that their interests are at odds with those of the institutions they are attacking." 30. Regarding the police and the political economic system, a Black Bloc participant in Quebec City in April 2001 stated, "Direct action produces a kind of pleasure. Let me explain. True violence is the violence of state and capitalist oppression. The oppression is constantly visible. Every day we go by a McDonald's, which reminds us that exploitation exists. Some people are repeatedly harassed by the police. But at that point we are in a position of weakness. These situations of exploitation and oppression cause frustration, compelling us to look for an outlet, which is what vandalism provides." 31. Stones and Molotov cocktails fly toward a police line in the Athenian neighborhood of Exarchia, a stronghold for anti-authoritarians with a history of radical struggle, Athens, May 1, 2010. For Paul, a French veteran of various political riots, collective confrontations with the police enable him to take revenge. State violence is a daily thing. It is not as concrete as the violence of rioting, but it is there, widespread, in the economic, social, institutional spheres, the police, and a majority of upstanding people. The riot is an act of total exasperation, a first response. 32. Although Black Bloc actions are driven by emotions, they cannot be reduced to the stereotype of irrational young thugs blindly pursuing violence for the pure pleasure of trashing anything and everything. On the contrary, the emotions are rooted in a social context and a political experience. Direct action is a reaction to feelings of injustice and to situations of domination, inequality, and systemic violence. The Quebec City demonstrations in April 2001 offered a young man from a disadvantaged neighborhood who was constantly harassed by the police the opportunity to bring about a momentary shift in the power struggle and to shed the role of powerless victim. "I come from the suburbs and the cops do as they please there all year round and no one says a word," he explained. Hitting a cop is not violence, it's vengeance. 33. Blunt statements such as this testify to the perception that the world is unjust and that everyday victims of police brutality, and of the economic and political system more generally, need redress. Here, emotion is at the core of action, but it is felt only in a specific economic and political context, and it is part of a more comprehensive consideration of tactics. Maxim Fortin, who examined the anti-capitalist movement's actions during the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City, notes in this regard. The factors compelling youths from poor neighborhoods and ghettos to embrace the methods of the Black Blocs are relatively obvious. 1. They allow them to physically express their anger, be it toward the system, the police, the rich, etc. 2. They reduce the risk of being arrested, even though the penalty for those arrested will be harsh. 3. They make it possible to get hold of merchandise ordinarily beyond their means. 4. They enable them to protest without having to get involved in militant networks usually exogenous to their own social networks and dominated by highly educated, white, middle-class activists who are often in a position to devote time to more formal, organizational activism. 34. Even in situations as violent as the one in Genoa in 2001, it is possible to express a poetics of freedom through a political riot. This is evident in the letter that one person protesting the legitimacy of the G8 summit wrote to Mother. "Around this besieged fortress I was happy at times to enter spaces liberated through our efforts. I had an occasionally infinitesimal feeling of freedom as we opened the zones of temporary autonomy 35. The streets belong to us for a few precious moments. There's no point in scolding me like a Democrat, I broke only some dishes, the house is unfortunately still standing. 36. The economy. The emotions felt in action can be explained by the economic and political circumstances experienced by Black Bloc members and their affinity groups, as well as by their shared anarchist analysis of the capitalist system. A French anarcho-communist who has taken part in various demonstrations throughout Europe puts it this way: I have worked, and still do, in bars, on construction sites, in factories. There, I see that my interests are not the same as the bosses. So there is a veritable social war, it's always those close to me, family, friends, who suffer, always the same people who are victims every day, at work, etc. In answer to the question, why carry out direct actions against the system, he says, there are millions of reasons. Capitalism produces nothing but reasons to rise up against it. All capitalist production causes pain, my own pleasure in this system brings suffering to others. This world makes you puke, and the horrors you witness every day call for a response. 37. This discourse is clearly in line with anarchist critical analysis, which describes capitalism as a fundamentally illegitimate system because it rests on the authoritarian and non-egalitarian principle of a hierarchical division between, on one hand, those who direct and organize work and the production of goods and services and, on the other, those whose job it is to produce them. Investors and owners alone determine production and profits, while wage earners are subordinated to them and must submit to their decisions or quit and look for a new job, where they will once again find themselves subject to the will of their superiors in the hierarchy. In this economic framework, where the pursuit of profit matters more to the owners than maintaining a safe work environment, many employees are injured or even killed on the job. What is true on the micro level is also true on the macro level. Owners prefer to accumulate profits rather than concern themselves with the millions of people in Africa and elsewhere who, unable to afford life-saving drugs, are struck down by AIDS, or worry about the disastrous ecological effects of overproduction and hyperconsumerism. Furthermore, in a number of countries the champions of capitalism do not hesitate to threaten and kill people who are trying to defend workers' rights and dignity. Finally, capitalist globalization appears to be aggravating the inequalities within and between countries. 38. For anarchists, the only legitimate economic system is one whose primary objective is to satisfy the fundamental needs of each individual and to allow producers to participate directly in decisions concerning production, the organization of work, and the distribution of any surpluses or profits. 39. Capitalism, by contrast, rests on the principle of the right to private property and the pursuit of unlimited profits to the detriment of the essential needs of the have-nots. The motto "profits before life" aptly encapsulates the system's core principle. Some on the left, instead of decrying the violence of the Black Blocs and their allies, point to the implacable violence of the prevailing economic and political system. That is, they contrast the minimal violence of the Black Blocs with the excessive violence of the system they are protesting. Jagai Singh of CLAC in Montreal has never himself used force during a demonstration. 40 But a few weeks before the Quebec City Summit of the Americas in April 2001, in an interview with the Montreal Weekly, he made this observation. Let's be clear, there will be some very violent people in Quebec City between April 20 and 22. They are well organized and highly motivated. They are the 34 heads of state of the Americas, who will be meeting behind a 4-kilometer-long wall protected by thousands of police officers. We should target and oppose the institutional violence promoted by the American Free Trade Zone and the Summit of the Americas, rather than fall into the trap of isolating and marginalizing certain protest groups that practice direct action. 41. Similarly, in their communiques and interviews, at least since Seattle, Black blockers almost everywhere 42 have expressed the same position with regard to their actions as a protester did at the 2010 Toronto G20. This isn't violence. This is vandalism against violent corporations. We did not hurt anybody. They are the ones hurting people. 43. An Italian activist stakes out the following rigorous ethical position. I have also participated in peaceful demonstrations, believing it was the right thing to do. Violence, it's worth pointing out, is not a constant, nor is it an amusement. For us, violence sometimes is purely a matter of necessity. It isn't, as some would have you believe, indiscriminate violence. On the contrary, it is meaningful violence. You can disapprove of our political practice, but you have to be stupid not to see that we use violence against material things and detest violence against people. The use of violence against material things and the rejection of violence against people characterize the Black Bloc's political practice all over the world. The objects at which our violence is directed are not undifferentiated, they are symbols of power. 44. As for confrontations with the police, the Manifeste du THIRD-WORLDISM declares, we maintain that an individual with protective equipment who is prepared to violently strike other individuals simply because he was ordered to do so, momentarily forsakes his own immunity from violence. 45. Of course, many on the left and even on the extreme left will disagree with such comments about violence. For example, in discussing the legitimacy of the Black Blocs, Chris Hedges, who, as noted earlier, likens them to a cancer, has stated, I would classify violence as the destruction of property and vandalism, the shouting of insulting messages to the police, physical confrontations with the police. Those are very clear-cut acts of violence. 46. Yet the violence of protesters, negligible when compared to other political and economic forms of violence, has a primarily symbolic significance. According to Maxim Fortin, Black Bloc anarchists generally justify the destruction of property on grounds that it attacks the legitimacy of the cherished symbols of consumerism, that it causes monetary losses for the targeted companies, that it restores the use value of things by denying their commercial value. I'm referring here to cases of pillaging, that it is the expression of a growing popular anger, and that it demonstrates the non-reformist, radical, and revolutionary nature of certain militant movements. 47. The Swiss philosopher Nicolas Tavalian affirms that by targeting private and public property, the Black Blocs force the elites to state what they value more, material goods or human life and liberty. The riot puts us before a societal choice as old as Europe, freedom or security. Because they raise this question, the Black Blocs are the best political philosophers of our times. 48. In addition, those who destroy consumer goods view the experience as a liberating one and thus as meaningful in and of itself. Etienne, for instance, finds it important to make a distinction. In general, I don't steal. I break, I smash. It's more gratifying. 49. Barrett writes that pillage, rather than mere destruction, enables the emergence of a society of abundance lasting a few moments, in which it is possible to experience sharing and the joy of belonging to a solidary community. 50. Something that is far more restorative and satisfying than retail therapy. Politics. Anarchism considers the liberal state, and the politicians and police officers involved in the major economic summits, just as illegitimate as the capitalist economic system itself. Illegitimate because the liberal state and the authority of politicians are founded on the illusion that the political will of the people can be represented, especially if they have the right to elect their leaders. Elections are in no way democratic, since they do not enable people to govern but only to choose the masters who will govern on their behalf. Anarchists, then, can relate to a passage in the Social Contract where Jean-Jacques Rousseau discusses elections in England. The English people believes itself to be free, it is gravely mistaken, it is free only during the election of members of Parliament. As soon as the members are elected, the people is enslaved, it is nothing. In the brief moments of its freedom, the English people makes such a use of that freedom that it deserves to lose it. 51. For anarchists, whenever an individual or a group of individuals such as a political party is chosen to represent the will and interests of a whole community, the situation invariably evolves to the advantage of the representatives rather than to the benefit of the represented community. The simple fact of occupying a position of authority means that elected politicians have personal interests that do not coincide with those of the population they claim to represent. Experience shows, moreover, that political elites are often tied to, or directly belong to, economic and military elites. Popular sovereignty is therefore an innocent fiction at best, and at worst an intentional lie that justifies by means of an esoteric discourse the power of an elected aristocracy claiming to be democratic. The anarchist theoretician and activist Voltaire de Cleyre, author of Direct Action, stressed the importance of individual autonomy when she differentiated direct action from indirect action. Political action is direct when people act on their own behalf in the political arena, neither obeying a leader nor being represented by someone speaking or acting in their name. Indirect political action involves voting for individuals seeking office so that they can, in theory, act in the name of and for the good of their constituencies. Voters act only indirectly on the political scene, except when they vote for the person who will make decisions and take actions on their behalf. In de Cleyre's view, indirect action destroys initiative, quenches the individual rebellious spirit, teaches people to rely on someone else to do for them what they should do for themselves. 52. In any case, the economic elite and the political elite share the same worldview. During the financial crisis that began in 2008, states withdrew hundreds of billions of dollars from public coffers to keep afloat the very banks that through their speculative operations had created the crisis in the first place. Meanwhile, international institutions have demanded that the governments of insolvent states enact austerity policies. For the affected populations, this has meant reduced public services, lower wages, unemployment, and, subsequently, evictions and foreclosures. Thus, it is not that surprising that in recent years, black blocs have appeared in countries destabilized by major economic and financial crises as well as by austerity measures imposed on the people by the political elite. A black bloc at an anti-austerity protest in front of the Greek Parliament, Athens, October 3, 2012. Whatever its egalitarian discourse, the liberal state remains organized along authoritarian and hierarchical lines. The major economic summits epitomize this as well as the illegitimacy and violence of the state. A clique of politicians discuss the fate of the planet behind closed doors, protected by thousands of heavily armed police who forcefully drive away citizens denouncing the undemocratic nature of the process of making political decisions that affect everyone. A direct action may end in a confrontation with the police, but at least it enables some individuals to escape, for the brief duration of a riot, from a perpetual position of domination. Didier, from France, had this to say about a political riot in which he had participated: "It was the first time that power was not something above me. It was there, in front of me." 53. Black blockers repeatedly stress the distinction between the illegitimate, violent dynamic of the state and what is involved in their own actions. Katie, who was involved in several political riots in Europe, says that violence is the police truncheon, enforced employment, hunger, war that is violence, and it is not something I wish to use. 54. A man who joined in the Quebec City Black Bloc declares, "I am a pacifist, a nonviolent activist, that is, I dream of a world without violence." Then he adds, "But we currently live in a violent, non-pacifist world, so I consider it legitimate for me to use force so as not to leave the state with a monopoly on violence, and because pacifist civil disobedience only results in a power relationship of victimization, because you let the police attack you, arrest you, put you on file." He then draws the surprising conclusion that if the state has no choice but to use violence, then the state leaves us no choice but to use violence against it. It's the state, by being what it is, that created the black blocs. 55. The philosopher Nicholas Tavalian suggests that we take seriously the widespread hypothesis that the black blocs are anarchists. They mistrust the state and all forms of protest that involve collaboration with the forces of order. More fundamentally, they may adhere to an ethical anarchism: any form of power is humiliating because incompatible with the dignity of whoever is subject to it, and there is no moral obligation to obey the government. Or to a political anarchism: not only is all government predatory, but in addition the modern bureaucratic state is a castrating entity. Or even to a social anarchism: property, guaranteed by a robber state, is a form of theft, The labor market, where I must sell myself, is a form of rape. 56. For the men and women who engage in them, the skirmishes that arise during large demonstrations are micro-revolutions through which it is possible, at the risk of bodily harm, to liberate the space and the time needed for a brief but powerful political experience outside the norms set by both the state and the leaders of the major political organizations. Though calls for global revolution may be pretentious, direct actions change our way of seeing our relationship to the city, to property, and to politics. Direct actions also allow the Black Blocs and their allies to signal their dissent and to partake in the old tradition of the right and duty to resist illegitimate authority. 57. Chapter 4. C. Criticism of the Black Bloc, Friendly Fire. The Black Bloc tactic has many advantages, but it is also undermined by some significant shortcomings, so a number of apparently well-intentioned criticisms coming from the left and far left are worth considering. Specifically, Black Blocs are accused of fetishizing their own violence, of practicing a sexist form of action, one that favors men while excluding women, and, finally, of antagonizing the working class and of drawing attention away from the legitimate demands of major nonviolent social movements. Fetishism. Fetishism refers to the notion that the use of force is a pure form of radical activism, politically superior to other types. The Black Blocs are threatened internally by the tendency for far-left circles to develop a radical hardcore to which individuals gain admittance as well as an aura of purity by serving in battle. This process resembles in some ways a religious initiation. An individual strives to display and affirm a political identity whose purity depends on the execution of prescribed ritual acts, such as highly visible confrontations with the police, which are valorized in and of themselves, regardless of their political impact. Violent direct action becomes a means for a would-be militant to affirm his or her political identity in the eyes of other militants. This makes it very tempting for that person to look down on and exclude those who do not equate radicalism with violence. 1 Here, anarchists behave no differently from the adherents of other ideologies. They resort to lofty principles, liberty, equality, justice, and so on to rationalize their thirst for violence, prestige, and power. Indeed, anarchists have sometimes exploited the same arguments as liberal politicians or representatives of the armed forces who claim to be waging war in the name of liberty and peace. Many anarchists are aware of the dangers of fetishizing violence and stress the importance of not equating it with radicalism. A participant in the Quebec City Black Blocs asserts, "I have no patience with dogmatic pacifism, but there is also dogmatic violence, which sees violence as the one and only means to wage the struggle too." Another Black Blocker adds that it is a mistake to believe that the demo is the ultimate political thing or that rioting necessarily means you're radical. 3. This outlook, voiced by North Americans, is shared by French activists like Didier, who points out that a demonstration is not a goal in itself, nor is it the only available political practice. What I do is different. Political commitment just for the speed and pleasure it brings you is worthless. 4. Finally, Safian, who has resorted to force in demonstrations, notes, "We don't advocate violence, it's not a program. Because you can easily acquire a taste for violence, you get used to it. But when it comes to doing militant work, not many people show up." 5. A member of the Confédération Nationale du Travail, a revolutionary, anarchist-identified labor union who went to Genoa with a group of 15 young activists, framed the issue in these terms: the point was to plunge into a truly tense situation, where they would have to deal with their adrenaline and understand how it works. For militants who, in addition, claim to be revolutionary, this sort of situation is important. What's more, to feel that you showed some mettle, that's important. 6. Here, violence plays a part in the simultaneous construction of two identities: an anarchist identity, associated with an ethic of violent struggle, and the warrior identity, associated with a macho ethic whereby a man must learn to control his adrenaline and fight with honor. Yet this attitude can lead quickly to disillusionment. A decade after participating in several Black Blocs, including one in Genoa in 2001, a veteran activist drew the following conclusion: The Black Bloc in Genoa was pathetic, as it was easily routed by some 50 police officers. It split into two groups, one dashed off and attacked a prison and a supermarket, the other fell back with the THIRD-WORLDISM. I was in the second group. We quickly changed our clothes, switching from black to the t-shirts of the Greens, for instance, and began smashing windows, with some members of the THIRD-WORLDISM following suit. From a military perspective, the Black Blocs in those days were pathetic because they didn't really succeed in holding the street in the face of the police. So it was a marginal, almost insignificant phenomenon. 7. Fetishization of the Black Bloc also explains the discomfort that many autonomen in Berlin feel with regard to the activism tourists who show up every May Day having no ties with the local militant network, wishing only to take part in a big Black Bloc and a nice riot, and giving no thought to what this action signifies for the community. A related consequence has been the emergence of a Black Bloc spectator phenomenon, more specifically, demonstrators dressed in black who join the Black Bloc but slip away at the first signs of trouble. The Black Blockers who do not break ranks subsequently find themselves caught off guard. As was noted in an internet communique, people who are afraid of heights obviously should not join an affinity group that hangs banners from the tops of buildings. By the same token, if someone is not prepared to assume, if necessary, at least one of the functions that the members of a Black Bloc expect to see fulfilled, it is probably not a good idea for that individual to join it. Denunciations of the Black Blocs have also referred to summit hopping. This sort of militant tourism is often viewed as not being conducive to a revolutionary perspective, and as leading instead to purely symbolic responses to the demonstrations of power that the summits embody. 9. What is worse, rioting at these events has become ritualized, with the two parties, the Black Bloc and the police, replaying the same roles on stages that vary little from one summit to the next. This is something that annoys the anarchist activist and writer Randall Amster 10 and the political philosopher John Holloway. 11. For their part, David Tuff 12 and Nag severely condemn the local riot, that goes hand in hand with alter globalization ideology. There, we see riot activists moving about and fighting in cities where they are viewed as invaders and strangers, and where, despite 2 or 3 attempts each year, they never succeed in rallying the local poor, who are quite disgusted with the phony rages they have no part in. This riot tourism, easily planned and staged for the enemy, has the advantage of venting frustrations, and presenting a tailor-made image of the riot, that is, unattractive, sad, sinister, and hopeless. Because these matches, in cities completely locked down by the police, are not the kind whose outcome keeps us in suspense. 13. This discourse, which runs through the whole anarchist tradition, consists in denouncing everything that does not appear to maximize the revolutionary potential of a situation. It is an attitude found even within the Black Blocs, some of whose members like to believe that a violent demonstration opens up revolutionary perspectives. Fortunately, a large number of Black Blockers adopt a more realistic outlook. The unnamed author of the preface to the Black Bloc papers put it this way: I'm not saying that the bloc will end the world's problems. I am, however, certain that physically confronting authorities which physically uphold a rotten system and reminding the rest of the populace that such things can be done is healthy. 14. In sum, many activists who apply this tactic are fully aware of its limitations. They do not believe that the Great Rising will take place when they turn the next corner. 15. And they may even admit to moments of pessimism about the possibility of a global revolution. 16. A Quebecois woman who participated in several Black Blocs lamented, "We are in a period when there is no possibility of a revolution." Then she added, "We do what we can to radicalize the debate and to reach people so a more radical politicization can come about." 17. A resident of Strasbourg, France, with many demonstrations to his credit and no illusions about the Great Rising, affirms that I am an insurgent in search of an insurrection, to borrow a phrase from the movement of the unemployed. Taking action against the expulsion of a refugee or helping a family whose electricity has been cut off, responding with outrage to the death of a protester, to the repression of a whole people. 18. In fact, There are many anarchists, black blockers and others whose primary objective is not to bring about the revolution but rather to convince the greatest number of individuals of the relevance of anarchism, or to strengthen the anarchist movement. Or it is to help people take control of their lives, develop a sense of community solidarity, mobilize to resist the various systems of domination, and work to improve the living conditions of underprivileged groups. Here and now. Point 19. Sexism. We're here. We're queer. We're anarchists. We'll fuck you up. 20. Chanted the Black Bloc during the Pittsburgh G20 summit in 2009, implying that the Black Bloc's aesthetic statement makes it possible to mask gender identities and erase sexual differences. You can't do gender in a riot, claims A.K. Thompson, author of Black Bloc White Riot. Point 21. Indeed, when observing a demonstration or riot, whether in person or in photos and videos, how can anyone discern the sex of a stone-throwing black blocker? Echoing the words of Mary Black, 22, a member of the Black Bloc in Genoa in 2001, Crystalline Krauss, writing in 2002, commented on her experience in Canada. Blocking up to become the Black Bloc is a great equalizer. With everyone looking the same, everyone's hair tucked away, our faces obscured by masks, I'm nothing less and nothing more than one entity moving with the whole. Everyone is capable of the same. And the politics of nice girls don't throw stones is suspended, and I'm free to act outside of the traditional serve tea, not Molotov cocktails rules. It's once the mask comes off, the problems begin. Sure, women are gaining popular ground in the movement, but some topics are still taboo for us. And with machismo still ruling the streets, especially during a riot, what women have to say often gets lost in the tear gas fog. Point 23. Many critics of black blocs have contended that this type of brutal action partakes of a macho mystique and does not encourage women to join in. Point 24. Others suggest that expressions of anger through destruction simply confirm and amplify aggressive masculinity. Point 25. Addressing themselves to women and men in militant networks, some feminists have denounced men's monopolizing of black blocs and encouraged women to take part in them. For example, to articulate their desire for inclusion and diversity in this type of collective action, THIRD-WORLDISM, a group of Italian revolutionary feminists, came up with the slogan "Black Bloc not only for your boyfriend." Thus, the question of women in the black blocs is complex, particularly if it is framed in terms of sexual and gender identities. In Germany, women belonging to queer communities are generally reluctant to join black blocs, which they see as the incarnation of a macho-style activism. Women in the anti-fascist networks participate in greater numbers. There is an apparent paradox at work here, given that the queer movement aims in principle to deconstruct conventional sexual and gender identities. One might expect queer women to be attracted to a militant practice commonly identified as masculine, yet they are more reticent about joining black blocs. Conversely, female anti-fascist militants, who, unlike queer women, may not propose to upset the order of gender identities, are more likely to take part in a black bloc. Perhaps because they work in a macho-style activist environment, getting involved in this sort of action, whether they are heterosexual, bisexual, or lesbian, has the advantage of bringing recognition from male comrades. Point 26. Meanwhile, women in the Black Bloc, a communique from the Black women movement based in the United States, criticizes activists who consider women fundamentally passive and demands acknowledgement that it is possible for women to use political force. It is up to us to remind those who doubt our ability and strength that we are just as capable. We can be tender, so can men; we can smash a window, so can men; we can cry, so can men; we can throw a brick, so can men. 27. Recall here that historically, women have often participated in riots to protest a political or economic system or to demand their rights, and that feminist groups such as the Women's Fire Brigade in Vancouver and Rote Zara in Germany have firebombed sex trade businesses to express their opposition to the economic and sexual exploitation of women. Point 28. A statement by a small group of activists in Boston asked its readers to support direct action and the Black Bloc as a tactic for empowerment, while at the same time denouncing Anarchy, that is, aggressive, competitive behavior within the anarchist movement that is frighteningly reminiscent of historically oppressive male gender roles. Two of the statement's authors reported that at a meeting to plan a black bloc in a forthcoming protest, one man declared, "If you're not willing to take a hit and you're not willing to go to jail, don't march with the black bloc." But the author's statement went on to say, in 1989, feminist writer Ingrid Strobel was arrested for supporting the Revolutionary Cells and Red Zora. This February 1989 solidarity demonstration in Essen, Germany, was attacked by police. We also understand that people in different situations have different needs. In other words, not everyone can and wants to get beat up and sent to jail for an act that may or may not be perceived as tactically useful. For example, as for white, college students, it's pretty easy for us to be militants at mass actions. In addition to easy access to lawyers, the cops and courts treat us better than classes of people who are traditionally victimized. It is much harder for people of color, the economically disadvantaged, and people who are not physically capable of intense physical confrontation to take such a position. We are not the Navy SEALs. We are not heroes. We are anarchists, building a space that is empowering, accepting, inclusive, accessible, communicative, and community-oriented. 29. Yet male activists on the far left, be they anarchists, communists, or environmentalists, have made very little effort, beyond fine words, to abandon their privileges as members of the dominant male class, even within the black blocs. In spite of anarchists' avowed adherence to principles of freedom and equality, black blocs have been known to reproduce a sexual division of tasks. A woman who took part in several black blocs during the Quebec student strike of 2012 observed that women did the shopping, for example, when fabric was needed to make flags and banners. 30 More than a decade earlier, during a meeting to prepare a black bloc in Montreal, the men ended up in the backyard of an apartment honing their slingshot skills while the women were in the kitchen making Molotov cocktails. 31 A woman who had joined various black blocs in Quebec deplored the fact that inside the anarchist movement there is prestige attached to being on the front line, taking part in the confrontation, breaking windows. I find this unfortunate, because there are lots of other people doing lots of other things that are just as important. 32. Her own participation in black blocs involved reconnaissance and surveillance missions. She noted that less value was attached to this work than to direct confrontations with the police. It seems that women's participation in black bloc actions is greater during the organizational work preceding them than during the actual confrontations on the ground. This, however, depends on the particular activist network. There are no doubt a few small black blocs where women are completely absent, but elsewhere they sometimes represent half the contingent. 33 While some black bloc affinity groups are composed mainly or exclusively of women. 34. The situation varies with the context and the specific event. In 2000, an activist who had been part of a black bloc in Washington, D.C., during a march against the IMF and the World Bank estimated that about half its members were women and that the bloc was not ethnically homogeneous. She concluded that the black bloc may have been more diverse than the mobilization as a whole. 35. Vittorio Sergi, an Italian activist who participated in the Europe-wide coordination of mobilizations against the 2007 G8 summit in Rostock, observes that there are more women in black blocs in Germany than in Italy. 36 In Canada, there were fewer women in the black blocs in the early 2000s but many more toward 2010, during the protests against the Olympic Games in Vancouver and the Toronto G20, where it is worth pointing out they were not restricted to logistics, support, and first aid. During the Quebec student strike in 2012, female black blockers were often quicker than their male counterparts to graffiti the walls and to break the windows of banks and army recruiting centers. There is no easy explanation for the place of women in the black blocs, but some hypotheses are worth considering, despite their shortcomings. It seems that the number of women black blockers is higher in places where feminism, radical feminism in particular, is more robust, such as Germany and Quebec, than in France or Italy, for example. In Montreal, Anarchist networks include a very high proportion of women. Among the visitors at the 2012 Anarchist Book Fair in Montreal, for example, women represented roughly 60%. Finally, because women are discriminated against and, on the whole, poorer than men under capitalism, it should come as no surprise that a great many of them feel anger toward banks and international corporations. During the 2010 G20 protest in Toronto, black blockers smashed the windows of an American apparel store and even threw feces at the mannequins. As one woman black blocker explained about women in black blocs, obviously, they are more sensitive to targets associated with patriarchy, such as shop windows displaying sexist advertisements. Still, one woman who joined a number of black blocs over the course of the prolonged social conflict in Quebec regards the black bloc as a boys' club. Women were initially admitted because of a relationship with a man, either a boyfriend or a lover. She notes, however, that in the end a large number of women joined black blocs during the student strike and estimates that 80% of them were in all-female affinity groups. In her view, women's actions are more thorough, more successful. Also, their relationship with the target is more thought out so that they sometimes acknowledge that the most reasonable choice is to forget a particular target. She adds, many women hear the call of the brick, but not anytime, anyhow. Obviously, they are more sensitive to targets associated with patriarchy, such as shop windows displaying sexist advertisements. Finally, women are more mindful of the other members of the group and don't leave anyone behind when people scatter and run. 37. An all-women black bloc during the 2012 Montreal May Day demonstration in Montreal. This testimony is borne out by that of another woman who joined various black blocs during the Quebec student strike, though in a different network. She identifies herself as anarchist and queer rather than feminist. According to her, women accounted for between 60 and 70% of black bloc membership during the conflict. Also, she preferred to plan and carry out actions only with women, because the plans are less formal, less controlled. We talk more and generally leave more room for living the moment. There are fewer preconceptions of what we aim to accomplish and more discussion of how to go about it. We stick together and there's much more communication when decisions are being made in the street. Men are more individualistic. They don't feel obliged to come back to the group and can take off without warning. It's my top priority is me. I call them lone wolves, whereas women form wolf packs. 38. Thus, the black blocs can be a space where there is not always a clear distinction between masculine and feminine, or between what is efficient and what is not. It is therefore possible with such collective action to challenge conventional sexual identities, and to demonstrate that there is not necessarily a contradiction between fighting and cooperating, or between caring and being violent. Yet other women black blockers also expressed concerns, such as the anonymous author of the letter Après avoir tout brûlé, who participated in several black blocs in Europe, including the one in Strasbourg against the NATO summit in 2009. She complained about the petty macho dogfights between male activists who were trying to impose the hierarchy of the day. As a woman in our milieu, I worked hard to earn my stripes, to say the right things, to show my mettle to others and to myself by regularly taking part in skirmishes. Violence, whoever uses it, has consequences on emotional health. I have no sympathy for pacifism as an ideology. But we need to help each other to fight with determination over the long term and to stay healthy individually and collectively. 39. Moreover, female activism does not prevent misogyny and sexist behavior, including harassment and even sexual assault. Regrettably, both occurred in radical and anarchist networks during the Quebec student strike of 2012. The anonymity provided by black clothing allowed a man who had sexually assaulted women activists to join a protest, until some of his former comrades recognized him despite the mask, and kicked him out of the crowd. Similar incidents had occurred during the 2003 EU summit when anarchists occupied Aristotle University in Thessaloniki 40 and during the mobilizations in Seattle and Quebec City in 1999 and 2001 respectively. 41. Anarchists are usually very quick to denounce police brutality and violence against activists or ordinary citizens, or neo-Nazis assaulting people of color, yet they seem far more hesitant when female militants are abused by their male counterparts. Referring specifically to the Black Bloc tactic, T-Bone Knee Grabber notes, "You can easily round up 500 black-clad anarchists to fuck shit up at a frat house where rapists live, but someone points a finger at a progressive man and all of a sudden there's a process, all of a sudden she is being divisive. We, as anarchists, hold a society to a higher standard than we hold our friends to. Just because a man identifies as radical, does not make him an angel." 42. In 2013 in Egypt, most of the Black Bloc participants apparently were men, though some women may have been directly involved. In the words of one observer, when women were being brutally attacked in Tahrir Square, beyond the ability of groups like Operation Anti-Sexual Harassment to protect them, Black Bloc activists literally appeared out of nowhere to take on the often armed groups of attackers and protect the women and other activists. 43. The politics of criticism. According to many activists in progressive movements, including the anti-austerity, Occupy, and alter globalization movements, the greatest drawback of the Black Bloc tactic is that it prevents the public and the elites from hearing the legitimate messages of progressive organizations. The police themselves use this argument to undercut the legitimacy of Black Blocs, as indicated in a statement by Toronto Police Chief William Blair, extracted here from a review conducted by the Toronto Police Service in the aftermath of the 2010 G20 summit. Last June, we saw levels of violence we had never seen before in Toronto. People came to the G20 summit, not to engage in debate or discussion or demonstration, but to infiltrate lawful, peaceful protests, and use them as cover to commit vandalism and violence. 44. This apparently commonsensical outlook also finds expression in letters to the editor, such as those concerning the student strike in Quebec. The students need to wake up and realize that letting the Black Bloc and other anarchists or masked vandals infiltrate their ranks does nothing to advance their cause. 45. It is very common for mainstream journalists to take up and disseminate this sort of censure. During the 2010 G20 summit in Toronto, for example, a Toronto Sun reporter wrote that legitimate protesters who work within the law, who attempt to get their voices heard through less controversial means, may feel that their concerns won't be heard above the chaos. He then quoted Ella Kokotsis, Director of External Relations of the University of Toronto's G8 and G20 research group, "When this kind of thing happens, it just diverts the entire world's attention to what's going on in the streets, takes away from what G8 leaders have done." 46. Interestingly, another article in the same newspaper was subtitled, "Prime Minister boasts of G8's success, vows to carry on meetings, but not much is accomplished." 47. Almost 10 years earlier, an Agence France-Presse journalist covering the G8 summit in Genoa had quoted German Chancellor Gerhard Schröder as saying, "It should be acknowledged that due to a few hundred or a few thousand violent protesters, the cause of those concerned with the consequences of globalization who demonstrated peacefully was completely discredited." 49. The German Chancellor did not indicate how the G8 decision-makers' actions would have been in any way different had there been no riot. Would they have, then, taken seriously the concerns of those who demonstrated peacefully? And why do a few Black Blockers have the power by smashing some windows to divert the G8 leaders' minds from important concerns about globalization? Journalists do not hesitate to amplify this theme. Anti-globalization will not survive with any credibility unless it breaks with these infiltrated vandals, wrote an AFP reporter, commenting on an article in Madrid's El Mundo. 50. This is a recurrent idea. After the 2012 May Day demonstration in Seattle, where the Black Bloc smashed several windows, a Seattle weekly blogger commented, the organized speeches on police brutality, immigration, social justice, and capitalism went mostly unheard by the public watching and reading yesterday's and today's media reports. Most coverage was in-depth Windows breaking news 51. A few weeks later, a reporter at the Los Angeles Times chimed in, using the same terms, once again without discussing precisely the issues that the Black Bloc's actions must not be allowed to eclipse. Their antics stole attention from the thousands of peaceful protesters who may have had serious things to say about the expanding divide between rich and poor. 52. Editorialists, reporters, and columnists have been chanting this same mantra for over 10 years. In 2001, for instance, after the EU summit in Göteborg, Laurent Zecchini of Le Monde concluded straight away that the danger, of course, is that being lumped together obscures the message of a civil society whose legitimate concerns are drowned in the fury of the confrontations. 53. There is something rather ironic in the stance taken by media professionals like these. They could very well choose not to cover the violence and to focus instead on the real issues, if those issues truly mattered for them, instead of berating the vandals for diverting the attention of the media. Furthermore, the media relay the assessments of the reformist movement's spokespersons, such as C. Hutchinson, an activist in the British group Drop the Dead, who opined, "We don't want the movement to stop because there is too much violence. We need peaceful demonstrations so we can get across our messages." 54. Significantly, Fabien Lefrançois, of the French group Agir ICI, allowed that the Black Bloc's rough stuff had apparently produced such a shockwave that it helped reformists force negotiations to get underway, open debates, and be heard. But he also noted, "It's true, the violent actions of the Black Bloc served our purpose at a certain point in time. But they can do us a disservice in the long run." 55. According to the head of the French section of Greenpeace, Bruno Rebel, our work is discredited by this violence. 56. The message of the progressive elite is crystal clear: its work should be the priority, and the radicals had better calm down, toe the line, and behave themselves. Susan George, vice president of ADOC France, has taken up the same refrain. Because of a few unmanageable idiots, we come across as simple-minded anti-capitalists and violent anti-Europeans. 57. Referring to the EU summit in Göteborg in June 2001, she lamented that the street actions had drawn the public's attention away from a televised debate involving European politicians and 7 representatives of the movement, including herself. Even peaceful demonstrations are often reduced to a few anecdotal images. 58. Concerning the alter globalization movement, for instance, French journalists have repeatedly used the expression bon enfant to describe peaceful demonstrations, highlighting the innocuous aspects of these events. 59. In a TF1 news report from Genoa on July 18, 2001, the atmosphere at the demonstrators' headquarters was described as good-natured. In the next day's report, the term technoparade was used to describe the first demonstration in that city, a nonviolent event. In December 2000, a journalist for the Paris Daily Liberation referred to peaceful actions carried out in Nice, where the EU summit was underway, as anti-globalization folklore. The Spaniards brought out their drums, the Catalans their fifes, and the Galicians their bagpipes. It was a festive happening during which dozens of activists jumped into the Beta Anges. A 9-meter-long financial shark that was supposed to have traveled from Marseille to intrude on the bathers never arrived. The article continued, "He got deflated," one swimmer quipped. With the subtitles "Bagpipes and Deflated Shark," the article eschewed all political references. 60. Only rarely is the political significance of demonstrations, violent or not, taken seriously by the mainstream media. The fact is, the mass media are eager to cover the spectacle provided by rioters, and they generally give a higher priority to a violent demonstration than to a calm, friendly march. I can attest to this personally, having served several times as a guest analyst and commentator for RDI, Radio Canada's 24-hour French-language TV news network, when it was covering alter globalization demonstrations. During production meetings, decisions on the placement of cameras and vehicles were based in part on the potential for vandalism. Thus, a correlation developed between the media's coverage of alter globalization demonstrations and the direct actions of the Black Blocs. By way of illustration, the marches held in November 2001 against the IMF, the World Bank, and the G20 summit in Ottawa, and then in January-February 2002 against the World Economic Forum in New York, were referred to as non-events by members of the teams I was a part of, precisely because not enough havoc was generated at those events to satisfy a certain audience. 6 months later, in the absence of any violence despite the participation of a small black bloc, the G8 summit in Calgary presented the same problem for the Society of the Spectacle. The media hope to capture scenes of violence, which for them are highly profitable. 61 They have been far more attentive to alter globalization demonstrations since Seattle because of the presence of black blocs. As a result, they have also been more attentive to the alter globalization discourses. The participants in the Black Blocs are fully aware of this dynamic and have often asserted that their actions draw media attention to mobilizations and rallies, that they discussions and debates, people to take a position, whether or not they are for or against this kind of action hardly matters to us, because we know why we do it. 62. Indeed, the possibility that Black Blocs and their allies will carry out sensational actions has enabled the movement for some years to remain highly newsworthy. Scholars who have systematically analyzed the relationship between the media and violent demonstrations concur that the use of force helps generate significant media coverage, at least initially. 63 These scholars do not agree, however, when it comes to determining whether recourse to violence has a positive or negative effect on media coverage. Photographers scramble for a closer shot of a burning police car at the Toronto G20 summit protest, June 2010. The attitude of mainstream journalists toward violence depends greatly on who is employing it. They are generally quite tolerant when violence is used by local police forces or by the country's own military, or that of allies. Their tolerance stays relatively high with regard to respectable protesters, such as students in a foreign country demonstrating against an authoritarian regime, or homegrown, middle-class trade unionists. Usually, though, they condemn the violence of others: police and military personnel of enemy states, suburban youths, black blockers. This condemnation is expressed through pejorative labels: young extremists, brutes, thugs, and so on, and in almost total silence with regard to their political motives. Antagonizing public opinion and the working class. Given this media environment, it seems logical to expect the Black Bloc's use of force during demonstrations to damage the protest movement's public image. At best, they attract the attention of the cameras, but the resulting media coverage never portrays them in a sympathetic light. Yet this implies a homogeneous movement, one from which the Black Bloc is excluded. It also implies that public opinion is uniform. Chris Samuel analyzed the Black Bloc tactic in the light of the 2010 Toronto G20 summit. He concluded that activist attempts to impose a new definition of violence or even to open up the question of violence in the minds of the watching public were doomed to fail because the Black Bloc lacked sufficient symbolic power to impose a new definition of violence on a neoliberal public. The assumption here is that a few hundred activists breaking windows in downtown Toronto were convinced their action on its own had the power to modify conscious beliefs about property and its relation to capitalist exploitation, and, furthermore, that the public is of one mind. 64 In reality, however, civil society and public opinion are heterogeneous. As a member of the Black Bloc in London during the anti-cuts demonstrations asserted, we are not in any way setting out to terrorize the public. We are the public. 65. A Canadian woman and veteran Black Blocker was asked, how would you respond to those who say the Black Blocs give a poor image of the anti-globalization movement as a whole? Her reply, whose image? I think the assumption is that people are not inspired by rebellion. And also that the audience is white and middle class. 66. It would be more accurate to speak of civil societies and public opinions. Some public opinions judge the actions of the Black Blocs and their allies harshly. But there are also those who feel inadequately represented by progressive organizations, which they believe hamper the movement against capitalist globalization and impede social justice. these people look positively on Black Bloc actions and perceive them as politically significant. Of course, this analysis of public opinion is not shared by the detractors of the Black Blocs, such as Mario Roy, an editorialist for Montreal's La Presse. In late July 2003, after demonstrations against the WDO in Montreal, he penned this reductive assessment: vandalism is abysmally stupid and perceived as such by the entire population. 67. Sweeping generalizations like this ignore the existence of independent media networks, independent radio stations and print and internet publications, and the punk and hip-hop countercultures, among others, all of which abound with far more nuanced debates about Black Bloc actions than can be found in the mainstream media. Lynn Owens and L. Kendall Palmer studied the after-effects of the media's coverage of Black Bloc actions in Seattle, and found that it boosted public interest in anarchism. They identified a threefold dynamic: the mainstream media gave the Black Blocs a very high profile, but a negative one, presenting them as the embodiment of anarchy, in the sense of chaos and violence. The media attention generated a marked increase in the number of visits to anarchist internet sites, including those providing information and forums for discussions on the Black Blocs. The mainstream media subsequently showed more interest in other facets of anarchism, such as anarchist soccer leagues, book fairs, and so on. Meanwhile, stories about the Black Blocs sometimes included one or two texts explaining their motives and political rationale or dealing with a range of topics. 68 So it happened that during the Quebec student strike of 2012, after months of demonstrations with an ongoing Black Bloc presence, the Montreal Anarchist Book Fair, held in May of the same year, saw a considerable rise in the number of visitors, who were curious to learn more about anarchism. Sales of books, especially introductions to the subject, increased significantly. It seems that within the alter globalization movement, many activists and protesters do not reject political violence, and thus are not necessarily disturbed by the Black Bloc. During the 2012 Quebec student strike, a protester expressed to a journalist his opinion of the anarchists who were smashing bank windows and battling the police: "I never threw anything, I never smashed anything, but I am with them. I am a Casseur in my heart." 69. Even the American eco-feminist Starhawk, a hardcore pacifist, declared, "I like the Black Bloc. In general, I think breaking windows and fighting cops in a mass action is counterproductive. Are my comrades and allies in this struggle, and we need room in this movement for rage, for impatience, for militant fervor." 70. Donatella Della Porta and Sidney Tarot, two analysts of social movements, interviewed some 800 protesters during the G8 summit in Genoa in 2001 and found that only 41% of them were prepared to condemn all forms of violence. 71 At the demonstrations against the G8 summit in Evian in June 2003, 16.7% of the protesters stated that damaging property can be effective, 40% thought that physically resisting the police can be effective, and over 66% said that they themselves had physically resisted the police at some point or were prepared to do so. 72. Yet the leaders of progressive organizations, hoping above all to mobilize the trade unions, are still not convinced of the usefulness of Black Bloc actions. 73 Susan George, for her part, points an accusing finger at the Black Blockers in Genoa in 2001 for acting irresponsibly toward others. Are you happy, protesters? You, the genuine Black Blockers, who never participated in any of the preparatory meetings that went on for months, who don't belong to any of the 700 responsible Italian organizations that had decided democratically to practice creative and active nonviolence. Are you happy with your unilateral actions, to have infiltrated groups of peaceful demonstrators so that they too got gassed and clubbed? Are you happy we've finally got our martyr? His name was Carlo Giuliani. A man has died. If we can't guarantee peaceful, creative demonstrations, workers and official trade unions won't join us. 74. The implication, then, is that a demonstration is a kind of private space of you embraced wholeheartedly by an editor of Rouge, the organ of the LCR, who accuses the Black Blocs of squatting demonstrations and obliging them to take on a type of confrontation that they do not want. 75. Such allegations, however, fail to mention that many Black Blockers are also involved in mobilization campaigns and that the demonstrations they take part in are organized in the main by radical groups. Yet even some on the far left and in the anarchist movement assume that the Black Blocs alienate the working class. 76 with their clothing and lifestyle choices, which are associated with the anarchist counterculture. 77 For insurrectionary anarchists, such distinctions are specious and conceal a form of political manipulation. We are of the exploited and excluded, and thus our task is to act. Yet some critique all action that is not part of a large and visible social movement as acting in the place of the proletariat. They counsel analysis and waiting, instead of acting. Supposedly, we are not exploited alongside the exploited, our desires, our rage, and our weaknesses are not part of the class struggle. This is nothing but another ideological separation between the exploited and subversives. 78. Others point out that this critique glosses over the fact that members of the working class take part in Black Blocs, as suggested by numerous Black Bloc communiques and declarations published over the years. In particular, the communique Who is the Black Bloc? Where is the Black Bloc, released in 2010 by the Italian Autonomous University Collective in the wake of some student protest actions, asked: "Do you want to see the faces behind the scarves, helmets, balaclavas? They are the same faces that pay your rent for derelict houses, the faces you look at when asking to sign work contracts of €500 a month. They are the faces that submit dissertation proposals and are obliged to reference your boring texts, they make your cappuccino with froth. They are the ones whose lifeblood is being sapped by financial insecurity, whose lives are shit, and they are tired of putting up with it." 79. This quotation offers a portrait of Black Blockers as respectable citizens, as good workers and diligent students. It also indicates that their revolt is legitimate because they are dominated by an unfair and inegalitarian system. Furthermore, many statements made by wage earners who are not Black Blockers convey their sympathy for direct action in general and for anarchists using the Black Bloc tactic in particular. To quote a worker who was present at the Battle of Seattle, "Isn't there anyone who will defend the anarchists? These young men and women, aren't they our comrades rather than saboteurs of our movement? Shouldn't we, on the contrary, thank these revolutionary spirits for expressing a righteous anger and refusing a globalized social order based on greed, systemic violence, and the oppression of the majority?" In response to police brutality, the nonviolence advocated by most organizations has proved totally inadequate. Finally, demonstrations were not the exclusive property of the pacifists, ecologists, unions, and religious groups any more than they were the anarchists. No one has a monopoly on the streets. And yet, as a man of color and a member of the working class, I consider it an honor to have shared the company, during the dark days of Seattle, of these young and valiant idealistic rebels. 80. For another observer, the true heroes of the battle in Seattle, the street warriors, the Ruckus Society, the anarchists, Earth Firsters, the Direct Action Media Network, radical labor militants such as the folks at Jobs with Justice, hundreds of longshoremen, steel workers, electrical workers and teamsters who disgustedly abandoned the respectable, police-sanctioned official AFL-CIO parade and joined the street warriors at the barricades in downtown. A few rebellious steel workers, longshoremen, electrical workers, and teamsters did disobey their leaders, push into downtown and join the battle. The main march withdrew in respectable good order and dispersed peacefully to their hotels. Fortunately, the street warriors won. 81. At the demonstrations against the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City in April 2001, many individuals left the People's March, organized and supervised by reformist institutions, at the invitation of activists encouraging them to join the crowd that was defying the police. The People's March, some 60,000 strong, was supervised by the Fédération de Travailleurs et Travailleuses du Québec Corps of Marshals and confined to the Basseville, even though the official summit was taking place in the Hauteville. People waiting for the march to get underway needed only look up and see the Hauteville swathed in thick clouds of tear gas in order to realize how nasty the situation must be for the protesters up there. As planned by the organizers, the People's March turned its back on the dramatic events, moving farther away from the Hauteville and deeper into a residential neighborhood, eventually ending up in a vacant lot several kilometers from the confrontation and the official summit. But not all union members agreed with the position of the labor bureaucracy, which tried to control labor's role at the protest. For example, members of Local 3903 of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, representing teaching assistants, graduate assistants, and contract faculty at York University, along with York undergraduate students, had hired school buses to travel to Quebec City. Most of the members of CUPE 3903 who came were organized in affinity groups and had taken direct action training, legal training, and safety training. Some of these affinity groups had prepared for direct action with locks, chains, and other hardware, and at least one group was effectively a black bloc. Others joined black bloc actions when they got there. CUPE's national leaders had stated in an official press release that they would support civil disobedience and would be on the front line, though it is doubtful they had black bloc-style direct action in mind. 82. Then, as one CUPE member recalls, during the People's March on the second day of the protests, many of the rank and file were furious that labor officials were leading them away to the middle of nowhere. We had planned to head up the hill ourselves and to try to encourage others to follow. All of the CUPE Ontario leadership went up the hill with us. There may have been CUPE leaders from other provinces there as well. People from other unions went up that hill too and were gassed and abused by the cops. At the top of the hill we saw black blocs and union members working together with a grappling hook and a rope, trying to pull the fence down. They faced gas and water cannon. After the summit, at the CUPE Ontario Convention in Ottawa in June, CUPE National President Judy Darcy gave a passionate speech to the members in which she said that Labour would not abandon the young people at the wall again, that every local would get direct action training, and that every local would be sent gas masks. So, all this is to say that the division between Labour and black blocs is not so clear. 83. In the Quebec City neighborhoods where the confrontations took place, a number of residents supported the activists by giving them water, cheering them on from their balconies, or opening their doors when they needed to take refuge. Similar scenes were witnessed in Genoa in 2001. Another example is provided by Mohamed Chikwi, a spokesperson for Oxfam Quebec, who commented on the 4 windows broken in downtown Montreal during an anti-WDO demonstration in 2003, when we see the ongoing obstruction and incoherence in international institutions, and we watch people, young people in the street with expectations for the future who see that the future has nothing good in store for them. If I were their age, I might have done the same thing. 84. Addressing several hundred people at Vittorio Square in Turin, Italy, on July 8, 2011, Alberto Perino, for 20 years the spokesperson of the No TOF movement in Val di Susa, declared, "Siamo tutti Black Bloc," and was cheered by the crowd. 85 The slogan "Siamo tutti Black Bloc" even appears on t-shirts sold in that region to support the No TOF movement. At an October 2013 assembly, in response to a clash between police and demonstrators, members of Brazil's State Union of Education Professionals expressed unconditional support for the black blocs. Many teachers said that they had been protected by the bloc, and a general coordinator for CEPE stated that the black blocs are always welcome in their demonstrations. In sum, there is no truth to claims that the operations of the black blocs necessarily widen the gap between anarchism and ordinary working-class citizens. This is what democracy looks like. Representatives of progressive movements and organizations accuse the black blocs and their allies of not respecting the democratic process. This was the central argument advanced by Michael Albert after the events in Seattle in 1999 in his article, On Trashing and Movement Building. The assumptions underlying these criticisms of black blocs stem from a homogeneous vision whereby a social movement should be unified and march in a single direction determined by enlightened leaders who are comfortably installed at the head of organizations that are supposedly responsible, democratic, and representative of civil society as a whole. But the black blocs are based on a very different political rationale. They have no respectable personalities ensuring that their discourse is taken up by the mainstream media, nor do they wish to be financed by the state and invited to discussions with members of the G20, the G8, or the participants in the World Economic Forum in Davos. Black bloc activists declare instead, "We are not looking for a seat in the discussions among the masters of the world, we want the masters of the world to no longer exist." 86. Clearly, the frictions that have developed within the alter-globalization and anti-austerity social movements reflect two different conceptions of democracy. The self-proclaimed representatives of the movement defend representative democracy. For a community, be it a nation or a social movement, to be represented, it must be perceived as homogeneous and as able to express itself through a single voice. This approach is exemplified by Patty Goldman, managing attorney with Earth Justice, founded as the Sierra Club Legal Defense Fund in Seattle in 1971, who stated in 1999, in Seattle, "We condemn the violence. We are a legal institution that works through the law to protect the environment. There are valid arguments to be made to the WTO and the Clinton administration about a critical need for fundamental reform of trade rules to protect our health and our environment. Violence only obscures our message. A handful of anarchists should not drown out the message of thousands of peaceful marchers." 87. What her words actually show, however, is that there is no unified movement. Instead, there are power relationships, in the course of which social movement elites try to distance themselves from the anarchists, to shut them out without the slightest acknowledgement that the anarchists' message may somehow be relevant. Regarding the diversity of tactics, Susan George asserts that this approach cannot work because there will be no unity in the demonstration and no clear message for the outside world. 88. The implication is that George can speak for the entire movement, from which she has excluded the deviant elements. As for the black blocs, she dismisses them as a handful of individuals who, in effect, have nothing to propose. 89. In reference to the anti-G8 summit demonstrations in Evian, she adds that the vandals belong to a minority subculture, the black leather heavy metal spike hair unwashed of Zurich, whose sole aim in life is apparently to smash things. Only a qualified psychologist or anthropologist could say if they have any interest whatsoever in politics. 90. The black blocs and their allies are described as products of cultural deviance combined with psychological pathology. In this way, they serve as foils for the leaders of institutionalized groups, who, by dissociating themselves from the vandals, hope to project a calm, respectable, and homogeneous image of a movement that can speak with one voice, that of its elite. By contrast, anarchists and the majority of those who participate in black blocs view a social movement as something heterogeneous, as a movement of movements, and hold that the multitude cannot be represented without its will being oversimplified by the representing elite. In other words, that the delegation of authority undermines the principles of equality and freedom, because representatives invariably develop personal interests at odds with the common good of the community they claim to represent. The members of the black blocs favor pluralism and autonomy of choice, whereas progressive elites seek to discipline their demonstrations and publicly condemn the black blocs' actions. Feeling that they have been betrayed, black blockers sometimes intentionally disrupt the speeches of high-profile leaders of the movement. An incident like this happened in Nice in December 2000, in the prelude to the EU summit there. A French activist recounts what happened at gatherings held prior to the demonstrations. There were about 200 of us sleeping in the basement of a car park. I experienced the horror familiar to itinerants who sleep on cardboard, with the cold burning your back. I was there because we could talk about violence. We had excluded ourselves from the gymnasium, where people like Susan George and Alain Krivine 91 were speaking. That was the first time I realized you could disrupt people. Usually, they are the ones on the issue of illegal immigrants or other topics who cut us out, who co-opt us, who appropriate movements by sending their youths to our general meetings, but this time we shouted insults at them and hooted them down. 92. Here, the representatives of the movement were being faulted for denying its diversity and for refusing to take its radical, anti-authoritarian components seriously. Yet at the same time, and even worse, the elite endeavors to link up with popular movements and co-opt their militant energy for its own benefit or for the benefit of institutionalized organizations. The musician Midge Ure, organizer of the Scottish Live 8 in 2005, was asked by journalists whether he feared that the anarchists would co-opt Live 8. He replied that in fact, he was turning the anarchists' event to his advantage. 93. Yet after the demonstrations, he told the anarchists to go home. 94. Those who join Black Blocs do not view their political commitment solely in relation to, for example, an alter globalization movement with a single, clear, and specific goal. This is mainly because that movement is composed primarily of institutionalized progressive organizations. In this connection, a member of an affinity group allied with the Black Blocs explains, "We are anti-capitalists first, before being opponents of globalization, we are against globalization because we are anti-capitalists." 95. This is why the Black Blocs often criticize the progressive elite for being wishy-washy. So each side accuses the other of sapping the movement's effectiveness and credibility. The elites of reformist organizations constantly chastise young rioters and anarchists in the belief that this will make the reformist leaders worthy of the state's and the media's attention. The mainstream political arena is under the sway of a full-fledged normalizing apparatus, which consists of government policies, official communication channels, grants, criteria for inclusion, and so on. The dependence of progressive political actors on this apparatus encourages them to dissociate themselves from groups that might tarnish their respectability. Indeed, the financial and political fate of the spokespersons of various institutions often depends as much on government subsidies as on the success or failure of their actions. Representatives of the state have openly asked the spokespersons of reformist organizations to publicly dissociate themselves from the rioters. In the wake of the disturbances related to the G8 summit in Genoa, in 2001, Guy Verhofstadt, Prime Minister of Belgium and President of the EU, demanded, "I want to hear the representatives of all democratic movements and parties, throughout the world, to distance themselves from the rioters." 96. This injunction was taken up by commentators like Dominique von Berg, editor-in-chief of La Tribune de Genève, in his front-page analysis of the demonstrations against the G8 summit in Evian in June 2003. He depicted the vandals as no more than a handful of imbeciles, a few hundred rioters, managed to steal the show from a peaceful and important protest. As they did during the demonstration, the opposition forces must resolutely reject all those whose arguments add up to crowbars and Molotov cocktails. 97. The progressive elite appears to be amenable to calls like these. When he was in charge of international relations for ATTAC, Christophe Guitton, though more radical than Susan George and ready to denounce police violence, declared that the social forum organized by reformist groups and associations in Genoa in 2001 was legitimized, in Italy and far beyond, by its ability to differentiate itself from the acts of violence committed by certain groups of demonstrators. 98. The same point was made during the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City by Françoise David, spokesperson for the People's Summit, who said no to the violence, which according to her had been orchestrated by a very small group of vandals. 99. Finally, here was Bob Geldof's response, as spokesperson for the Live 8 campaign, to the violent activists protesting the G8 summit in Scotland in 2005, "You're a bunch of losers." 100. The Peace Police. In return for publicly denouncing the Black Blocs, the spokespersons of the progressive movement hope to be rewarded politically by the authorities. Specifically, they hope to be recognized as legitimate players and to receive invitations to discuss, and perhaps negotiate, with people in high places. 101. The reformists' desire to project a respectable image of themselves leads to the self-disciplining of street demonstrations. Of course, implicit even in peaceful demonstrations is the idea that a civil war or a revolution is possible. The French philosopher Yves Michaud observes, in democratic countries, the mass demonstration is a ritualized form of confrontation. The adversaries show their numbers without the intention of using force but letting it be inferred that they could 102. Reformist leaders who are concerned about their public image clearly intend that this potential clash be forever deferred. 103. The question arises, however, what political relationship is being established when the progressive elite asks the authorities for permission to demonstrate, discusses the route of the march with them, and has the protesters supervised by a corps of marshals? The political scientist Olivier Filioul refers to a spirit of complicity 104 between organizers and the police. Isabelle Sommier, also a political scientist, notes that the requirements of internal order of a march organized by the major militant institutions coincide with the requirements of public order, because both threatened by uncontrollable disruptive elements, or vandals of one sort or another. 105. This being so, politicians and progressive spokespersons are on exactly the same page. We firmly condemn this type of violent action, which is totally foreign to the alter-globalization movement, said Juan Tortosa, one of the coordinators of the Geneva-based Forum Social Lemanique, in response to actions carried out during the G8 summit in Evian. In Genoa, José Bove, a member of the Confédération Paysanne and undoubtedly the most renowned spokesperson for the alter-globalization movement in France, declared that today, over 200,000 people have assembled here, refusing the rationale of the G8, the rationale of globalization, despite police provocations and despite the attempts at destabilization of a certain number of uncontrolled groups. The gist of these remarks, made on the public network France 2 on July 21, 2001, was reiterated the same day on TF1, where Bove again referred to uncontrolled groups. Uncontrolled? By whom? The police? Or movement organizers and spokespersons such as Bove himself? A moot point. What is clear in all of this, however, is the idea that everything would be fine if all the demonstrators behaved in a controlled manner. As Christophe Guitton of Attic bluntly stated, it would be better if we could control everything. 106. Susan George, meanwhile, has declared it necessary to impose overall nonviolence in our ranks in order to achieve disciplined activism. 107. For those who present themselves as the movement's spokespersons, what is at stake is controlling the rank and file, even to the point of acting as police auxiliaries. Hence, the protesting institutions' deployment of marshals in Seattle, Quebec City, Annemasse, Toronto, and elsewhere. Following the 2010 G20 summit in Toronto, Sid Ryan, president of the Ontario Federation of Labour, who had clearly changed his tune since marching up the hill with CUPE members in Quebec City in 2001, wrote a letter to the editor of the Toronto Star denouncing the cowardly actions of the hooligans. Concerning the large People First demonstration organized by labor unions and civil society organizations, Ryan stated, "The rally organizers, including the Ontario Federation of Labour, worked diligently to ensure that our democratic right to lawful assembly would be respected. To this end, we liaised with the Toronto police and cooperated at every turn. On the day, hundreds of volunteer marshals facilitated what was an extraordinarily successful event, given the tension that had pervaded the city in the days before. 108. In his view, the People First protest told world leaders including our own Prime Minister Stephen Harper to put the needs of human beings and the environment ahead of all other considerations as they deliberated over the weekend. Chris Samuel examined the distinction between People First and Get Off the Fence at the Toronto G20 protests. Get Off the Fence was a demonstration called by the Community Solidarity Network in which a black bloc took part. Samuel concluded that by demonstrating that People First was not Black Bloc, People First organizers accumulated symbolic capital at Black Bloc's expense. They used their institutional stability to maintain relations with police and thereby portray those relations as supporting legitimate protest. 109. But Samuel also noted that while this approach certainly harmed the Black Bloc's public image, it did not strengthen the impact of the People First demonstration on the G20 summit discussions in particular or on global capitalism in general. As a rule, the political and financial elites that run the G20 show little interest in any demonstration that does not represent an actual threat to social stability. A few progressive personalities have gone so far as to suggest that the police should move quickly to arrest members of the Black Blocs. For example, Judy Rebick, a progressive feminist intellectual in Canada, criticized the Black Blocs after the demonstrations and mass arrests during the Toronto G20. A few months earlier she had commented on the Black Blocs' action during the demonstrations against the Olympic Games in Vancouver. If diversity of tactics means that people who aim to commit vandalism and sometimes violence can come into the middle of a demonstration with blackface masks and break up whatever takes their fancy when the vast majority of people involved don't want them to, then I draw a line 110. With regard to Toronto, given that the Black Bloc withdrew from the mass demonstration and dashed away in the opposite direction, one might have expected Judy Rebick to be satisfied. Instead she wrote, "I believe the cops could have arrested the Black Bloc right at the beginning of the action, but they abandoned their police cars and allowed them to burn. I disagree with torching police cars and breaking windows, and I have been debating these tactics for decades with people who think they accomplish something. But the bigger question here is why the police let it happen, and make no mistake, the police did let it happen. Why did the police let the city get out of control? It is the police that bear the responsibility for what happened last night. They were responsible for keeping the peace and they failed to do it. 111. This statement, which is ambiguous to say the least, suggests that Rebick would have preferred to see the police arrest members of the Black Bloc. About 10 years earlier, Lori Wallach, an American lobbyist and director of Global Trade Watch, which is affiliated with Ralph Nader's Public Citizen organization, told an interviewer that on November 29, 1999, the day before the direct actions in Seattle, anarchists had wanted to break windows during an event where Jose Bove was distributing Roquefort cheese in front of a McDonald's. Our people actually picked up the anarchists. Because we had with us steel workers and longshoremen who, by sheer bulk, were 3 or 4 times larger. So we had them literally just sort of, a teamster on either side, just pick up an anarchist. We'd walk him over to the cops and say, this boy just broke a window. He doesn't belong to us. We hate the WDO, so does he, maybe, but we don't break things. Please arrest him. And the cops wouldn't arrest anyone. 112. The next day, Medea Benjamin, who heads Global Exchange, based in San Francisco, and who campaigns against the sweatshops that supply Nike, intervened to protect the windows of Nike, McDonald's, and Gap against the vandals. She told the New York Times that she had wondered, where are the police? These anarchists should have been arrested. 113. It is more than a little troubling to see reformist spokespersons sharing this desire for discipline with politicians, police officers, and even the heads of multinationals. In September 1998, 450 of the latter signed the Geneva Business Declaration, which contained a statement that Jose Bove, Susan George, and other reformist leaders would not dispute. Business is accustomed to working with trade unions, consumer organizations, and other representative groups that are responsible, credible, transparent, and accountable, and consequently command respect. What we question is the proliferation of activist groups that do not accept these self-disciplinary criteria. 114. In her study of the demonstrations against the Summit of the Americas, Isabelle Saint Armand has noted that the cartoon portrait of the vandal, poles apart from that of the peaceful protester, helps to split the demonstrators on grounds of morality and legitimacy. 115. Moreover, politicians, police officials, and representatives of the state know how to express their gratitude to the leaders of progressive organizations for effectively supervising demonstrations and observing previously negotiated agreements on meeting points, starting times, and routes. Concerning the mass demonstration against the G8 summit in Evian in June 2003, Laurent Moudineau, president of the Swiss State Council, offered bouquets as well as brickbats. With regard to the demonstration itself, it is difficult to find fault with the organizers. They adhered to the agreements arrived at with them. But they were confronted with people who use this type of event for their own purposes. It is a phenomenon akin to the hooligans 116. Christophe Guitton, who was in charge of liaising between a number of militant organizations and the police during the Evian summit, received a gift of 2 beautiful knives from the chief of police for having played by the rules established largely by the authorities. This little ceremony was broadcast by the media, of course, which gave the chief of police the chance to project a friendly image of the police in front of the TV cameras. Clearly, out of an unhealthy desire to cooperate with the authorities and to be seen as reasonable and responsible, some radical and dynamic activists find themselves playing walk-on roles in a show that benefits the very authorities they claim to be opposing. In this connection, the French militant Patrice Spadoni, a former postal worker and the organizer of the marches against unemployment in Europe, explains, "What frightens the powers that be is the conjunction of radicalism and mass movements." He adds, "The powers that be seek to divide the protest movement, which has more and more support. On one hand, they want to criminalize the combative wing of the social movements. On the other, they try to integrate the most moderate wing 117. Politicians and police officials appreciate it when protesters discipline themselves and organize their own para-police corps in the shape of marshals." The March des Peuples, held during the 2001 Summit of the Americas in Quebec City, is exemplary in this regard. Having been informed that Black Blocs intended to join the demonstration, one of the FTQ's union marshals declared on that organization's communications network, "Okay, I'll send you some muscle. We'll deal with them in short order." 118. This soon gave rise to a series of congratulatory remarks. After the March des Peuples, Canadian Prime Minister Jean Chrétien said, "I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the QFL, which had its own security guards." 119. The comments made by Bernard Landry, then Premier of Quebec, display the same political bias. The demonstration of the People's Summit was exceptionally peaceful and exemplary. "I am told the labor union's corps of marshals fulfilled their roles very well. We know that, traditionally, the Quebec Federation of Labor and the Confederation of National Trade Unions are able to ensure order in demonstrations. They did this successfully, but it should be recalled that demonstrations can be infiltrated by vandals whose behavior is anti-democratic and antisocial, who are not angels and deserve none of our sympathy." 120. It was organized by serious-minded people. It was impeccable, was how Robert Poety, spokesman for the police, expressed himself. 121. But a demonstrator who had taken part in the very calm March des Peuples vented his disappointment in an open letter. He was less enthusiastic about the organizers, who he felt had fooled him. "I played the game by participating in the peaceful demonstration. I decided to put my trust in nonviolent protest and to continue along the planned route, even though it led straight to a suburban wasteland. How naive I was. We played the game, but we were the only ones. The media hardly mentioned our March." 122. Conclusion. Police repression and political profiling. One consequence of the Black Bloc's popularity is that they no longer have the advantage of surprise. This has made them more vulnerable to repression, surveillance, and police infiltration. For example, the report produced by the Toronto Police Service after the G20 Summit of 2010 contains excerpts from its operational logbook with almost minute-by-minute updates sent to the command center. The document brings to light the police's apparent obsession with the Black Blocs, to the point that, even as the events of the summit unfolded, the police circulated often useless and sometimes preposterous information on anything possibly resembling a Black Bloc. During the peaceful march of June 25, the police officers keeping watch informed their commanders that some 30 Black Blockers were chanting "Bomb the RBC" and that the odor of something burning a few minutes later could mean that Molotov cocktails were being prepared. A team of bomb disposal experts was deployed when the members of the Black Bloc seemed to be readying a makeshift bomb in front of police headquarters. The police observers also reported seeing more Black Bloc members, masking up and putting on goggles. A number of them also began to mix unknown liquids or chemicals in plastic bags and glass jars. Several hours after the start of the demonstration, Black Bloc members were seen once again mixing unknown liquids together out front of the Sick Kids Hospital. 2 and a little later, Black Bloc members were observed urinating into pop bottles in apparent preparation for something. 3. Actually, this demonstration ended just as it had begun, that is, altogether peacefully, with no Black Blocs carrying out any direct actions. The police's obsession with the Black Blocs makes it risky to undertake certain actions, especially in small-scale demonstrations but even at mass rallies. As Black Blocs are highly visible, the police can easily slip into a crowd and apprehend members of the group. That is what happened in Montreal during a march against increased rates for public services, in New York, during the World Economic Forum, and in Ottawa during demonstrations against the IMF, World Bank, and G20.4. Black Blocs are particularly vulnerable to police infiltration and agents provocateurs. The wearing of masks actually facilitates infiltration, and one can easily imagine police officers in disguise circulating in small groups and arresting unsuspecting protesters. Furthermore, agents provocateurs can commit illegal and possibly violent acts to manipulate genuine demonstrators as well as the media and thereby justify more aggressive police interventions. These concerns are expressed after almost every major mobilization involving confrontations and repression, by spokespersons of political organizations as well as by rank-and-file activists. Their typical contention is that police agents were part of the Black Bloc and had manipulated it. Often, though, the evidence supporting these claims is a few pictures shown out of context, for instance, of a Black Blocker who seems to be talking to riot police with no indication of what is actually being said or of what happened before or after the shot was taken, or of what was going on beyond the frame. At the 2001 G8 summit in Genoa, various rumors circulated to the effect that the Black Bloc had colluded with the police or that the Italian authorities had let hundreds of neo-Nazis come to Genoa to foment trouble disguised as Black Blockers in order to discredit the movement and justify repression. 5 Susan George was particularly energetic in relaying these stories, declaring that the Black Blocs are very often infiltrated by the police and Nazi elements. 6. In his recent book about the Black Blocs, the Italian journalist Franco Fracasse tries to demonstrate on the basis of interviews with retired police officers that the Black Blocs have been infiltrated and controlled by Secret Service agents, unbeknownst to other police forces. He goes so far as to claim that the Black Blocs are financed by private foundations and multinational corporations to create chaos and discredit the demands of progressive forces. The security fence after it was torn down by Blocs and other protesters at the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City, April 2001. Another way to prove that police manipulation is at work is to point out that the police are always well informed about the Black Blocs but do nothing to arrest them before a demonstration or to limit their actions while it is ongoing. In June 2010, after the G20 protests in Toronto, Murray Dobbin, a senior editor of the progressive webzine Rabble, explained that the police forces know exactly what they are doing. The obvious fact is that they were always in control. This was a very strategic operation from beginning to end. The decision to allow the Black Bloc to do its destructive work without any intervention at all was strategic, as the police and their political masters knew the media would play their pre-assigned reactionary role and focus on the destruction of property. The mass arrest of 900 people was a message to those willing to take a stand: you could be next, and a criminal record is no laughing matter. There is no question that amongst the mob of window breakers and car burners were a significant number of agents provocateurs. Perhaps next time the real social activists should swarm these people and stop them if the police refuse. They are the enemies of social change. We should treat all of them as agents provocateurs and plan to deal with them accordingly. In the process we might catch a few more cops in the act. 7. Dobbin is suggesting here that demonstrators should physically attack Black Bloc activists, effectively serving as a kind of peace police. He is also claiming that the police are always in control except, no doubt, when people demonstrate peacefully and without disrupting the social order. Regarding the 2001 demonstrations against the G8, Fracassi referred in his book to a document filed in the Genoese courts titled Informazioni sul front della protesta anti-G8, which indicated very precisely the number of anarchists expected from all over Europe as well as the number of activists representing a threat in Italy. In Aosta, 10 black blockers and 40 pink bloc members; in Perugia, 5 black blockers; in Vibo Valentia, 3 pink bloc members and 1 blue bloc. 8 Fracassi also reported that the Italian police were aware of 1,891 activists participating in black blocs in Italy. 9 He wondered why they were not arrested, and concluded that their remaining free was further proof of police manipulation. All of this is somewhat ridiculous. Besides, preventive arrests of activists pose an obvious threat to political freedom. There is little doubt that the authorities collect fairly sound data on protest groups and use that information when conducting operations such as crowd control. None of which can ensure that everyone who represents a public security risk will be either prevented from acting or caught in the act. Even so, mass demonstrations are typically subjected to surveillance, infiltration, preventive arrests, and border stoppages, as was the case in Genoa in 2001, when the Italian authorities stopped trains and turned away ferry boats. In 2011, at the G20 summit in Cannes, the police tried to intercept troublemakers at the French-Italian border. 10 And a number of Spanish activists were indeed arrested on the morning of the demonstrations. 11 The London police made 57 arrests in June 2013 at the gathering point for the Carnival Against Capitalism, part of the protests against the G8 summit in Ireland. According to the police, the arrests were justified by intelligence that individuals at the address were in possession of weapons and were intent on causing criminal damage and engaging in violent disorder. 12. The fact is that the police regularly carry out preventive arrests just before major mobilizations, apparently with the aim of destabilizing militant networks and presenting the public with an image of efficiency. After the 2010 G20 summit in Toronto, the police distributed dozens of photos, and individuals suspected of having committed an offense were arrested in the ensuing weeks, not just in Toronto but also in Vancouver and the United States. In sum, security services and police forces are very powerful, endowed with sophisticated surveillance resources, and well equipped for encounters with large crowds and to prosecute suspects. But this does not mean the police are omniscient, omnipotent, and immune to incompetence. At the October 2011 demonstration of the Occupy movement in Rome, police officers were deployed in small groups to protect government buildings. Demonstrators later attested they had seen these units doing nothing while the demonstration grew increasingly rowdy, because they had been ordered to stand fast in front of the buildings. The next day, the front-page headlines of La Repubblica summed up the results of that decision: the Black Bloc devastates Rome. 70 wounded, among them 10 officers. Carabinieri van burned. Police handling of violent protesters criticized. 13. At the 2010 G20 summit in Toronto, many were surprised that the rows of anti-riot police blocking the streets that led to the security fence remained immobile while the Black Bloc ran right under their noses in the opposite direction, smashing windows along the way. And why was it that the anti-riot units brought in by van never caught and neutralized the Black Bloc? The many reports produced after the summit by the police, the Ontario Ombudsman, and the Independent Police Review make it clear that the police thought the Black Bloc's intention was to break through the police lines to reach the security fence. 14 Thus, the anti-riot squads had received orders not to budge, not to be distracted, and to stay put and block the streets leading to the fence. Indeed, the police thought it possible that the Black Bloc would smash windows as a diversion to draw the anti-riot squads away from the security fence. As for the vans transporting mobile police units, many found themselves simply stuck in traffic. Others were driven by civilians who were not authorized to run red lights, or by officers from outside Toronto whose knowledge of the city was so poor they were obliged to stop to buy city maps at subway stations so that they could make sense of their orders. The upshot was that, despite the hundreds of millions spent on security, the deployment of thousands of police officers, and the months spent on police infiltration that resulted in the preventive arrest of 17 anarchists before the demonstration, the Black Bloc enjoyed about 45 minutes of freedom to smash dozens of windows in downtown Toronto. To quote the report of the Office of the Independent Police Review Director, there was clearly a rising level of frustration among both the officers on the ground and the commanding officers, about the lack of control that the police appeared to have over the protest on the streets and their inability to stop the Black Bloc vandals. The police chief called an emergency meeting, and when the change of shift took place at the command post, the new officer in charge, according to a police officer's testimony, wanted the streets that had been made unsafe by the terrorists that were attacking our city to be made safe again by restoring order. This meant mass arrests. The THIRD report notes that the commanders were scrambling to react and that the result was an overreaction. 15. The police began to charge the crowd, making hundreds of arrests, yet by then the Black Bloc had vanished, leaving behind piles of black clothing in public parks. By the time the summit ended, more than 1,000 arrests had been made, 96% of which ultimately would not lead to charges, let alone trials. 16. Police infiltration. Setting aside the paranoiacs and supporters of conspiracy theories who believe the police actually can control everyone everywhere at all times, there is no question that police infiltrate and manipulate activist groups, and, moreover, that they use activists as police informers. In the United Kingdom, a number of female activists took legal action after a dozen police agents had infiltrated their network and had intimate relations with them, sometimes over many years. In one case this had led to the birth of a child. Adding to the absurdity, one of the unmasked agents sued the police for psychological injury. My superiors knew who I was sleeping with but chose to turn a blind eye because I was getting such valuable information. They did nothing to prevent me falling in love. 17. This police spy, Mark Kennedy, operated for about 7 years in a dozen European countries, infiltrating far-left networks and providing information on anarchist groups as well as on an anti-fascist group whose main objective was to disrupt the activities of the extreme far-right-wing groups and political parties. 18. It appears that some of the intelligence he gathered helped indict a number of activists. 19. Several months before the mobilizations against the Toronto G20 summit, the police planted undercover agents, especially in the Southern Ontario anarchist network. One of the agents was so successful she became the roommate of one of the militant women and was able to record meetings of the group. She would eventually serve as the main witness against the 17 anarchists arrested for a conspiracy of which they were said to be the ringleaders. And in April 2001, 48 hours before the official opening of the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City, members of an affinity group called Germinal were intercepted in a private car on the highway between Montreal and Quebec. The police found defensive and offensive gear in the vehicle, and the militants spent several weeks behind bars. By what miracle were the police able to spot these militants in an ordinary automobile among so many others on the highway? Simple. 2 RCMP agents who later would testify at the trial had infiltrated the group several months earlier. The operation was extremely useful for the authorities, for it allowed them to neutralize a handful of activists and exhibit the police's spoils of war to the media on the eve of the Quebec summit. To anyone paying attention, this amounted to a declaration that police efficiency was at its peak. Some have contended that this is a common police strategy in the run-up to summits. Infiltration also occurs when protests are in progress, with plainclothes police officers deployed directly among the protesters. During the G8 summit in Evian in 2003, a group of officers formed what appeared to be a black bloc, marched into the Convergence Center located in the self-managed cultural center Lucine in the heart of Geneva, and immediately carried out a series of forceful arrests. Images of the intervention were widely distributed through the mass and alternative media, and the Swiss police publicly claimed responsibility for the operation. 20 In 2008, during the mobilizations against the Security and Prosperity Partnership of North America Summit in Montebello, Quebec, 3 agents of the Sûreté du Québec, as part of an operation ironically named Flagrant Délit, disguised themselves in black in order to infiltrate the Black Bloc. One of them held a rock in his hand as he moved about. Sensing the subterfuge, the black blockers held them at bay. Soon afterwards, they were literally unmasked by trade unionists. To extricate themselves from their predicament, the three agents slipped behind a police line and lay down on the ground as if under arrest. But video recordings later showed that the arresting officers and those being arrested were wearing identical boots. The SQ eventually admitted that the three individuals were police officers. Moreover, a request under the Access to Information Act revealed that the Special Undercover Unit Flagrant Delete had 35 officers mobilized solely for the Montebello Summit. 21. Although the black blocs remain vulnerable to infiltration, working through affinity groups somewhat reduces the risk of manipulation because, in principle, the members of such groups know one another well. Moreover, a police infiltrator could never climb to the top of the organization and set a trap for the militants, quite simply because top positions do not exist, nor do leaders. Thus, despite the arrest of the supposed ringleaders in Toronto, in 2010, on the morning before the mass demonstration, the Black Bloc was able to smash dozens of windows. It does not take a leader to start a riot. A participant in Black Blocs in Quebec said that it would be naive not to grant that is possible. But the Black Blocs say it's the other way around, it's the moderate groups that are infiltrated and manipulated by the police. 22. Indeed, it is more than likely that reformist organizations are also infiltrated by the police, and in any case the leaders of such organizations are usually glad to help the police, to heed police concerns while planning mobilizations, and to provide their own marshals as police auxiliaries. Yet leaders of institutionalized or parliamentary progressive groups often assert that police manipulate black blocs. Such groups find it advantageous to discredit anarchists. To quote Victor Serge, an anarchist and later a communist in the early 20th century. Against their enemies the anarchists, those perennial gadflies, social democratic politicians, the vilest, deadliest weapon, slander. It is a tradition and a tactic. Let any anarchist, pushed to the brink by the daily vexations of honest folk, commit an act, and you will hear screams of provocateur. You are forbidden to move on pain of being smeared. You are forbidden to rebel against the arbitrary on pain of being branded a stool pigeon. 23. Once rumors are spread and doubt is sown in people's minds, how is one to distinguish true from false? 24. Political profiling. The violence of the black blocs and their allies sets in motion an apparently simple mechanism, police repression and brutality. 25. It can surprise no one that, after windows have been smashed and projectiles hurled at citizens in uniform, they do not offer to settle the matter by flipping a coin. After all, the protesters knowingly break the law and sometimes target the police themselves. And if anyone rejects dogmatic nonviolence, surely it is the police. Black blockers must seriously consider the consequences of their actions for other demonstrators, but it would be a mistake to hold them responsible for the choices made by the police. The dynamic between activists and the police is actually quite complex, and police violence does not always arise in response to that of the protesters. In other words, the police do not need a black bloc's presence for an excuse to lash out at demonstrators. They sometimes willingly manhandle, injure, and arrest those who, objectively, do not represent a threat. Demonstrators' use of force may increase the risk of police brutality and arrests, but beyond that, the correlation is hard to find. The police have displayed a great deal of tolerance towards certain misdeeds, including the hurling of projectiles in their direction, while at other times they have assaulted and repressed altogether peaceful protesters. During the Quebec student strike of 2012, some 3,500 people were arrested, many of them during mass killings of peaceful demonstrations, yet there were also situations where the police allowed demonstrations to continue even when projectiles had been hurled at them. 26. In other words, the police can always choose to intervene or not and, if they do, to use this or that particular weapon with more or less force. In Montreal on April 26, 2002, a demonstration some 500 strong against a preparatory meeting of G8 labor ministers never materialized because the police kettled the crowd even before the march got underway, arresting everyone, protesters and bystanders alike. In Genoa in 2001, the police brutally kicked and clubbed a great many nonviolent demonstrators, as confirmed by testimonies and televised images. 27 In Seattle, pictures taken by activists and the police clearly indicate that the Black Blocs assaults on businesses and banks began hours after police officers had forcefully dispersed nonviolent protesters who were blocking the streets and the entrances to the Conference Center 28 at the 1997 Asian Pacific Economic Community Summit in Vancouver. Activists were arrested for hanging signs saying free speech and democracy on the security fence. 29. Police flee as their attempt to arrest May Day demonstrators is met with stones. Berlin, May 1, 1989. The particular psychology of police officers may partly explain the repression and violence, but the police should not be censured on the grounds often invoked to condemn the Black Blocs, that is, of using violence merely for sadistic pleasure. Police violence can also be understood in social and political terms. The police, especially in North America, carry out preventive mass arrests to maintain their public image. Fearing that incidents of vandalism will earn them sharp criticism from the public, they opt for prevention. Research by sociologists and political scientists has found that police officers resort to violence more readily if they know they are confronting political groups regarded as deviant or marginal by representatives of the state and political actors deemed respectable by the state. 30 This amounts to political profiling. 31 In a comparative study of over 1,000 demonstrations held in Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal, the sociologist Patrick Raphael observed that police cultures vary from one city to the next. He noted that mass arrests are more frequent in Montreal and that 22% of demonstrations in that city involved arrests, compared to 10% in Toronto and 4% in Vancouver. 32 He concluded that what the demonstrators actually do is not the primary factor in police brutality. Rather, in Vancouver, it is the association of a demonstration with counterculture groups, and in Toronto, it is the event's identification with radicalism. In Montreal, it is the particular theme of the demonstration that increases the risk of police brutality. The police there abhor protests against capitalism, or police brutality. 33 In each of these cities, the main determinant of police brutality is who the protesters are in the eyes of the police, not the protesters' actions or lack thereof. Over the years, intelligence agencies and the police, as well as some academics, have succeeded in publicly constructing the image of the criminal anarchist as a threat to public security, or worse, a proto-terrorist or even an actual terrorist. 34 In his study of police repression of the alter globalization movement in Canada and the United States, Luis A. Fernandez has referred to this as the violent anarchist frame, which is adopted by both the media and the police. 35 The Black Bloc plays a significant role in this connection, because it fully embodies the image of the violent and criminal anarchist. Regarding this threat, newspapers regularly reproduce rumors, for which the source is often the police themselves. In the winter of 2002, just before the World Economic Forum in New York, the New York Daily News announced that the police were worried about the possible presence of Black Blocs. The same rumor was spread by the Calgary Herald a few weeks before the G8 summit in Kananaskis in 2002. A newly obtained report, prepared by the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, says radical Black Bloc elements that disrupted previous international summits likely will organize for the Conference 36. Occasionally the newspapers see red on their own, without any help from the police. For example, following the death of Margaret Thatcher, the Mail Online published an article under the sensational headline "Black Bloc, name of the sinister group plotting to sabotage Baroness Thatcher's funeral with reenactment of poll tax riots." 37. As we have seen, the Black Bloc may constitute a threat to public order, but that threat is often overblown by the media and the authorities, and this has a direct impact on the extent of the repression. In advance of the 2010 G8 summit in Huntsville, Ontario, scheduled just a few days before the G20 summit in Toronto, the Joint Intelligence Group prepared a report that identified among the various threats criminal extremists motivated by a variety of radical ideologies, including variants of anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism, nihilism, socialism and/or communism. The report pointed out that the existence of these ideologies and the grievances that emanate from them are not, in themselves, problematic, and that differences in opinion are intrinsic to any democratic system. The core of the problem, however, is the evolution of these philosophical differences into the advocating of criminal activity. Given the high profile of the political philosophy of anarchy within this milieu, it is instructive to note that anarchists pursue a destruction of law, order, and government as a precursor to the imposition of Anarchy 38. This last comment suggests that anarchism directly threatens to destroy the state because this is what its political philosophy proposes, regardless of the actual weakness of anarchist networks, a weakness that in reality precludes the destruction of the state and the imposition of Anarchy 39. In their 2012 examination of the events of the Toronto G20 summit, Jeffrey Monahan and Kevin Walby proposed the concept of threat amplification to describe this process. 40 Working with some media and activists, they used the Access to Information Act to obtain various documents concerning police preparations ahead of the G20 summit, including notes for a 3-hour training session titled G20 Face-to-Face Frontline Officer Training, which had been provided to police officers who were to be deployed in the streets. One section, titled Protesters vs. Anarchists, distinguished between legal and legitimate demonstrators on one hand and criminal anarchists on the other. The training session referred explicitly to the Black Bloc, and the attendees were encouraged at the close of the session to go home or to your workstation and Google Black Bloc, look at their behavior, clothing, and listen to their reasons. 41. According to Monahan and Walby, the surveillance and intelligence activities ahead of the events resulted in a threat amplification, which then affected the practice of political profiling. 42 At the trial of a Toronto citizen who had been arrested during the demonstrations while he was on his way to a music show, the arresting sergeant testified that he had received training on the subject of the Black Bloc and felt that because the accused was dressed in black he fit the relevant description. This statement was corroborated by a detective who was called as a witness. For Monahan and Walby, this is a typical example of the problematic effect of threat amplification. The accused had been strip-searched and detained for 2 days before being released on $25,000 bail and placed under house arrest at the home of his father-in-law, who acted as his bondsman. It took more than a year from the time of his arrest for these conditions to be dropped. 43. In tandem with police preparedness, the state sets up a repressive security system and an anti-terrorist apparatus. Apparently this does not trouble the portion of the population that, due to the mendacious discourses issuing from various quarters, trembles at the mere thought of young anarchist vandals whose sole aim is to trash everything. Even though the violence and destruction involved in anarchist and Black Bloc actions are relatively limited, the political authorities in the West have succeeded over time in propagating a figure of the anarchist as a veritable interior enemy. 44. This serves to justify police operations designed to neutralize militants before they take any action, an objective achieved through advanced identification and a degree of criminalization incommensurate with the anarchists' actions. 45 In 2008 in France, an anti-terrorist operation in the village of Tarnac targeted a group of anarcho-autonomes who allegedly had taken part a few days earlier in a Black Bloc in Vichy, in addition to having attempted to stop trains from running by sabotaging the electric power supply. 46 The incident caused a sensation, and the accused were kept in jail for many months even though, in the end, the investigation was shown to be riddled with irregularities. 47 The misdeeds attributed to the anarcho-autonomes did not seem to warrant this level of attention, so noted a French jurist who observed that the most violent demonstrations in France today are held by farmers. 48. Some wine growers have even engaged in clandestine actions involving the planting of bombs and the destruction of public buildings. 49 The goal of the police operation in Tarnac seemed to be above all political, to construct the image of an ultra-leftist, an interior enemy. 50. Hence, it is not the actions of black blocs so much as their radical ideas and rhetoric that give rise to massive repression. 51 This is by no means a new phenomenon. In August 2001, Jürgen Storbeck, head of Interpol, declared that the so-called black bloc of anarchists can be regarded as terrorists or pre-terrorists. 52. In the United States, the FBI has long viewed anarchist militants as potential interior terrorists, as indicated in reports submitted to Senate committees in 2001 and 2002. 53 In the aftermath of the attacks of September 11, 2001, at a meeting of the Working Party on Terrorism of the EU Council held on February 13, 2002, the noose began to tighten around anarchists and other radicals. According to a preparatory note, the Working Party has noticed a gradual increase, at various European Union summits and other events, in violence and criminal damage orchestrated by radical extremist groups, clearly terrorizing society. 54. More recently, during the anti-TOF demonstrations in Val di Susa, Italy, in the summer of 2011, the Minister of the Interior, Roberto Moroni, spoke of violence with a terrorist signature. 55. Radicalism has been equated with terrorism to discredit even certain actions less violent than those of some black blocs. Examples include French farmer and activist José Bové's dismantling of a McDonald's. Max Claus of the French daily Le Figaro mused on the similarity between Bové's direct action, carried out on the pretext of fighting globalization, and the 9/11 attacks, before adding, "This is not, of course, on the same scale as the New York attacks, but it emanates from the same spirit." Bov as a clone of Osama bin Laden, no less. 56 Journalists and commentators resort to the same sort of logic. In the United States, Michelle Malkin of Capitalism magazine opines that today's hollow-headed, rock-throwing, anti-capitalist puppeteers are tomorrow's John Walker Lynds, in reference to the young American who joined the Taliban under the name Abdul Hamid and was captured by the U.S. Army when it invaded Afghanistan. 57 This equation is meant to point out to readers a supposedly logical connection between, say, a rock thrown at a bank window with no casualties and airliners sent crashing into New York skyscrapers with thousands of deaths as a result. The same theme is encountered in Figaro magazine, where Alain Gerard Slama draws a link between the 9/11 attacks and the black blocs. It is difficult not to make the connection between the strike that has just shaken the mecca of world capitalism and the hardening of the anti-globalization movements, all of them adversaries of the liberal democratic state. For the moment, the extreme left vandals of the black blocs number only a few thousand. Only the blind can refuse to see how swiftly the malady is spreading. 58. You would think Osama bin Laden and the Taliban's Mullah Omar had formed an affinity group and, wearing black hoodies, were circulating incognito among the black blocs. 59 In a similar vein, after 4 bombs exploded in London in July 2005, an attack carried out by Islamists to coincide with the G8 summit in Scotland. Tim Dunn, the head of the Political Science Department at the University of Exeter, published an article titled Anarchists and Al-Qaeda. In it, he wondered what distinguishes the violence used by Scottish anti-capitalist anarchists from the tactics employed by Al-Qaeda in its attacks. 60. Yet the black blocs do not share the political and moral values of Islamist terrorists, nor do they resort to the same means. In Egypt, the BBC reported with regard to the Egyptian black bloc involved in mass protests against the Muslim Brotherhood government in January 2013 that the Muslim Brotherhood-affiliated TV channel, Misr 25, reported on January 26 that the Black Bloc was part of the alleged revolutionary movements, such as anarchism and the revolutionary socialists. These movements reject the existence of a political, judicial, or parliamentary system at all. They call for societies without the state. In order to achieve this, they adopt all forms of violent and barbaric acts, such as killing and burning. These anarchic sabotage groups are not revolutionary groups. Rather, they use the revolution as a cover to cause chaos. 61. Compared to an anarchist black bloc, a battalion of riot police in Cairo or elsewhere is far better equipped and far more violent. And consider here also the discipline and obedience the state imposes on its salaried defenders. Of the thousands of uniformed citizens deployed over the years to protect the major summits where leaders meet behind closed doors to discuss the modes of capitalist expansion, how many have shown the slightest hesitation, expressed the slightest democratic doubt? How many have refused to assault their fellow citizens? When they repeat the mantra that the vandals are just irrational youths who enter the fray solely out of a desire to smash everything, spokespeople of the state, social democratic groups, and journalists are simply fanning public hysteria and fueling the demand for greater police violence against the vandals. And in doing so, they are encouraging police obedience, fostering the police's contempt for the citizens in black, and promoting repressive violence. In striving to dissociate themselves from the rioters at all costs and to deny them any political relevance, spokespersons for progressive organizations create a political vacuum around these young vandals and reinforce their social identification as deviant, marginal elements. The police understand then that they are free to do as they wish, and all too often get carried away by their enthusiasm for repression, setting upon nonviolent black blocs and brutalizing and arresting large numbers of peaceful protesters. State violence. The violence of the police response at the various summits and counter-summits has often been disproportionate to the black blocs' actions. The police are well aware that black blockers represent a marginal threat, that their political ideas are considered deviant, and that they have no allies among the respectable political forces. Police deployments may be disproportionate, but they come with budgets and are profitable for police corps as well as for individual officers. There were 6,000 police officers in Quebec City for the 2001 Summit of the Americas, 16,000 police and soldiers at the EU Summit in Thessaloniki in 2003, 12,000 police at the 2005 G8 Summit in Scotland, 21,000 at the G8 Summit in Japan, 13,000 at the G8 Summit in Germany in 2007, 4,000 at the 2009 G20 Summit in Pittsburgh, respectively 10,000 and 14,000 French and German police at the 2009 NATO Summit in Strasbourg, 15,000 at the 2009 G8 Summit in Italy, 20,000 at the G8 and G20 Summits in Ontario in June 2010, and 10,000 at the G8 Summit in Deauville in May 2011. The disproportionate police response is also apparent in the equipment used. The thousands of police mobilized for each major event are equipped with helmets, shields, padded fireproof uniforms, rubber bullet guns, smoke bombs, tear gas, and firearms, and supported by dogs, horses, armored vehicles, sonic weapons, helicopters, prisons, and so forth. They can also count on the assistance of intelligence agencies and the military. In the repression that ensues, many protesters have sustained serious injuries, including broken skulls, arms, legs, and teeth. One night during the G8 summit in Genoa, the Italian police stormed the Diaz school, where the Convergence Center was located, and arrested all 91 individuals on the premises, about 60 of whom had to be removed in ambulances and taken directly to the hospital. 62 The number of arrests is also disproportionate. There were 601 in Seattle in 1999, and another 30 as a result of investigations after the events, 420 in Philadelphia in August 2000, 859 in Prague in September 2000, 463 in Quebec in April 2001, 539 in Göteborg in June 2001, 329 arrested and 1 killed in Genoa in June 2001, 283 arrests in Miami in November 2003, 1,821 in New York in Augusta and September 2004, 358 in Scotland in 2005, around 200 in Russia, ahead of the G8 summit, 1,057 in Germany in 2007, 464 in Strasbourg in April 2009, 122 arrested and 1 killed in London in 2009, 190 in Pittsburgh in 2009, 1,200 in Copenhagen in November 2009, and 1,118 in Toronto in June 2010. With another 48 as a result of investigations after the events. 63. Black blockers faced down a water cannon at the Quebec City protests against the Summit of the Americas, April 2001. What's more, the police do not hesitate to misinform the public by exaggerating the size of the arsenals found in the possession of black blocs and their allies. This is very common when it comes to radical political groups. After demonstrations where arrests have been made, police forces stage an unveiling of the spoils of war, and the media are invited to take pictures of a table where an impressive array of activist equipment is laid out. This was done in Italy in 2011 after demonstrations against the construction of a high-speed rail line in Val di Susa. 64. It is also a regular event in Montreal, and it occurred in Toronto after the 2010 G20 summit. However, any attentive observer is likely to notice that the various objects on display tend to be inoffensive: staplers and scissors, rattles, pans, cans, and drumsticks, sticks for holding up placards and banners, bullhorns, and even water bottles. The police endeavor to amplify the threat represented by protesters in general and black blocs in particular. 65. A rare occasion when journalists were not entirely taken in by the police was in Toronto after the G20 summit. The police were forced to concede that a coat of mail and some arrows with padded heads had nothing to do with the demonstrations but belonged to an aficionado of medieval role-playing who had been apprehended with his paraphernalia while on his way to meet fellow enthusiasts. The police had to make the same admission about a chainsaw and a crossbow that had also been seized. Several other weapons displayed turned out to be less than dangerous: bandanas, skateboard and bicycle helmets, golf balls, tennis balls, goggles, rope and walkie-talkies. 66. With the intention once again of manipulating public opinion, this time in the context of the protests against the IMF and World Bank in Washington, D.C., on April 16 to 17, 2000, the police declared that at the activists' convergence center they had seized materials intended for fabricating pepper spray and Molotov cocktails. They later admitted that the pepper was actually meant as an ingredient for gazpacho and that the bottles were plastic. In Montreal on April 26, 2002, in the wake of mass arrests made before a march protesting a preparatory meeting of the G8 labor ministers could get underway, police spokesman André Desrochers resorted to the same ruse, holding up plastic bottles for the cameras and claiming they were Molotov cocktails. Now, a Molotov cocktail is a gasoline-filled bottle with a burning wick. For it to work, it must shatter upon landing, so it must be made of glass. This police fabrication should perhaps be dubbed a Desrochers cocktail, since its sole purpose was to inflame public opinion and reduce to ashes the credibility of social movements. The same Desrochers also stated that one of the people arrested had been in possession of a pistol. This happened to be true, but only days later did the police reveal that the individual in question had no connection with the protesters. In 2002, during demonstrations in Washington again targeting the IMF and World Bank, the police declared that they had seized some bombs that demonstrators had been carrying. The next day the police admitted there had been no bombs. At the G8 summit in Genoa in July 2001, the Italian police, who in the middle of the night had brutally cleared the convergence center, declared that they had found Molotov cocktails there. Many months later, testifying before a public inquiry, they admitted to having placed the Molotov cocktails in the building themselves. In Philadelphia, during mobilizations against the Republican Party convention, a police commander claimed to have seized explosives and acid-filled balloons in a warehouse where activists were in fact building giant puppets. During the same event, the police also announced that they had intercepted a van transporting poisonous snakes and reptiles, which were to be let loose in the streets. The van actually belonged to a pet shop owner. The police also asserted that officers had been splashed with acid and that dry ice bombs had been found in the city. None of these stories were true. 67 In sum, the police magnify the threat represented by protesters to justify repression and, in some cases, mass arrests. By the time the false statements are corrected, public interest in the events has waned and journalists show little interest in the new information. Repression can be lethal. In Göteborg, the police fired real bullets and seriously injured a number of demonstrators. In Genoa, Carlo Giuliani, who was not wearing black, waved a fire extinguisher in the direction of a police vehicle. In response, an officer killed him with 2 bullets to the head at point-blank range. The police jeep then drove twice over his motionless body. Yet the next day, the G8 heads of state spoke out against the blind violence of the demonstrators, and meanwhile, nonviolent progressives, generally so quick to distance themselves from the vandals, apparently had no qualms about appropriating the memory of Carlo Giuliani, hailing him as a martyr to the common cause. In London in 2009, during the G20 summit, a bystander died of cardiac arrest after being clubbed by a police officer. In the early 2000s, the World Development Movement, in its study of demonstrations held in developing countries specifically to denounce decisions made by the IMF and World Bank, concluded that dozens of people had been killed by the police or armed forces and that those injured or arrested numbered in the thousands. 68 Here are 2 specific cases. In February 2001, 4 people, including a 14-year-old, were killed in the Ecuadorian Amazon when the army dispersed a demonstration of indigenous people involved in a campaign against a restructuring plan drawn up by the IMF. And in Argentina in 2001, some 30 demonstrators were killed during a wave of protests against that country's economic and financial crisis. Because journalists in the West were completely ignorant of these massacres, they felt free to unanimously describe the killing of Carlo Giuliani as, to quote France 2, the first death in history of an anti-globalization protester. The companies that manufacture and sell anti-protester weapons refer to repressive efficiency when vaunting the quality of their wares. For instance, pictures taken at the 2010 G20 summit in Toronto were used for promotional purposes by Mawashi, a manufacturer of police protective gear. 69 That company also uses the pictures on its website, where there are references to alter globalization demonstrators. 13,000 officers deployed at the 2007 G8 summit in Germany, 433 injured. How do you know if your riot gear is up to the task? If it has CSAZ 617 impact protection, then be confident it is 70. The website of Police Ordnance, an Ontario-based maker and distributor of weapons that were employed in Quebec City in April 2001, offered what amounted to an ode to repression. The text commended the RCMP and the SQ for their excellent work in containing several hundred violent demonstrators, boasting that tear gas had dissuaded most of the would-be troublemakers, while the others were easy targets for rubber bullets fired with the company's Arwin 37 and Arwinus guns. Besides extolling the company's products, the website quoted its on-site observers, who congratulated the police in Quebec City for their high level of professionalism. 71 Thus, in the absurd world denounced by anti-capitalist demonstrators, their own repression serves as a sales pitch for the very weapons used to repress them. On the ground, the Black Bloc battalions and those of the uniformed citizens paid by the state embody 2 visions of the world, 2 diametrically opposed conceptions of human beings, on the far left, free and equal individuals, on the far right, obedient and unequal individuals. Meanwhile, today's public discourse muddles the mind and distorts reality, to the point that many people associate protesters with madness and chaos, and the police with freedom and equality. The onlookers, effectively deceived and frightened by this discourse, applaud when they hear that, having violently dispersed the protesters, the supporters of authority and hierarchy, of law and order, continue to hold sway now and always. Black blockers and other protesters return the police volley of tear gas canisters during the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City, April 2001. At the end of the previous edition of this book, published in French in 2007, I wrote, "It is true that the media are paying less attention to this tactic, that mass demonstrations which actually are often less massive than before take place in a somewhat different environment, one that blurs the significance of tactics of direct confrontation and tends to restrict the latitude available to activists. In other words, I felt this tactic was not as relevant, in terms of politics and activism, as it had been a few years earlier. I nevertheless concluded with this quotation from Daniel Dillon Young. Whether the Black Bloc continues as a tactic or is abandoned, it certainly has served its purpose. In certain places and times the Black Bloc effectively empowered people to take action in collective solidarity against the violence of state and capitalism. It is important that we neither cling to it nostalgically as an outdated ritual or tradition, nor reject it wholesale because it sometimes seems inappropriate. Rather, we should continue working pragmatically to fulfill our individual needs and desires through various tactics and objectives, as they are appropriate at the specific moment. Masking up in Black Bloc has its time and place, as do other tactics which conflict with it. 72. Since then, the economic crisis has worsened and the political crisis along with it. I took part in the demonstrations against the G20 summit in Toronto in 2010 and those organized during the student strike in Quebec in 2012. I engaged with other anarchists in discussions about their recent experiences in Canada and elsewhere, and, in preparing this new edition, I immersed myself once again in Black Bloc statements and communiques, pictures and videos, debates and newspaper articles. And I have arrived at the conclusion that, to borrow a slogan from the rebellions in Greece, the Black Bloc is perhaps an image of the future. And by way of an echo, Italian anarchists have said of the Black Blocs, "We are the future you should listen to, the only healthy part of a country plagued with metastases." 73. We are all Black Bloc. G20 Solidarity Protest, Clark Drive, Vancouver, Canada, July 4, 2010. Appendix. Some Black Blocs of the Alter Globalization Movement. Seattle, November 30, 1999. WTO Summit. Far from the demonstrations, a Black Bloc about 250 strong targets capitalist symbols in the city's shopping district. Washington, D.C., April 16, 2000. Meeting of the IMF and the World Bank. The Black Bloc directs its efforts toward protecting nonviolent demonstrations against police assaults. Prague, September 2000. Meeting of the IMF and the World Bank. A Black Bloc armed with clubs, rocks, and Molotov cocktails confronts a police barrage in a failed attempt to force its way through to the convention center. Quebec City, April 2001. Summit of the Americas. Several small Black Blocs harass the security perimeter and the police officers assigned to it, at the same time protecting other demonstrators against police attacks. Göteborg, May 2001. EU Summit. A Black Bloc confronts the police, who fire real bullets at the crowd. Genoa, June 2001. G8 Summit. The Black Blocs and their allies strike symbols of capitalism, attack a prison, and retaliate when assaulted by the police. A police officer kills a demonstrator with 2 gunshots to the head. Calgary, June 2002. G8 Summit. A Black Bloc of several dozen people engages in a peaceful march. Prague, November 21, 2002. NATO Summit. Recognizing a provocation, a Black Bloc maneuvers to protect a police vehicle slowly making its way through a rally of some 3,000 anarcho-communists. Geneva/NMSA, May 2003. G8 Summit. A Black Bloc about 100 strong takes independent action in Geneva, suddenly appearing late in the evening in the downtown shopping area when everything is quiet, hurling stones and Molotov cocktails at the shop windows, then vanishing a few minutes later. Over the following days, Black Blocs together with other groups of demonstrators engage in street blocking actions. Thessaloniki, June 2003. EU Summit. Black Blocs participate in street blocking actions and battle police officers protecting the summit. The next day they demonstrate in the city alongside tens of thousands of other protesters and attack capitalist symbols. They set fire to a McDonald's and a Vodafone store and wreck some 30 other establishments, including 3 banks. Cancun, September 2003. WTO Summit. A black bloc takes part in a skirmish around the security fence, alongside activists of the women's and peasants' movements. Miami, November 2003. Summit of the Americas. A black bloc takes part in the rally, trying in vain to protect some giant puppets from the police. Auchterarder, Scotland, June 2005. G8 Summit. A black bloc undertakes a suicide march to draw the police away from the many affinity groups. High Legendum Rostock, June 2007. G8 Summit. A huge black bloc participates in the rallies against the summit. The following day, it attempts without success to spark a riot in a gentrified neighborhood of East Berlin. London, April 2009. G20 Summit. A black bloc joins demonstrations against the summit, smashing bank windows. Pittsburgh, September 2009. G20 Summit. A small black bloc participating in rallies against the summit engages in minor confrontations with the police. Toronto, June 2010. G20 Summit. A black bloc joins the large unitary march. After several attempts to breach police lines and approach the security fence, it breaks away from the demonstration and dashes along some commercial streets, breaking dozens of windows before dispersing. Chicago, June 2012. NATO Summit. A black bloc of about 100 attempts to break through police lines. The police resort to force to stop them.